stuff. Today we're picking up where we left off. I probably will put these videos together on YouTube. I think I'm gonna make a playlist of these videos together. I'm not gonna edit them at all. These are all very long form, messy videos. They're more of a podcast than anything, so it takes too much time for me to edit. This is number 3. I think this is number 3 in the new homelab init, which is me building out a server tower that I'm going to put Kubernetes on. That's for work, in order to practice doing stuff for work. So last time we were talking about this, we were on, let me see if I can show you. All right, so see if I can find it. Okay, here we go. Change the video form. Here we go. So last time we were doing this, we were in the middle of writing the creating the container file for Kubernetes, to build Kubernetes from using kubespray. We've already, if we go briefly return just as a summary. So we were talking about what's the best machines in a home lab are. We talked about my old home lab and how complicated this is. We don't need it anymore. And really this centerpiece right here, this HPC 640, is the only thing I have left. And that's really all you need to talk about power concerns. The first video, we actually went out and bought a power strip and talked a lot about why, like, this required way more power than I ever had in any kind of apartment. So I got rid of it all, donated it, and now I just have the one tower. So we're chopping up that tower now into multiple tiny virtual machines using something called Proxmox. I'm going to put my ultra secret password in here. Please don't look. Don't look at my password. Wait, is it root? I think it is. Yep, there it is. Okay, so change your password, dummy. No. All right, so here we are. We're on, this is Proxmox. Here's the machines. We have several machines here. The home is the host. So that's the in Proxmox, you can actually combine multiple machines together. I tried this with those Mac Minis that I showed you, and I ran out. Found out that Proxmox has kind of a hard limit on about 16 machines, like, hardware, bare metal machines. And it's actually usually better for you to cut up a rather large machine. So this is actually in my notes as well. I think it's right here. So I have a refurbished HPC 640, which is not a particularly fast and powerful machine, but you don't really need a fast and powerful machine. You just need something that works, so you can cut up and practice doing deployments and things. So, and then I'm going to have, this is my goal. So I want an infrastructure cluster, which is a single node running on Rocky Linux host VM, which we're going to build today, probably this morning. And then a production cluster. So we'll have 3 control planes. Actually, I've been trying to decide whether this should be Red Hat. I think we probably want to do Rocky Linux for all the hosts. Let me actually put this considerations. Let's do that. Considerations, Rocky Linux, Red Hat for all hosts, bare metal hosts. No, for all virtual machines, since same as work. I don't particularly like Red Hat, but that's what we have at work. I have friends at work who have home labs and they use Ubuntu for the hosts because they hate Red Hat. I kind of agree, but this will make me at least catch up. The reason I ran Fedora on my laptop at IBM for 13 years was because I had to make RPMs. I had to be good on Red Hat because I managed Red Hat servers, not because I liked it. Yes. Anyway, so how you doing, Six? So then we're gonna have Red Hat Linux for everything. For the most part, we're gonna have Ubuntu, mostly for all containers, mostly, and we'll have Ubuntu and Alpine. I'm just gonna put a bunch on Alpine. Putting Red Hat in a container is kind of dumb. Nobody does that. Reasons to hate Red Hat? Lots. The same reason I got rid of the stock when Fedora came out, and they continued to like take advantage of open source contributions and make money off it by selling it to corporations. And the CentOS thing I really don't care about, but yeah. So so that's what's up. Rocky, mostly I just don't like the interface. I don't like DNF. I don't like Open init like is really better. Sorry, Cloud init. Cloud init is way better. The installer is way better. It just has a much better more user-friendly interface, in my opinion. Now, I know a lot of people disagree, including people that I highly respect, like Scott hit tennis. But that's just me. So anyway, so that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to make a single node cluster. A single node cluster means that everything's on that cluster. That's like Minikube. So it's a production cluster. We're going to have three control planes. And we're going to take it down to 2 workers. And the reason for that is because I don't have enough RAM. We did the math yesterday and found that out, right? So we'll say 2 cores each, 2 cores, 2 cores, 16 gigabytes of RAM. I don't need to put that. And the control planes will be 2 cores and 8 gig of RAM. 8 gigabytes. 8 gigabytes is really the lowest you ever want to go on a system of any kind. You really don't want to go below 2 cores either. You lose a lot if you don't have that. I've noticed. See you 6. Do your chores. I'm just going to be doing this kind of thing. I'm going to be doing chores later today, though, if you want to tune in while I'm doing my chores. So same thing here, where the development cluster is going to be three control planes of 2 worker nodes. And so I want to have 2 full clusters to simulate things, an infrastructure cluster. Let's see, builds all clusters with kubespray, custom Ansible playbook. So this is a thing. And we're going to eventually have the whole thing. So I want to make it so that the production and the development cluster are auto deployed through CI/CD. And all clusters deploy. Let's see. Some people call this the admin cluster. Let's see, production. I guess I don't know if we need this. And production cluster. Let's see. These are the same. I guess we could keep them the same. That makes sense. I got to answer some texts. I'm getting texts from people. Give me a second. Yeah. Water my basil plant. Yeah, my I suppose do I call her my ex-wife or do I call her my wife? She's reminding me to water the plants. So yeah. So anyway. And that's I appreciate that. I really do. In a way, that's kind of her love language, is making sure I don't let things die. Yeah, she's taking care of me still. Anyway, so let's do a thing. Back here, so HPC 640. So build the cluster with kubespray and Ansible playbooks, no single node cluster. I don't know if I'm kind of stressing about listing them this way, right? And then we have a jump host, right? So this is Kubernetes. So I almost want to just take a picture of my Proxmox, because that tells the whole story. Right here we have these Kubernetes volumes that are actually working. You know what? I'm going to actually release these right now. I don't know what thing we should do first. So we need to finish building out Bastion. I think Bastion should be the infrastructure cluster. It does have 12 CPUs. It's also, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to say a single node cluster. Wait, a single node. How many cores did we give it? Just 2? How many cores does it have? 12 CPUs. Damn. So 12 CPU doubles as Bastion gateway host single cluster. It's got more capacity than a lot of things would have, right? It is going to be running Podman, so the container engine on this is actually designed to be used for things in addition to also serving up the infrastructure cluster stuff. So I think for a home lab, this is probably acceptable. There is kind of a best practice that says thou shalt not use your container engine of a Kubernetes node for anything but Kubernetes. We regularly would cheat and do that anyway and get onto the machine. You can't do that on a thing like Talos, you know, or whatever, but Edge, you know, Edge Kubernetes, but you definitely can. So in this case, the Bastion host is deliberately going to be both a container host engine. I mean, I could do it in Proxmox, but I want to use Podman, so that's on the machine. And then we have, I mean, if I needed to run a container and make it performant, I would run it in Proxmox under the container engine. So here it says LXC containers. There's none here. I could actually put containers and have them run right on the hypervisor, which I think would probably be faster if I needed a container to continuously run for any reason, no matter what, right? I could actually put a container there that talks to Proxmox that spins up, you know, virtual machines. And that's one of the cool things about Proxmox, which I have not discovered or experimented with at all. I don't know very much about Proxmox at all. I do know that there's a Terraform provisioner, but I'm not going to use it. I understand it falls behind pretty fast. So I have no intention of doing any Terraform in my environment. I might eventually experiment with it, but not right now. So 12 cores. And then we're going to have, it has, what is it, 32 gigabytes of RAM? 16 gigabytes of RAM. It probably needs more than that, but that's fine. 16. And how much disk? Disk doesn't matter because we're using NFS for everything. We did make an NFS system, and I'm actually going to redo that. I'm going to make a new NFS system at some point. So you need to have NFS if you're going to create a storage class for Kubernetes in order to have you have to have an existing NFS distributed storage or some sort of distributed storage in order to even have a Kubernetes cluster. So I did set up 2 NFS servers, NFS Harbor and NFS DC NAS volumes, which I did on purpose because I wanted to simulate them, you know, not working or whatever. The problem with the storage class is that you can't change it. A storage class is an immutable Kubernetes resource, which has to be destroyed, and then you have to make a new one. So that sucks when it comes to doing my home lab. If I tear it down, I'm going to have to make a new one, right? And I honestly, I don't remember how to make an NFS mount. I have to go back through it. I've done it so many times, but every single time I do it so infrequently, I have to remind myself how to do it. So, yeah, getting notifications from Facebook. So anyway, here's our Bastion host. And we have the single cluster. We're going to leave that alone. The reason I'm going to leave Bastion alone and leave it Ubuntu is because this is the system that I am actually using as if it was my laptop. It's not. This is like the let's see, primary get shit done machine, Linux machine, Ubuntu, since easiest to manage, doubles as the Bastion gateway host. Again, this is, you know, I don't need this particular machine to model my work environment. It's the one place where I can kind of diverge from that. This is my Linux machine. Hey, Bell. So I'm going to be logging into this all the time. So, and it is also going to have a single node cluster on it running. So to tell you the truth, I could actually just run Minikube over here and call it a day. I could. I could absolutely run Minikube over here and totally call it a day. But what I would rather do is I want to use kubespray to deploy everything in my environment, including my infrastructure cluster. As much as I like Minikube and Kind, which is the other single node cluster kind of tool. Um, and by the way, if you're using KVM as your driver for Minikube, you have a legit cluster using Minikube. I mean, in every way, because you're using the same technology that you would be using to spin up a cluster using kubespray and Proxmox. You're just doing it faster with Minikube. So if you're trying to make a decision about how you want to learn Kubernetes really quickly, and you don't want to install Proxmox and go through all this hassle and everything, and you have enough RAM and cores to have multiple virtual machines, you can actually set up a Linux machine, install Minikube, and then set as your driver KVM, and you will have a cluster up in minutes, like with just setting up the YAML files just by running it. So if you don't care about administering and setting up clusters and simulating all of that because that's your job, and you just want a cluster really quick, that's rock solid. That includes being able to set up storage classes that are not containerization things. You can totally do that using Minikube. All right. So, but if you do that, it's like Minikube with a KVM. Minikube has like a dozen drivers for how to do it. You can actually have containers be simulated nodes, which I completely ran into a wall like 3 years ago because it couldn't do any storage classes. It just shares host path storage. It's the only thing you support, which means everything's using the underlying storage, which is kind of good because that means every single node has infinite storage as long as the host, that's running the container engine has infinite storage. Like whatever that storage is, that's your storage. And it sets that as a default storage class. You don't have to think about storage. Most of the time, if you're doing a Kubernetes application, that's awesome. But if you want to get into the nitty gritty of setting up Kubernetes and managing it, then that's obviously not going to be good enough. The takeaway is that for a lot of you watching this, just running Minikube backed by KVM on a Linux machine, you're golden. You're totally golden. Okay. I'm not doing that though. So primary gets you to, I'm actually, my infrastructure cluster is essentially my Minikube. I'm basically building my own Minikube. Primary gets you to Linux machine, a bunch of Synthesius, doubles as Bastion gateway host. That means I can log into it from my laptop. 12 cores, single host cluster, Linux machine. So this actually means I'm going to be doing Go coding on here. Anything that requires Linux, right? Anything that requires a Linux and or a container engine that's actually Linux. And I'm going to get off of the habit of like doing development on Linux and building containers on my Mac, because even though Macs support containers now indirectly through their own thing, I want to continue to assume I'm working from a Linux machine, not to mention the fact that at work, we have a requirement for all our infrastructure to run our scripts, our tools, and everything have to run from our jump box. We call them login boxes. And that is where all the tools get put. So that's important because then that machine can be backed up, and and my backup procedure, by the way, is just snapshotting my Proxmox VM on occasion, and that gives me my full backup. Use persistent storage for SSH keys in the container. Yeah. SSH keys into the container. We don't need SSH keys into the container ever. That stuff is all done through Kubernetes. Are you talking about how to set up Ansible to run on the machines? Yeah. That stuff, I don't know. We haven't hit that part yet, but I hear what you're saying. So the Amira from YouTube is suggesting, asking how are we going to set up Ansible since it needs SSH certificate access to all the nodes. I suspect we're probably going to put the SSH keys on the nodes. So that is not going to be automated, right? The spinning up of VMs is not automated. That is something we're actually going to do by hand, more or less, using Proxmox. And that is kind of where the split is between what I'm doing at home and what I'm doing at work. So at work, the infrastructure team would hand off, configured Red Hat machines that had SSH keys built into them so that everything could talk already. and then we would take it over for Kubernetes, and we'd run kubespray and put our stuff on it. We're not using cloud init here at all because we're Red Hat. So you could do cloud init on the infrastructure cluster, but I don't need to, right? Cloud init is awesome, but it's also not sustainable if you have a Red Hat enterprise sort of situation because there's no cloud init. So, and this again, my home lab is designed to simulate. I love cloud init. First of all, let me just say I think it's genius. I think I love it, but I don't remember it very well, and we don't use it at work, so that's why I don't have it. So the infrastructure cluster is already created. It's the Bastion one. The only thing, I'm sorry, the infrastructure machine. Let's see, we'll put Bastion machine and infrastructure cluster. So this is kind of the same thing. And this one's already done. And this is actually where we're doing all of our work right now. It's literally where I'm writing some of this stuff. And actually, no, I'm not. Here we go. Is this the one? I'm trying to decide. I think our SSH is dead. Oh, this is me doing, that's funny. All right, so we're going to go into Bastion local and connect. So now we're on Bastion. Now we're on this machine. We're logged into this machine. And we can do top and see the stuff. Let's do, I think I have, do I have NeoFetch down here? Yeah, I do. So now I'm on Bastion. This is the same box that I have here in Proxmox. It's running Ubuntu 24. It's running KVM. It's a QEMU host. That means it's a virtual machine. Tells you what kernel. It's been up for 20 hours. Packages, what version of Bash, resolution, 24/768. PTS terminal, a Xeon. It's a Intel Xeon E5, blah, blah, blah. But this is because it's passed through. And interesting, it says, oh, here we go, QXL paravirtualization. So the GPU is Red Hat Incorporated Q parallel virtualization. That's interesting. This does suggest that it has GPU, which is interesting because I've been trying to decide if I can do GPU. You know what? Let me look at something else really quick. Oh, I just want to look at one of these other hosts really fast. The NFS Harbor host. I don't want to get rid of it, but we kind of should. What is the name of this host? Is it NFS-Harbor? Give me a second here. So NFS. I don't have local. All right, so let's do this. I'm on the Harbor machine now. I'm gonna throw this out later, so don't you worry. All of that just to get NeoFetch. just to run NeoFetch, just that one summary screen. It needs all of this stuff. Crazy, right? If you were using an air gap network, which I used to be doing, this would be way harder. So you'd have to set up mirroring and everything, which I am not doing. So, okay, this is what I was looking for right here. So, okay, vendor 1234, device 1111. So that suggests that there is no GPU here. This will be really interesting to see if Node Feature Discovery and NVIDIA Feature Discovery will work on these KVM QEMU hosts. Because there's no GPU over there, and it'd be fun to see if it actually works, if it sets up right. Anyway, so that machine's going away. So we're going to be deleting all of these control plane nodes and everything, and deleting and creating them from scratch, but not yet. Okay, so we kind of got ahead of ourselves at the end of the last stream by writing the container that's going to do the installation of kubespray on a node, and I want to come back to that, but I realize that we're kind of premature there because actually, no, we're not, because we already have a machine, right? Even though it's not a Red Hat machine. Whoa, what happened there? Oh, that's me logging in. Look at that. I logged in and the CPU went nuts. Yeah, because we were pulling down stuff. Okay, so what are the tasks here that we have to do? So let's actually go to the notes and see if we can outline the tasks for creating a home lab. I have my home lab architecture, right? I don't know. Let's see here. Let's say Should we put it in the same document? What should we call this? Steps to create creation setup guide. If you're wondering why I'm doing these weird names, because it's because of Obsidian. This is all going into Obsidian, right? So, oh, here we go. Create Kubernetes cluster with kubespray and Ansible. And these are also steps that are going to be procedures. I'm kind of like wondering if I should put Bootstrap. Yeah. Yeah. This is probably better called Bootstrap. I agree. What I'm trying to say is I can actually edit stuff in Obsidian, or which is great because I can actually see things like meridian charts and stuff. Or I can just use Vim, right? What I'm pausing on is I'm actually a lot of these are going to end up as sort of tutorial guides for how to do these things by just writing down the steps that I followed. And just like you're writing code, anytime you write a standard operating procedure, you can actually call another procedure, even though it's not code, right? So that's what's got me paused. One of the conventions for this, by the way, is to always begin with a verb. This is the function, I suppose, or the procedure, and here are the arguments. Bootstrap, and if you could actually write this kind of as a with Go or JavaScript or whatever. So bootstrapping Kubernetes is kind of early. Um, um, what I'm doing here is I'm kind of getting triggered by the organization of all this stuff. So my home lab's over here. It has the architecture stuff. This is the equivalent in the standard operating procedure world as the declarations at the beginning of code. Like, here are the things, right? And the declaration of the things. And then we need to have the procedures about how to stand up those things, how to make those things. What are the procedures to build those things, right? And what I'm thinking about doing is actually putting the procedures here in my home lab. The problem with this is that some of these procedures would apply to my home lab or to anything, right? So I could put them under tech education. You know what I mean? Like becoming what is systems developer home lab. I've got a bunch of things like here's how to go with coding in home lab. There's just notes everywhere, and I'm just kind of getting stuck bike shedding like how I should organize it. So we're just gonna actually I'm gonna put this in my home lab for now. The Kubernetes upgrade strategy is eventually this is the strategy that it describes the strategy, but ultimately the procedure is going to need to be captured here as well. So in fact, that'll be the most important piece of this document. So we have the Bootstrap Kubernetes cluster with kubespray and Ansible. That is a procedure. There is a top level procedure here that we're kind of implying, and I think the name of it is um, is not set up Kubernetes. I think we should say set up home lab, right? So I would call it set up home lab. We could call it initialize home lab. Initialize is a tech term that means either take what's there and completely rip it down and make a new one, or make it for the first time. Init, that's usually what init means. It takes it to that state. Stand up, bootstrap, setup, those are create, those are all create doesn't apply here because that would imply that you're like tearing it down, right? I mean, but if I was searching for this on the internet, what would I search for? Provision, yes. Well, provision is just one piece of it, right? Um, create, make, install, set up. And by the way, usually these things, if you when you're writing a book, you would use a gerund, which is ing word. I would say something. I'm not overthinking it. I would say setting up a home lab, setting up a Proxmox. See, this is where procedures are like code. Setting up a home lab, that's, you know, that's the verb. In fact, I could write it like this: setting up home lab. Or I could say create home lab. Or I could say get home lab. Or I could say make home lab. So I have to think about this like a coder. I'm having kind of fun with this, but this includes like getting the box and everything, right? I think setting up is the right way to say this. And this is not like, why should I do a home lab? It's like setting up a home lab. And then whenever you have a standard operating procedure, you usually have some core assumptions and stuff before going into it that tell you, that are directing it, to tell you why you're doing it, right? If you're writing a use case, that's exactly what use cases are. They like, what are the preconditions and what are the post conditions, right? And it gets into the reason for the thing. In fact, I'm going to ask Chloe, what is the standard way to write a use case today? I've been saying this forever, that one of the best ways to write educational documentation is to write use cases, because the people in tech who are reading them and getting used to them can then use that same sort of user story or use case that determines terms change to do a thing. Modern use case format: title, describe the goal or reaction, use case, user uploads a profile photo. Oh yeah, usually they'll include the actor. So in my case, the actor is implied, and that could be code that's doing it. It could be a human that's doing it. Primary actor who's performing the action: registered user. Trigger: what starts the use case? User clicks upload photo. Use cases kind of have they're kind of UI centric. User selects an image, system validates the file, system stores the image, system updates the profile, system confirms success, right? So how are these from user stories? So structure, user story, one-liner with acceptance criteria. As a user, I want to upload a profile photo so that others can recognize me. So it has this so that, and it has a as a user. I don't know if either of those are working. What I'm kind of wanted, right, is procedure. How are these related to standard operating procedures? User story, what the user wants to do and why, use case, detailed interactions, standard operating procedure, how to do a task in the real world step by step. A standard operating procedure is sometimes called a tutorial. And that's really what you want. You want a standard operating procedure. Standard operating procedures are how the military run. They're how lots of things run that have to be very precise with how things are done. Now, it does say in the real world, but you can use the language of a standard operating procedure and implement an entire standard operating procedure with robot or with code or something. So it doesn't have to be in the real world, so to speak. So what is the standard? Let's look at the syntax for standard operating, because the documentation that comes out of this while I'm writing it, I want it to be in, here's what you do next, here's what you do next, this. And the reason for that is because I'm actually going to turn that in at work and say, here are the steps I followed. Go follow these steps and see if I was right. It's also very scientific, right? If you were going to have people do, confirmation studies of whatever you were doing for your scientific study, you'd have to have a standard operating procedure, period. If you didn't have it, you couldn't exist. So learning how to write in algorithmically, in reproducible steps is really key here. I also think it's the best way to document anything. Here's how they can connect in typical projects. User story. Title: How to send daily shipment logs. See, I would say, instead of saying how to set up daily shipping logs, I would say sending daily shipping. I like the how to, though. I used to actually call these how to's. So there's 3 ways to refer to a bunch of tasks that are interrelated, that have conditional flow, logic flow, that are written like code: standard operating procedure, how to, and a tutorial. Those are, sometimes they'll say primer or primer. So, and frankly, I think you can usually eliminate the first words and just stick with this: send daily shipment logs. The other reason I like that is because that now can go into a job description. The thing that's great, this is all part of another system I made called the OCMS, or the Open Credential Merit System. It was a way for you to establish your credibility to do a job, and also to fill out job descriptions for people who want to fill those roles. It's completely based on a very successful merit badge system from the Boy Scouts of America, where this stuff is all listed out, and the way that it's titled. So the reason I'm not using a gerund here is because if I were going to take these same one-liners and put them in a job description, they might not fit well into a resume, right? So what am I saying? So let's say this. If I was, let's create a question, right? So if you're going to say how to set up a home lab, right? But how to set up a home lab with what parameters? And this is where the coding part of it comes in. It's not just how to set up a home lab, right? It's how to set up a home lab for a specific purpose. So performance home lab init, yes. So the question is, set up a home lab to practice kubespray, Kubernetes deployments. So this gets interesting, right? So we could do something like this instead. We could say, we could make this the condition. We could say, we could make it a parent, right? So set up a home lab. We would have a decision tree here. We could have a decision tree. And we could say, and this, by the way, this gets really, I've spent hours and hours and hours just going crazy with this kind of stuff for education. Like, for example, how do I get a tech job, right? I've started making the a logic flow or a flow diagram about a tech job, and it's asking all kinds of questions. Well, what do you want to do? Do you want to make applications, or do you want to do operations? And then what are all those possibilities? And I have done hundreds and hundreds of things like this, and I will just show a couple of them to you, because I just want to show you how much I geek out on this stuff. This is like old school Twitter stuff, back when you could actually have stuff on Twitter. So here's like one of the last things that I did, and I literally used UML to show the flow of how things go, right? So, and by the way, this is a simplified version of it. I have lots of different versions of it that are much more harder to get through. I'm just looking at working environment and core services. So you learn these things, then you learn bash command line skills, then you learn pandoc markdown, responsive web design, and then you can either go into JavaScript or go to become terminal master workflow, and then concurrent Go programming, SQL databases, Linux command line, bash for scripting, system administrator, container dockerization. These have certificates with them. And then these things are all prerequisites to REST API, GraphQL Web APIs if you want to go into that. Or you can make WebSockets network applications. None of this stuff, Docker containers, this is just the flow of things you could learn and the prerequisites of what you need to know before you can learn the next thing, which is really, really problematic. It's probably the biggest challenge to entering tech is like, what do I learn and when, right? And I think the biggest takeaway from that is don't stress about it because you're not going to know everything, right? um, you're not going to know everything. You're going to be stuck, uh, doing one thing and then another thing and all that. So I don't want to get sucked into that overemphasis on the steps, but we do have to have some emphasis on the steps. It is kind of nice to have these happy titles and then like filter off from here, right? So set up a home lab. Well, what kind of home lab do you want, right? So that's the question, right? What kind of home lab do you want? And then the question is, well, what are you going to do in your home lab, right? So to do in your home lab, I've written this stuff tons before, but in order to avoid the trap of trying to capture every case for everyone, I am going to parameterize or qualify the statement of setting up a home lab for a specific purpose. And that's why I was asking about user stories, because user stories do that, right? So a user story says, as a user, so that's describing, so if I were going to write a user story for what I'm doing right now, it would be, as a user, I want to build a home lab so that I can practice. You know what? I'm going to use a user story. I'm going to write a user story. I just feel like that's too much to put in the title. Set up a home lab for, okay, but forcing yourself to write the story is actually very useful. As a HPC ML systems developer engineer, I want to build a home lab so that, right? So that what? So that I can practice, so that I can test and practice deploying high performance as a Kubernetes clusters, deploying Kubernetes clusters, deploying, let's see, deploying and administering, deploying and administering uh, a multi-cluster, let's see, Kubernetes multi-cluster environment, specializing in machine learning jobs as well as microservices. Managed through GitOps, CI/CD. And that, my friends, that is a user story. Okay. That 100% kind of summarizes what we're doing here. So I'm glad we kind of combined this. I like that. Set up a home lab. You forgot senior. Yes, I could put that there. So microservice isn't even in the dictionary. That's funny. Set up a home lab for DE testing and training. Yeah. Kubernetes. Actually, I don't just want Kubernetes in here. I want to put PBC in here too. HPC, ML, SysD testing and training. A Putting and administering a Kubernetes multi-cluster environment, especially combine administering multiple Kubernetes clusters and a PVC deployment, specializing in ML jobs as well as microservices manager getting GitOps and CI/CD. Job submission. So, I mean, that's a lot, but that's what I need. So right now we're just focused on the Kubernetes part, and that's why I wanted to write this. This is the umbrella, right? This is the umbrella standard operating procedure. So, and I really like this paragraph because this is kind of putting parameters around what it is I'm trying to make. I feel like this process that we're doing of putting, writing a user story for your life is a good thing. In fact, I'm kind of inclined, as a side note, to write a I'm seriously inclined right now to write a story for my apartment. Hear me out. As a recently divorced single guy with kids who likes to live stream, I want to organize an apartment so that I can have people stay with me for fun while living a happy life, staying healthy, fit, and whatever. I can actually write a user story for life for my apartment. I can write a user story. You know, it's funny. What if so GitHub has the ability to do Kanban boards and stuff like that that allow us to do user stories. So rather than having like a to-do, you could actually manage your life using Agile. I don't want to say Agile. It's a bad word, but you could like literally write user stories instead of to-dos. And the reason I like this is because the user story actually puts the hat on, right? So the it actually defines the role of the person. So you might have multiple roles. Like today I've got my dad hat on. Today I've got my single live streamer hat on. Today I've got my my road bike hat on. Today I've got my HBCML SysD hat on, right? So I mean I don't know. I'm just really liking this whole idea. I need to come back to that. What time is it? How long have we been streaming? I need to drink or eat or something. So we're gonna take a short break and we're gonna come back and we're gonna actually do this thing. But this has been very helpful. So I'm gonna put you guys into clips for just a bit. Feel free to go talk to your. Oh, actually, I don't have clips over here yet. I haven't moved over to that. Oh wait, I also need to move I don't know where to put my face on the screen. It's always like in the wrong place. You know what? I'm gonna try something. Let me try something here. I'm actually going to try to shift to me. Hi. And I'm going to try to do this. Well, am I there? There I am. Can you guys see? You guys can see, right? I can put myself over here. Is that better? The reason for this is because I can actually move this and I know when it's kind of conflicting. I'm just gonna keep that for now. All right, we're gonna make this the one we can see. And the thing that's better about this is the reason I really like this about the Mac is I can actually see it. Don't joke about it. I have seen a documentary about a production manager doing it with his family. And if they can achieve their goals with their children. Are you kidding me? Wait, can you guys not see that? You can't see that? How about this? Can you see that? You can see that, right? I gotta put this up here. You can still see. She did it for her kids. That's so funny. All right, so let's put this over here. The reason I like this is I can actually see it on the screen, so I can move it around. It makes it much easier to present. It's also backwards, but I can like point to things. I keep forgetting I have this option, so we're gonna do this. Yeah. All right, so let's do this. Let's say, all right, has subscribed at tier 1, definitely not ready. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is it gonna work? Yay, happy day. Happy day. Happy day. I don't want to drink coffee because I'm gonna blow up. But I need to stand up and walk around. You guys, you stand up and walk around a little bit. Oh, ouch. I need to make salsa or something. I know, I can make a smoothie. Should I make a smoothie? Yeah. Oh, I should make a smoothie. I should make a smoothie. Tell you what, let's do another hour, and then it'll be time for me to make smoothies and lunch and stuff. Let's go for one more hour. It's 10 o'clock. All right, let's do that. What are we doing here? Go back to work here, Rob. We don't need this. We already did that. All right. You can see everything, right? You still see stuff? I need to lock this. Okay, here we go. All right, so back to Proxmox. Why am I being notified? Oh, because it started. They keep telling everybody that I got notified. Proxmox. Okay, Bastion is a thing. Right, we're gonna finish. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and finish. King Rapula, how you doing? You have a home lab of learning tech stuff. My wife is not in tech. How can other industries admins etc. learn at lab at home? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I have to focus on the scope here. All right. So the next task we have, actually, this is why I started writing this. The reason I started writing this is because like, hey, what are the steps, right? So let's actually write. Wait, what is this? What is that document? Set up a home lab. Okay. So this is the top procedure. And then bootstrap Kubernetes cluster with kubespray and Ansible. And then, okay, so this is where things get interesting, right? Because the procedure applies, you can apply different parameters to the procedure. And so let's say, how many clusters are there, and a thing like that. I don't know how to do parameterized standard operating procedures. I wonder if Chloe knows. Let's ask her. How do I do parameterized standard operating procedures? And I honestly don't know. So let's figure this out. To create parameter center where you define reusable instructions and placeholders for variables. Again, we're just like coding people. That's what we're doing here. You want to balance clarity and flexibility, especially useful for repeatable tasks. What's a parameterized SOP? Parameterized SOP is a standard operating. This is actually a thing. Apparently this is a thing. I just picked words out of the air and it turned out it exists. How do you do it? Define parameters up front, the environment, the username, the service name, include a parameter section at the top of the SOP. Ooh, this is sounding more like code all the time. Use placeholders in steps, bash style, template style, or plain uppercase. Also awesome. Write your steps using clear, visible syntax. Choose a style that matches your tooling or reader expectations. Example, step 1, bash SSH username, add environment. That's code though. Let's see, number 3, allow for parameter injection. This makes me want to use customize because customize allows parameterization. Your magical chanting hacker warlock man. Hey Cayman, Pensu, how you doing? That's a great. We're doing tech stuff. If you're just joining me and you're here for like I'm a variety streamer, so you caught me on a tech day. I will be doing other things later, including my laundry. Rob SSH examine, blah blah blah. Production deployment example. Let's see, SOP restart service. SSH into the target machine. Bash SSH username at blah. When we write documentation, this is a thing. You'll need to learn eventually. Yeah. So just to get a sense of this, what we're doing. So we are as a senior infrastructure engineer or DevOps engineer, I want to systems developer engineer. Is it systems developer engineer or is it what does SysDE stand for? I think it's development engineer. I don't know if it's it is. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought. Anyway, so yeah, so I'm gonna use parameterization and I'm gonna actually when you're writing documentation and you want to use examples of a thing, using bash environment variables is also easy to write. In fact, one of the times when I started, at one point I actually started writing beginner boost documentation in code, and I used environment variables from bash to do it because bash is a very high level language that is easy to write logic in. So system is, hey, don't Paca, yeah, it's written, yeah, it's yes, absolutely, amen. So so yeah, we're going to be using the environment variable syntax, right? So I'm going to in my home lab, I'm actually going to put a readme here. I'm going to make a readme for this. Yeah, I'm going to put that in here. We're going to say I use my own SOP syntax here with traditional environment variable syntax. I don't think we're going to be able to do that in the title though. For parameterization and variables. So I actually don't think you can do this. Hello. I don't think it'll even let you do it. Oh my God, it does. That's nuts. Okay, well, there you go. Because it's a $sign, so it can't be illegal. Anyway, so I want to put that there. So Bootstrap, the top level entry procedure is the top level SOP is, and then watch this. This is so cool. Watch this. Set up, you see how it did that? And then it put it in automatically. That's one reason to use Obsidian. Could I do that with some sort of command from the command line? Yep. I absolutely could. I could write a Vim filter to do that, but that is just so cool. That actually searched through my entire database and found the thing I need instantly. One of the many reasons I'm a huge fan of Obsidian these days. Okay. Here's what's really crazy. If I change the name, it'll change it here. Watch. If I change it to setting and I go back, wait, it didn't change it. But it changes the link. It didn't change the title, but it changed the link automatically. If I didn't know anything else about Obsidian, I would use that. It does kind of bum me out that it doesn't like use a unique identifier someplace internally. It actually uses the name, but it also makes it readable. So they took some some liberties here with the whole Zettelkasten approach, but it's not a Zettelkasten at all. But anyway, so setting up a thing. So down here, we already know that we've got another standard operating pre. I'm using Obsidian to write code, code for humans, which is kind of cool. This is what I was kind of shooting for. I'm like putting I'm putting procedures in the code and calling them just by referencing them in the document the same way I would be if I was writing code for a machine. So anyway, we have here Bootstrap Kubernetes cluster with kubespray and Ansible. We need that, but we need other pieces of this, and that's what led down this side quest. So now, well, what do we need? What's the procedure we need to do first? We need to, what's the first thing, right? So, and this is where you can do the whole bulleted thing, and it does kind of make it interesting. I could actually even use a one here and have it be, okay, step number one. Okay, we know that that's not step number one, right? So what is the first step? By the way, these are all one dot because they get reorganized by Obsidian automatically. Oh, and you have Notion plugin on stream yesterday to do this kind of thing. Nice, very cool. Yeah, I don't know if I would do that. I would rather just use existing tools. Does Notion work with Obsidian as well? So Bootstrap Kubernetes cluster with kubespray and Ansible. This is a parameterized function, right? What did you guys say? That was funny. That was really funny. So so here we go. We have, so the first part of this is we need to set up Proxmox. Actually, no, we did this already. Get a server tower to let's see, on which to install Proxmox and virtual machines. That's it, right? And then we have, and then what? I see tools to create the initial Proxmox VMs. No, I'm just using Proxmox, period. I just go in and I actually do the installation by hand, which is probably stupid. And then I freeze it. The one that I want, I freeze it, and I keep freezing it so I have a template. A rockable unit. So again, set up a homelab for HPCML system testing and training. So part of the reason, if you look at the very first streams that I did on this topic week or two ago, I've done them before in the previous years with different requirements. But my requirements have changed. Right now, I want to be able to do Kubernetes and PVC deployment, right? We spent an inordinately long amount of time deciding whether we want to have GPU jobs so I can do MIG testing and stuff. And all of that was really part of me writing the standard operating procedure for my home lab. Because this statement, get a server tower, is assuming a ton of stuff. It's like assuming that I don't need to do MIG testing because I can't afford an A100 that costs $1,000 or A30 that costs $4,000, and I don't want to put that with pass through and MIG assignment. It's, those are all decision points that we had to address earlier on to decide what I want to be able to do. Even because the goal is to do training and testing to be a good, HPCML SysD, but I can't do it because I can't pay for that kind of hardware in my infrastructure lab. So that means I'm changing what I can deliver. And that changes the fundamental nature of the story, right? So I need to change the story, or I need to say, I can't, this part can't be done. So when I say get a server town, so, you know, most of the time you don't have the flexibility. Hey, see you, lurker. Slaysaw, how you doing? So get a server tower on which to install Proxmoxes and virtual machines. Okay. Yeah, and host virtual machines. We've done that already. We actually have to make sure we have enough power. Okay, so ensure enough power available for tower. I don't know if this is a sub procedure or not. Let's see. Oh, that's very nice. Really appreciate that. Thank you. I could get really sucked in here because you could say, you know, uh, get a high speed internet connection. You know, I mean, these are prerequisites, right? Identify a location on-prem, a location at home with enough power and cooling to place hardware. We did this already. Artifacts Fun is now sub to Rob. Oh my god, that's very weird. I should probably stream to both. Where am I streaming to right now? Hey, oh, thank you for the follow, Slay. Identify location at home with enough power and cooling to practice place. All right, this is get a high speed internet connection. This is all, by the way, this is all stuff I can actually edit here now, so I can do the README if I want. The hard part of this is it's harder to read. It's harder to read, right? Sure, I can write it here, but and I can use this, but you know, I kind of am torn between Vim and Obsidian. But I do love that you can switch back and forth instantaneously, and both of them get saved. That's like really cool. So ensure enough power. We don't need this anymore. Okay, so this is one of those cases I want Vim. I just want to delete the whole line, and I don't remember how to do it. Right? Watch this. If I open it here, it'll actually fix the numbers. It didn't fix the numbers. What? Fix the numbers, please, Obsidian. Okay, there we go. So, but see, it's how much harder it is to read here. This is one of the things I don't like about Obsidian is that use these horrible links that like destroy your code, your HTML. I mean your Vim, your whatever. All right, so get a high-speed internet connection, identify location at home with enough power and cooling to place hardware, get a server tower, obtain the hardware. We'll say that. Obtain the hardware on which to install Proxmox and host and host the virtual machines. Let's see. Let's say get a main server on which to install Proxmox and host virtual machines. Optionally add additional bare metal machines for perhaps RML. Optionally add additional bare metal machines perhaps to enable a GPU testing. So that includes, by the way, you know, I talked about getting NVIDIA stuff. How you doing, Julia? Good to see you. So, so here we go. Optionally add Bootstrap Kubernetes cluster with kubespray and Ansible. This is actually kind of premature. This is why I'm writing this, because I realized yesterday building out the container is a little bit early. We did all of these other steps last time, so I don't want to do them again necessarily. So we could decide which operating system to use. Let's see. So we have the like design the architecture of your home lab. Design the architecture of home lab. So this includes architect the home lab. So I guess that works. Design the architecture of your home lab. And that means like, what is it going to be used for? What's it going to have on it and all of that. And this is the kind of thing where we could actually draw it out like I did with, you guys remember in the old days. I think I closed it already, but you know, my old Excalibur draw, right? I don't need that as much. Um, so yeah, at additional bare minimum, I'm wondering if I should actually take a moment to draw out the architecture right now, of that. What other diagramming can I do in Obsidian? What other architectural diagramming can I do with Obsidian? The reason, because we need to actually draw out our architecture for other reasons. A head bubble, you just need a background lamp. I do, I kind of do. So graph TD. Mermaid is great for sequence diagram, flow charts, class diagrams, and state machines. But this is, yeah, used for blah. Yeah, I was going to say Excalibur. Actually, you can use Excalibur and have it included. The old Excalibur Home Lab. I had that all running and then I gave it away. So anyway, so it was funny. I was actually in a meeting, and I realized I had more capacity in my home lab than our entire development lab at work. I was like, I should probably take it down a notch. You know what I mean? Like, ouch. Ah. I'm eating all of. I need to do some yoga. Knock it out. Yeah. I'm sorry. Hey, can I go back to main? Is that going to work? What if I go to large? What happens? Huzzah! Does that actually work? What are you guys looking at right now? You're not seeing anything, right? I hate that you have to go back and forth between these two. I don't know why it does that. It's like makes me crazy. Capture card, media source, screen capture, video capture device. I think this is it. I don't know though. Doesn't look like it. FaceTime camera, OBS virtual camera. Nope. FaceTime camera. I thought I had that already though. Main. What is this one? What if I do small? Can you see me? You can see me, right? If I do large. No VTuber modal. No. I could do that though. This it makes me kind of mad that I can't switch back and forth between these. Um, I have to change what screen you see when I do this. When I go back to full mode. Yeah. It's like a two-step thing. Baggy, how you doing? Um, I'm making a Huel shake really quick, everybody. I have to. I'm getting really hungry. So give me a second. My ultra boring like apartment. So I guess we're gonna do the Huel sponsorship again. Also, I don't have any water for my water cooler. I need to get some water for it. We've got to get. I'm making a shake with the Huel. Can you see it? I could probably bring you over here. I don't know if you want me over here. I'm gonna test something. I'm gonna test something. I'm gonna say, I want to see. Okay, it might drop frames. I'm gonna pull the camp pat power out. You still there? Are you still there? Can you hear me now? I was wondering how much I could walk around with this, like without having you guys like freak out, right? Like, do it arm's length. All right, so I'll come over here and make a smoothie. It's like it's not a flattering angle, but oh well. Oh well. All right. I promise we're gonna get back to it in just a second. I have to take a break. Otherwise, I'm gonna get sick, and then I'm gonna say I don't ever want to stream again, and then you won't see me for like 3 months. Right? Because that's what happens. That's what happens. I end up doing streaming too much. I overdo it. I get unhealthy. Oh, you want to see that, buddy? I know it looks like I've been eating too many of these. I promise I haven't. These are for, these are good. These are really good for the bike. It's like when you go biking. But I definitely got it. I put weight on even in the last 2 weeks because I haven't been on the bike every day. I have. I've definitely put weight on. Oh well, it happens. Also because I've been streaming. Streaming makes me fat. You know what else makes me fat? Alcohol. Really fat. Makes me really fat and grumpy. Never overdoes it. I overdo it all the time. Kept things up, even while I was moving around. No. I know. I got dad bod. What do you expect? I'm kind of a dad. Oh, I need ice. I need ice. The only thing I don't like about Huel is I don't like how it adds. I don't like it how it adds fiber. It adds this like oat fiber that kind of like sticks. Not very good. I don't like it. I don't digest it very well. The AI is doing a pretty good job, right? All right. Here's to here's look, we have to take a break. I wonder what would be better today. Should I go for a long bike ride or should I slowly clean the house? Or should I do yoga? Probably do all of the above. Let's get a better digestive system. Like order that online from Amazon. I don't think that's gonna work. All right, what's next? How you doing, Amir? Do whatever makes me happy the most. That's probably a good thing to do. That's good advice along all the time, right? Yeah. I think one of the things I need to do is I just need to totally eliminate alcohol. Who wants to take my alcohol from me? I bought a bunch of wine and I'm going to throw it away. I like drinking wine with my meals, but it does not like me. Also, I need a brush. I need a cleaning brush. I do. I need a cleaning brush to get inside of here. Another few days, alcohol phase is over, and I'll buy more. I'll buy more alcohol. Last time the alcohol phase was over, I threw away $80 with alcohol. This time it won't be as much. I keep telling myself I'm just gonna drink it with food, and then I end up drinking it at night, and it kills my sleep. Alcohol is horrible for your sleep, and sleep without no sleep, no recovery. No recovery means no skinny. That's how come you get fat. So anyway, let's try this again. Um. All right. Oh, I'm really bad. I change my mind all the time. Get it safe that only mods can control. Yeah. You know what helps is like every time I see my fat body, it's like on the stream, I'm like, okay, I'm doing this to myself. I'm the only one. You know what happens is it doesn't do anything to get rid of the alcohol. Because if I get rid of the alcohol, I will find it like at a pub and I'll get the alcohol at the pub anyway. And then I just pay more money for it. So it's not the solution isn't throw away the alcohol. The solution is get some fucking willpower. That's actually the solution. Rob. Rob. I know I'm talking to myself here. All right, we're gonna go back. I said make it in a storage unit, make it more hassle to get. I don't have a storage unit. I only have it for another year. I mean another month. And that's only because I didn't get moved out of here in time. I have kind of a problem, so we're taking a break. We're taking a coffee break. We're gonna get back to the coding thing, I promise in a second. Are you guys dropping frames? All right, I have it. Let's do a test. All right, I'm gonna plug the power in and we're gonna see if you drop frames. You ready? Ready, go. I'm watching carefully. No drop frames. Keep your fingers crossed. No drop frames. You dropped a couple? Drink chocolate. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Here's the problem. So I've been doing yoga. So I had this problem the last time. Yoga has been killing my endurance training, which kills my learning, my dropping down a weight. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to drink this cup of coffee. We're going to talk about this, and then we're going to be back to coding. Okay. So that's the plan. If you're here for homelab and init, don't worry. We're coming back to it. But part of doing tech stuff is taking a break. So I'm taking a break. Um, so, but let me just tell you what happened. So, um, I don't know how to put this. It's probably not even important. But yoga kills my, this is crazy, right? Because the skinniest I've ever been in my life was because I did yoga every day. I did yoga every day, and that was the thing that made me really skinny and ripped and awesome. And I had, really tight abs and all that shit that Doris used to tell me about all the time. She's like, "This is my favorite picture. I look at it all the time." And that was when I was doing yoga every day. But I was also paddleboarding and I was also running. And the problem here is that until you work up to the ability to do yoga, lightweight yoga for 90 minutes, you're not going to lose weight because it's not really an endurance sport. The main thing that helped me lose weight was I was a vegan, like 100% vegan. I didn't eat any meat. I only ate vegetables. I ate no carbs at all. I eliminated, I eliminated bread carbs, like gluten and any of that. I eliminated cheese entirely from my diet. Best shape I've ever been in. Ever, ever, ever. I ate eggs. I ate fish. I ate sweet potatoes. That was the only carb I ate. Uh, I even eliminated pasta. I didn't eat rice. I didn't eat. It actually became a problem because I started getting back into endurance sports and I didn't have enough energy because I wasn't eating enough carb. But every time I got hungry, I would make a vegetable smoothie or I'd make guac. In fact, near the end there, I eliminated I eliminated chips from my diet even. And so the only thing I had was my diet was literally raw, almost all raw vegetarian, and I was totally ripped. I mean, you can ask Taurus, like, and because I was my calorie intake of my diet was so low and my activity was so high, I was doing like I was also 43, not 57, right? So at 57, I also had more testosterone. I don't have any now because I'm old. The single biggest reason people get fat when they get older is not because they're eating, it's because they lose their testosterone. Men. How can you remove pasta and bread? Easily. You just stop eating it. I stopped pasta and bread develop candida, and then you get addicted to it because the bacteria in your gut wants it. It starts to crave it. I know this for a fact because I actually got off of it. You couldn't enjoy life without pasta and bread. Yeah, that's pretty much Doris too. Yeah. There are other things. I mean, I've noticed that rice does not do that the same for me. Yeah, through the mouth. Um, yeah, you know, I mean, and it wasn't a gluten. It wasn't even a gluten thing. It was just a carb thing. So yeah, I mean, I came to really enjoy like tomatoes with olive oil on them. I mean, the bottom line is you start to find other things that this is actually a real thing. Is you think you can't live without it until you force yourself to live without it for a while. And then you start to develop tastes for other things. So I used to have this obsessive taste for like uh this sort, it was a tomato salad that I had. I would cut up tomatoes and put olive oil on it with salt and pepper and almond slices and sprinkle it with Parmesan cheese. Not a lot, just enough to like give it the flavor. So good. It's so satisfying. To me, that was just as satisfying as eating a hot dog or something, right? And I'm feeling really bloated this morning because I had sausage this morning. I had a bagel and I had, wine just now. And, it's just not good. It's not good. I can't do it. I can't digest it. It like freaks out my body and stuff. So what I should have done is what I did yesterday. I had a vegetable smoothie after I did yoga, and I lasted the entire day. It was awesome. And then I get like really bloated. And when you get, this is me that's bloated. This is bloated, Rob, right here. This is bloated, Rob. I'm normally am not bloated like this. If I don't eat, if I eat better, I don't look like that. My belly's flatter. You can see pictures of me on the bike. My belly's like really flat. It's because I'm all bloated. So what you eat has a big impact on how your digestive system reacts. Another reason I'm bloated is because I overworked out yesterday, and because I've been really hyped up all morning. And so my stress hormones get high. And when your stress hormones get high, bloat right out every time. Cortisol, a little bit of adrenaline. Plus your cortisol goes up when you work out, right? So in the pros, they measure it. They actually measure how much cortisol is in your body. And by the way, there is a 1-to-1 correlation between increased cortisol and lowered testosterone. It was a cliche American breakfast. Yeah, it kind of was. It was. It's not usually what I eat. Usually what I eat for breakfast is eggs. I ate eggs and I ate a raw waffle. I ate a waffle with nothing on it. Usually because I'm getting ready to go out, biking or something. The problem is I kind of, got off the diet. This happens to me all the time. The one thing that'll kick me off my healthy diet, my healthy eating habits, I don't like the word diet, is almost always a special event. Almost always. It's like, Ben was here, so hey, let's eat fun food. Let's go eat, food from IKEA last night. We ate the Swedish meatballs last night, which are not healthy. They're just really good. And I had pride cake last night. The first time I've eaten a piece of cake in more than a year. Like an actual American sugary frosted piece of cake. First time I've had a piece of cake in more than a year, probably 2 years. And I had one last night because it was a special occasion, because Ben was here. And then it's always like, Doris would always bring pizza home. She's like, I was too hungry to cook, so she'd bring this big ass pizza home. The one thing I completely eliminated from my diet when I was really ripped was pizza. And people are like, how can you do that? You'd be surprised. If you give pizza up for more than 6 months, you will not want to touch it after that. Your family had a cake for every birthday party or holiday, yeah. Right. Notice the myth about the digestive process deteriorating at 30. It's not a myth. Absolutely. It is not a myth. No, why do you think Ensure exists? The reason Ensure exists is because people over a certain age can't digest anything. Their digestive system stops working, and then they overreact to everything, and they get IBF, and then they get colon cancer and all kinds of shit. Because their systems, you just stop working. And that's kind of what's happening to me as I'm getting older. It just means I have to be, that was already hard for me to digest certain foods anyway, for whatever reason. But now it's really bad. Now it's like I cannot cheat at all. Like I can't. If I even like if I have a beer on a bike ride, when my digestive system is the most dialed in when I'm on the bike. When I'm on the bike and your body is like actively trying to get energy because you're working out, that's when my digestive system is really dialed in, and it works again like I was 30. The problem is it then I get used to it acting that way. Is being ripped worth it? A lot of old people don't think so. They do not think so. They're like, fuck it, I'm old. How many like chubby, bloated old people do you know? They're like, no, I'm old. I don't care. It's not like I'm trying to get any sex. I already had that. Been there, done that. They want it. They look for fulfillment in other places, like creating art or doing surgery on people to help them fix their cleft palate, like my buddy, or who's huge. I mean, he used to be a triathlete, and he's like totally blimped out. I love you, Mike. I love you. He's gonna see me. He's gonna hear this and go like, no, that sounds about right. I've been trying to get him off the couch too. I've been like, hey, dude, let's go do this bike trip. And he's like, no, can't do it. It's too cold. let's go down. Let's go spend like a week on the houseboat in Lake Powell instead. Peter Tia frustration intensifies. Absolutely. Peter Tia is like, Basically, Peter Attia is the epitome of an old person realizing all of these things, and he's not even that old. He realized it in his 30s, right? It's like if you want to have a high quality of life when you're older, you got to make really serious decisions now in your 40s and 50s, and even earlier. But you definitely need to get those habits in place by 40. Otherwise, you're going to be totally screwed. And the one thing I can say about the Mormons I'm super happy about. Here's to you, Mormons, as I drink my coffee, my forbidden go to hell drink. By the way, I'm ensuring a one-way ticket to hell, to Mormon hell, by drinking this right now. I absolutely am. Dr. Glitchfix, welcome. I used to be 300 pounds. I have done keto with the doctor around 200. Nice. Something I've noticed too about being really, really heavy when I was 92 kilos, which, what is that? Like 200 something pounds. Um, I, uh, the first 20 kilos really great. First 10 kilos really easy to lose. Really easy. It was the weight after that that's hard. And I think that's partially because you're building muscle back up, but I think it's also because your body's kind of used to being a certain weight. I'm having a really, really hard time getting under 80 kilos. And I think it's because I've been 80 kilos for more than 15 years. Um, Coffee is banned among Mormons. Hell yeah. Are you kidding me? Joseph Smith was once asked if one cup of tea would keep him out of heaven. You know what he said? I don't know. Would a man let one cup of tea keep them out of heaven? And that answer to that is yes. Yeah. Even though he drank coffee and smoked cigars and all kinds of shit, he's the biggest fucking hypocrite. Joseph Smith was the biggest hypocrite ever. Brigham Young too. Brigham Young was well renowned for having the best wet bar. In fact, the people don't know this about the Mormons. Mormons don't drink, blah 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 blah. Yeah, right. Except for the elite. Brigham Young drank and had 300 wives and all this shit, but everybody else had to pay tithing. I'm not even kidding. Of their wine, if they made beer or wine, they had to pay tithing, and they had to go to Brigham Young, and then he put it in his. It's so fucking hypocrites. Okay, I'm done. Decent shape in your 40s. I know. I was in better shape in my 40s than my 20s, even though I was doing triathlons back then. I know. It was also because what do I want to say? I was I'm gonna just do a little bit of an indulgence here. I was single, so I was trying to, I still wanted to get a person, a chick or whatever I said. So mini Mormon rant, yeah. Here's yoga. Oh, yeah, that's my yoga training picture. You guys have seen that one. Beach Rob. This is Beach Rob. This is Beach Rob. This is me, 42. So I didn't look like I do now. I was doing yoga. I was paddleboarding all the time. I was kind of sad. The info section pic, yes. This isn't even the best one. There's another one that's kind of pornographic. There's another picture of me that is pretty damn pornographic. Am I even showing this? Oh yeah, I am. Oh well. So anyway, I'm back to what we're doing. And then you get this guy. I am not the same guy. I am the same guy though. I'm the same guy. I promise I'm the same guy. You're like, we don't believe you. We don't believe you. That's a lie. That's AI. That's AI who made that guy. It's kind of jarring, right? The distinction is very jarring. It's like, who the hell is this old part with no teeth? Apparently, Doris thought the same thing. Goodbye, Doris. The guy she married is gone. No, we didn't separate over that. She still thought I was cute. She didn't think I was sexy. She told me that to my face, actually. Let's go to bed, Grandpa. At least we can laugh about. I can laugh about it. Like I have. I don't know what else to say. The only thing I can do is laugh because it is what it is. Maybe it's the coffee. Coffee makes me laugh. Fuck you, Mormons. Here's the cup. Look at my coffee. The cup looks homemade. It is homemade. It was made by you. You guessed it. The woman who just left me. Here's to you, Doris. I miss you. I do miss you. I'm not gonna lie. But it's time to move on. I am not going to deny that. Yep. So, if you don't know, if you're just tuning in, I just got separated from my wife of 13 years like 2 weeks ago. So, we'll just leave it at that. That's why I'm in this big lonely house all by myself. My son just left. So, I'm very sad. But I'll get through it. I'll get through it. But hanging out with you guys and playing with my home lab. Excuse me. Yeah. So yeah, Doris gave me the first mug she ever made that got her back into her art career, which then kind of took her away from me. Not completely, but mostly. Anyway, let's do what's next. Yeah, I mean it was ugly. If you were here 2 weeks ago, the streams were rather intense. In fact, I had to delete a lot of them. I did. I deleted a lot of like pathetic old guy streams. Old separated. Doris, I love you. Don't leave me streams. Yeah. Now it's just me, doing stuff. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. People can be apart and still love each other. You know what? I think you're right, nice guy. She did tell me she loved me in a text. Yeah. So, and I can't, I still love my ex-wife, my first wife too. So anyway, we talked about that over coffee this morning. Let's get back to work. Let's get back to work and do something useful for the next 2 hours. Thank you for that little break, allowing me to do that. A lot of people do not like the breaks. Sorry, that's all I can say. Refuse relationships, embrace containers. No, I want a relationship, not with my container. Anyway, so let's go back to this. So how do you make a home lab? Get a high-speed internet connection, identify a location at a home with enough power to place the hardware, get a main server, acquire, we'll say, how about that? Acquire. Acquire a main server. Zakia, how are you? Acquire a main server on which to install Proxmox and host virtual machines. Optionally, acquire additional by main acquire. No, it doesn't. It means you are stealing it from grandma who's got her taxes on the computer, doesn't want it anymore, and doesn't trust anybody to get rid of them. So you take her computer from her, and then you say, "I'm putting Linux on this, grandma," and she's like, "Fine, just make sure that nobody gets my taxes." Okay, grandma, goodbye. Did I spell it right? Optionally acquire additional bare metal machines, perhaps to enable GPU testing. Design the architecture of your home lab. And by the way, one of those things is Bootstrap. That's not necessarily the next thing. It's just we kind of stop there. The alerts are sounding but not showing on the screen. Yeah, I don't know how to get the alerts to show. Oh, try it again. Try now. Do a Twitch note. You know why they got turned off? Because they were like getting. Remember when we had that flood? I think that was it. I think that was why they were turned off. I could be wrong, but there's somebody say something. Wait. I think I'm. This thing. Oh, the chat's not back on yet. No, it's not there yet. I thought maybe the chat at the bottom of the screen was back, but it is not. Like the follow sub alert, yeah. The Twitch alerts was off. You can't see it, but it was off. It's on now. Blurb is off. Stickers is on. They're all on. So I think we have a better chance of having things work now. But no promises. Anyway, there's lots of things I have to fix, but add it to the list. All right, so back to what we were talking about. So Proxmox, we got a thing. Obsidian, where's Obsidian? Obsidian, come here. Okay, so design architecture home lab. We did that. Okay, so my architecture is what? Um, I'm going to do this. I'm going to say, um, you know what I like about that, but I also hate is that this is now not an actual URL. You see, it's the quick, it didn't do the real one. That is something I do not like. So it uses the stupid Obsidian URLs. All right, so architecture considerations, Rocky Linux, Ubuntu Alpine for containers, hardware, Kubernetes below the close of kubespray, Bastion machines. We have, I kind of want to draw a diagram here. So let's do this really quick. I'm gonna do it really quick. I have my old, I'm gonna do Excalibur. I know we don't have time, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I want to draw my new one. I wrote sex on accident. I wonder if that's why we had porn last time. I went to Excalibur. I'm kind of scared. I went to pull up an Excalibur thing and I straight up got porn on the screen. I had to delete my stuff. I'm a little bit afraid because I had to delete all those videos. Okay, so here's my old one. Here's my old one. It's really pretty. It's also not useful anymore. So we need to have a new one. Knowledge exchange graph, don't drop penises, container. Maybe that's where the penises thing came from. Could it? I don't know. I actually don't know. Sex from. Something made sex happen, and I was like, get off the screen. Quick search dashboard. You're like wanting it. I know you're secretly wanting me to do that again. I know you are. You're like rooting for the sex. Anyway, so we're gonna draw pictures here. Yeah. I hope I typed the wrong URL. I have no idea what happened. All I know is that it was delete video content kind of time. All right, so here we go. So what is this? What is this, guys? This is I'm trying to decide how to do this. I don't know the best way to do this, honestly. Bastion. This is my Bastion host. I also don't have a mouse, so. And then we have I guess how do we do like a cloud or whatever? So we need to give them names, so that's why I'm asking. K8s control. I think we should have prod. I don't think I don't think the computer names I think the nodes should be able to be reallocated. And that's actually something I needed to change because we named the nodes based on what was on them, and that forced them to be the same thing every time. The don't drop penises is when I gave everybody access to it so you could all draw on there. You still can, by the way. If you still have the URL, you can go edit that thing to your heart's content. I can just give you the URL. We'll do that another day. So one of the mistakes I made in my home lab was I actually added a bunch of stuff and I gave it names. I gave them host names that were based on what they were going to be used for in terms of Kubernetes. And I've since come to discover that that's a mistake because the host name should not be associated with what's running on the host. because then you can't reallocate that host to do other things dynamically. And the notion of that whole idea of reallocating a host to do different things, whether it's a machine, a host machine, or a machine, a virtual machine, or whatever, that idea of like reconfiguring it to do something else is kind of an old, boomer idea. And more, also to simulate our network environment at work, we have our hosts are named based on their location on site because they're hardware nodes. So if we take that into consideration and we want to create, and I mean, people get all over the place when they're not naming their Linux labs their hosts. Some people use girlfriend names, some people use whatever, favorite colors, some people use movies, some people use their kids' names. And that is kind of fun and all, but from a practical perspective, it's probably better to name them based on, if you have hardware nodes, their location, and that's it. So if we take that chemical elements table, everybody has a different thing. But again, these are machines that are going to be up and down doing different things. And if you do a consistent naming scheme, you can actually automate based on the name, which is usually a bad idea. Usually you want to use the inventory table that's got the IPs listed in it, something like that. You don't want to care about the domain names ever. It's mostly just for your own SSHing. And name them after subscribers. I thought about doing that too, right? AKIP machines for B4 AI. Yeah. The point is we need a generic name. So assuming someday I'm going to have actual hardware nodes, then I think the first element of the name should be, where is it? You know what I mean? And we can't really call it Proxmox because that's not a thing. I think the other thing that's bad about this is if we make it a virtual machine, technically I can download that virtual machine from this host and put it onto another one. So putting HP in the name isn't wise, right? Because if I put HP 640 in the VM name, then that implies that virtual machine can't ever run anywhere else. But I could save off that virtual machine and run it in another system if I want to upgrade my machine. So I think we probably want to put V in there somehow. You know what I mean? I could do something as simple as VM1, VM2, VM3, VM4, whatever. And that's kind of what these IDs are. They already like 101, 102, whatever. Those are the IDs. And honestly, I think that's probably the best way to go. I think that's the best way to go. So I'm architecturally, how you doing, Xcoding? I think what we should do is we should do okay, naming VMs VM plus Proxmox ID. So example would be VM 100, right? So right now that's called Bastion. I think Bastion could be except for Bastion, right? At the same time, work in feature implementations today. Yeah. Country code, data center, V for virtual, function code. That's actually a great idea. I like that a lot, but I don't think that's going to be me. I mean, I could. Is there some way that I could implement a remote node in the cloud that's connected over a virtual private network? The latency would probably be horrible, but I bet I could do that, actually. Maybe we just do RVM for remote. Or we do whatever VM, right? So we're going to make VM 100 a thing. So I actually think Bastion should not be called Bastion anymore. I think it should be called VM 100. I could make it. I can make it an alternative DNS. I'm also not going to use MDNS anymore. I enabled MDNS on all these machines. I think that's a bad idea. I think we should just actually make DNS records. And I did that because I didn't want to manage. I didn't want to run my own DNS server internally. And honestly, I need to do that. I do need to do that. I need to do the work to set up an internal DNS and use that. And whether or not I use that, I set up OpenSense again, or which I could do, right? I could make a VM and I could put OpenSense on there, and I could use that to filter all the traffic going into the cluster, and I could put it all on a separate subnet and run all the subnet on the internal network, etc., and kind of simulate all that. None of that's really testing. It's not serving the goal of getting good with what I need to be able to do. That is good information. You need to do that eventually if you're a techie, but I don't need to do it now. So, so yeah, Alpine Rando, K8s node. I mean, Bastion is going to stay the same. So, and Bastion is VM 100. That's always going to be the same. Yeah. Why is this important? Because reasons, right? So let's go back to this really quick. So Bastion, I'm going to have control plane 1. What did I call it before? Did I call it CP or control? K8s control. Yeah. You know what? Three control planes, 2 worker nodes. This is basic stuff. I'm only going to do 2 because I don't have enough RAM. So this is how my general cluster configuration is going to be. And we'll make this dotted. This is my standard cluster. So what should we call this? We call this standard homelab. It's just a standard homelab cluster, right? And so I have 3 control planes and 2 nodes, group these together, and then I have 2 of them, right? So we could call this prod. You could say simulated prod. Simulated sandbox. Okay. Now, we're calling it sandbox instead of test. In case VMs, we're using the VM itself. The VMs we're just gonna make a VM. We're not using Terraform. No, I could use Terraform, but I'm not. So, I'm putting simulated. I should. So that's prod. This is sandbox. The sandbox is not test. So in our case, we have multiple test servers that we call sandbox because we don't want the name to conflict. And Bastion actually has a cluster on it. So Bastion is also a single node cluster. And I don't know how to indicate that, right? So there's an infrastructure. I mean, I guess I could do this. I guess I could just do this, right? So Bastion has got a single node cluster inside of it. So this is both a jump host and it's both a jump host and single node administrative, single node admin infra cluster, k8s cluster. So instead of minikube, you know what I mean? What color should make it white? I mean, this is pretty basic stuff. Most people know all this already. I'm just drawing it for the hell of it. I don't have a very big home lab. What I'm trying to get at is I don't have a big home lab, right? So all of this is in Proxmox. He has the numbered host names. Maybe received as IDR. Interesting, yeah. And mine's I. Saturn. I had a discussion at work because system ends Germany using moons for Saturn. A large number of nodes. It was stupid. I proposed a format similar to what is proposed here, and they called it a security concern. Why? Because you could guess. Oh, it docs stuff about the machine it was on. The number of hosts perceived as an IDOR. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So there's actually no, that does make sense. Depending on the context, we already have access to the environment where your work better. Yeah. I mean, if that's true, then my company is at severe risk because the exact location in the exact EDC and rack is all known. I 100% agree with that. I do. In fact, this makes me, there's no way they're going to change that at our workplace, but I totally agree with that security concern. Because let's say, okay, right? So let's say you break onto a machine. If you break on, there's all kinds of Mr. Robot scenarios here. Like if you break onto a system, so I don't care, you get on this system and you look up its host name, which is super easy. Yeah. If you're on the system, you get a map to the infrastructure. Not only that, if you then maybe you schedule a tour or you do some kind of like really high-end social engineering and you actually get on the raised floor, not to mention the fact that you can call into support and say, hey, go check this machine out. It needs to be rebooted after you Trojan the kernel. And because you now have intimate knowledge of where the machine is, because it's implied by the host name, you could social engineer the operator to do what you wanted faster or better. If it's just some random like moon name, then there's no indication about any of the infrastructure. And the best you could do is social engineer the operator to tell you to tell what machine it was. But you couldn't sound like you knew about the infrastructure and how it was deployed and what in the EDC because you wouldn't know. You wouldn't have any idea how it is employed. And if you actually were to get a tour for some reason, if you're totally going black hat and you were to get a tour of the operations center, which you probably would never do, but if you did, you would know right where you wanted to go, where that machine was. Most of the time, if you're hacking like that, you don't care about the hardware of the machine, but you did. I mean, that's a very valid concern. I being kind of paranoid about security. I absolutely agree with that. Yeah. So, right. The flip side of it is they don't know exactly what the very thing that makes people want to put that stuff in the thing. Do you know why they do that? Because when the system goes down, this is exactly why we do it, right? When we have a problem with one of our nodes, we can call the operators and say, "Hey, go power off the machine over at that location," and we know exactly which one it is. And that's fantastic for support, right? Because you can tell the operator what machine is down immediately. If I have to go to look it up in another file, right? Or if it's on a report that gets generated, or you're doing iSingle alerts or something like that, then you don't know. You'd have to go look it up. And that process of looking up is annoying, and it might be something someone would eliminate from the process because it's annoying, not because it's the right thing to do or something. I totally see that. I'm really glad you brought that up. That's a very good, interesting take on that. Um, I have never worked any place where that was true. The first place I worked, the first internet service provider, all the machines were named after the CEO's old girlfriends. And the guy was, I can't believe he did that, because the guy was not the kind of guy to have a girlfriend. No, he's kind of a dick, actually. Yeah. So, I mean, he wasn't a dick in the Chad sort of way. He was a dick in the know-it-all nerdy sort of way, in the pirate software sort of way. Can't help it. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry. I apologize. Well, I guess that's why he had enough names for all the servers. Yeah. That's probably the reason, actually. Yeah. So anyway, so okay, so all of this is actually grouped together. Let's make this one. I'll make that white. I don't know why my font, my colors got all messed up. I must have changed that in accent. Is that my new default color or what? So this is all getting hosted on currently this is all hosted on a machine, on a single machine. And I don't know quite how to represent that. So we'll put this all on. This is, these are all virtual machines. So I could have made like a VM or something. So these are all in Proxmox currently. Oh boy. Don't need you. Sorry. What the fuck? I just, okay. I can do Proxmox. Um, so anyway, update a lookup table and give the arbitrary host names more useful names when looking at dashboards. Yes, you can. Yep. Yeah. But you could ease some of the pain by using associated data in your observability pool. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. I think having completely random host names is really the way to go. At that point, I think you kind of need one of those like human random generators. You know what I mean? Which, if you do that, then it's not even related to. Uh, Honestly, if you use moons, if you use moons or somebody's old girlfriends, you also have the same problem, because if somebody picks up on the pattern, they could go social engineer it to figure out the rest of their guy's girlfriends, and know the infrastructure by getting to know the guy and say, hey, tell me all about all your girlfriends. Now that you know exactly how many machines there are. Or if it's planets, it's like, I know there's a finite number of planets, so what are the rest of them? Unless there's like some extra thing. So I'm 100% in agreement that the host name should be random. We built an incident management tool that would use words from a word list to make remember IDs. That's exactly where I was going, Mind's Eye. I was going there next. There's already software that does that. So I love this conversation. I'm really glad you brought that up. This is why I live stream, because I get these great bits of input from you guys. And hopefully some enterprise out there is not going to make the mistake up front. If it's to prune the list, so combination wouldn't be weird. Yeah, like Sweet Beaver. Were you here for that? I did a beginner boost, and the container they got randomly named for me was called Sweet Beaver, and it was hilarious. Docker prune Sweet Beaver. Docker exec Sweet Beaver. Docker push Sweet Beaver. It was funny. It was totally inappropriate, but it was really funny. It was it literally the name was Sweet Beaver, and it happened like randomly too. So. Yeah, I think we're gonna make random names to avoid. I can put that in the doc somehow. Consideration names. Yeah, actually no. Entirely random host names to prevent SecOps attacks. You guys know what SecOps is? I'm sorry, OPSEC. I did it. I'm dyslexic. What is OPSEC? What is OPSEC? OPSEC is when you. I'll let her say it. Operational security. Yep. OPSEC stands for operational security. It's the process used to identify and protect sensitive information that could be exploited by adversaries. The reason you don't want to give your IP up is OPSEC. And there's DevSecOps, which is a different thing. That's DevOps related stuff. OPSEC is the process of securing information that could be used for social engineering primarily. So this is why IPs are people. I once asked a really well-known security person. He created one of the biggest hacker sites ever. Directly, I still have the video clip of it. I said, "What do you think of IPs?" He goes, "That's not a problem. It's like unless you have OPSEC, it's the best you could do is if you could do an OPSEC attack, which would give you the region you live. But if you're live streaming your home, it's not an issue." Activism, journalism, cybersecurity, OPSEC, and plain terms don't give away information that can be used against you. It's just about giving away secure systems. This is so naming your hosts after your girlfriends, after planets, or after locations in your data center opens you to OPSEC attacks because they give away information that you're giving them for free. We use database, so we just use many instance IDs. Nice. That's something I was going to say. I was just going to use this instance ID, these identifiers in here, these 101, 102. But even that is kind of an OPSEC attack because that tells how many you have, right? Accuracy. So I actually think that they need to be. Oh boy, I'm getting texted from my here. I gotta take this really quick. I'm sending my Doris is at trying to get glasses. All right. This should contain me a second here. I have to get on Wi-Fi really quick, guys. Give me a second. Go get a drink or something. Right? Here we go. Oh my God. I don't think it's gonna let me do it because it's got there's an app that's running. Guys, I unfortunately I have to turn the chat app off for just a second because it's not going to let me do this because it's a security problem. So I have to kill this app. I'll be right back. I'm not going to stop streaming. I just have to turn that app off. So yeah. And there we go. Give me a second. All right, there we go. I love this little tool. Speaking of OPSEC, I'm not going to tell you the tool because then you'll know stuff. Yeah. I'm looking up some cards and what is that it? Wait. It's um sorry, I have to do this because they're like waiting for me. What the hell is happening? It's taking way too long. God, why don't people make apps that are not shit? I'm so tired of shitty apps. I have to deal with shitty apps all the time. Like the apps that are responsible for insurance, for example. Oh my God. This app doesn't allow screenshots? Are you fucking kidding me? All right, so one last attempt at this. Cannot screenshot for some stupid reason. I do not know why. I think that's really dumb. We're gonna be back here, guys. I promise I'm coming back in a second. Um, Do, do. Do, 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 do. Okay, so I'm almost there. I keep resetting the whole thing every time. It's like such a bad app. I'm sorry I have to do this right now. I don't know if I probably should maybe end the stream, but I need to do this. Um, it's such a bad app. This app is so horrible. Every time I go to send information to chat, I have to re-log into the app. Not even kidding. How bad is that, right? Check with plan. I think I might have been out of plan actually. Yeah. What? God. Guys, I might have to go. Insurance people. American insurance is shit. It is so bad, it's insane. Oh, look, I have to get reconnected all over again. Oh my God. Not to mention the apps that are. So it's like you have a shitty app and then you have shitty insurance, and then you have to spend your entire day on phones. Anyway, it looks like they found it. Okay, so that's passed. So that problem is passed. So they found it. We have insurance. Thank God. They managed to find it, and I didn't have to do anything. All right. What are we doing? Are we back to a thing? Come on. I want to do some actual work here. Besides just diagramming what we're doing. So one last time. So we have Proxmox. We have three. We're going to have these hosts. So these Kubernetes clusters are created by kubespray. So I'm going to put a thing here. Um, uh, I'm going to put a little key here that says created by kubespray. So if it has a line on it, if it's like a dotted line, that means it's created by kubespray. That's what we're doing. So the goal here on Bastion is to create a container that's going to run kubespray. It's going to create us a Kubernetes cluster on Bastion. Ready to go. Let's go. So that's what we're doing. And we've already started the cluster. We got into the home procedures here. So design architecture, we got that. We did the design. That's what this is. And now we actually have to do that. Bootstrap Kubernetes cluster with kubespray and Ansible. We need to build the hosts. So we need to provision the machines, virtual and real. So we already provisioned Bastion. That's already been provisioned. So I don't need to provision the other machines yet. You know, you can provision them all. We can provision them one at a time. So for right now, we're just going to provision. We've already provisioned Bastion, so we don't need to do any provisioning there. So we can jump right into bootstrapping Kubernetes, which means we need to install Ansible. We need to install kubespray. We need to create we need to create a container, with the kubespray. And this is the method that we're going to use. And then what? We're going to create a method that uses kubespray. We're going to go ahead and create the cluster. And then create the cluster, run container, create a cluster, bootstrap. No, create cluster with container. And that should install, and then we're going to install the k8s apps on there. Okay, so we don't have a lot of k8s apps right now, but we're going to get them. So let's go back. So we're actually ready to start writing some code. We already started. So this is basically just caught us up to where we already were yesterday when we left, but I wanted to kind of get there. So SSH Bastion, get on the Bastion. Are you guys saying things that I can't read? Because I'm kind of focused now. I turned you up. The face cam is crazy. What does that mean? Looks like you're peeking through a hole. Hi. Insurance companies. God, I hate 2FA codes. Yes. Open password managers. The password 2FA, unlock phone, fingerprint. Yes, this issue how many people live in the US without full medical. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't have medical insurance until this job, which was like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. To be able to get glasses after all. This is a graph was just approximate QI. Yeah, that's a Proxmox UI. Yep. Yep. What's the name of the app creating graphs? Excalibur. Yep. Looks like you guys are all caught up. All right, so bashing, we don't care about the name. It's already been provisioned, so we're good. We started writing our repo. We talked about what to name everything. We made a Git repo for this. Actually, I'm going to write these steps down. So create a cluster with container, create a container with kubespray. So I'm going to actually do this. I'm going to say create a GitHub, a Git repo to contain the CI/CD eventually used to create clusters. This is, I'm just kind of spitballing these things. We already did that. So we created a GitHub repo. The GitHub repo is k8s CI/CD. And that's got our images in it. Create a GitHub repo that contains the eventually contain compressors. Create an images subdirectory. Directory and with HPC Ansible. Actually, I don't know that we want that image to be. I guess we do. With the, I don't even know if we need to call it HPC Ansible. I think we could just call it Ansible. No, HPC Ansible. I need another name. I feel like you could have a better name there. I don't think it should be called HPC Ansible. I think it should be called something else. I don't know what to call it though. Create an images subdirectory with a. I don't know if we're going to need a separate image for cluster creation, for kubespray cluster creation. I think we can use the same one, right? I'm going to say kubespray. Exposed to the internet. Instead of your client server a while back. Oh. Still open in subdomain. Oh my god. And then first served publicly by Fix It. Wow. Naming is pretty hard. Kubespray. Spray. Create a container file. That extends kubespray image. All right, so this is what we're doing. And so this is it. You didn't want it on the internet, yeah. Kubespray, label, open containers, CI/CD. This is how we had it. We actually pushed our container last time, and this worked. So let's do that. So let's actually make sure this still works. So we added a build script. Create build script to build and push to to a registry. So you could create a registry here. Or we could have pushed to Quay, we could have pushed to DHCR, and we could have pushed to which we did, or we could have pushed our own registry, like if I had Harbor running already. Which I don't, right? If I could have run Harbor standalone in a VM someplace, but then I can't practice deploying it to a cluster, which we're going to put in our infrastructure cluster, which does raise a lot of questions, actually. I don't know if we have enough room in the infrastructure cluster to run it over there. I don't know if we have enough room for anything, honestly, the way things are going. Because I don't have that much room on this machine. So anyway, we'll just keep going until we run into some blockages. So here's the build. We're gonna run the build command. We did this already. Christine Barrow talking about assessment. What? Do I have to log in again? I already logged in. I already logged in with a PR. Please tell me I don't have to do that again with a personal access token. This is really pissing me off. I didn't turn it off. It didn't store my personal access token when I logged in. And now I'm gonna have to go get it again. I'm gonna go make a new one, which pain in the ass. Why isn't this working? Oh, fuck. And this just pisses me off. I already built this image and pushed it. Maybe it's because it's trying to overwrite the other one. God damn it. It didn't save my personal access token, my login. Hey, Pedro. Okay. I'm kind of mad right now because I had this all working and now it's not working today. First, you must write it. Oh, right. JCR. It's gonna want my pat. I don't think I can use a pat here. I'm wondering. I mean, I don't have a login to GitHub anyway. The thing I don't like is that Podman needs to have a separate login. I think Podman doesn't save the login, honestly. Yeah. Back in Obsidian, yeah. It's just go look at my notes file and look at my Obsidian directory. I made a couple videos on it. Obsidian, the whole Obsidian stuff. I have a feeling Podman does not cache the logins, which means that I need to create a place to write the personal access token to disk so that I can cat that to the thing every time, which is totally stupid. So does Podman cache pat for logging into GHCP cr.io. I have a feeling it doesn't. For rootful podman, it's a containers auth.json. Config containers auth.json. Do I even have that file? I don't think I do. She's lying. She's hallucinating. She's totally hallucinating. Yeah. This pisses me off, man. She didn't cache it. The read crash star XG runtime containers. Yeah. XG runtime is wait, what? Wait, what? When did they add XG runtime? When did that get added? When did XG runtime get added? I did not know about this. This is new. They keep adding things to XDG. When did they add? This is new information. They added cache, they added config. The runtime is new. Yeah. 2010? Officially adopted. System began using it. So you telling me it's been around this whole time? What? Let's see. What is the Golang equiv? So Go has an entire set of libraries under IO or under OS for Git. Oh, you have to do the NV. Yeah. See, they have user config directory, user cache directory, git NV, blah, 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 because they haven't got it like this. It's not US dot. Which is why I made my own version of this in Bonsai. So I'm going to plug Bonsai for a second. Just another reason to use it. I made I think it's run. Where'd that go? Run executable, exec key name, real name, exec name, exec axe cache directory, real cache directory, exec config, user config, real exec state directory. I have an entire library of this stuff. That's why I'm asking, because now I have to add one. Right? So now I'm gonna have to add shells bash, args from, args are in, files in, exit error. There's like the executable cache directory. It is tempfs / run. But yeah, the thing that pisses me off about that is it's putting it in tempfs, which as soon as I log out is gone. No, / run is not. / run is the new /temp. / run gets cleaned out like more often. These are all things that changed since I've been in my career. They're done. / run is removed upon logging out, right? And I think the answer is yes. Yes, only partially. What happens to XUID, XUD runtime when you log out? Run itself is the temp in memory file system was wiped at boot, which used to be true of /temp. Anything in /temp, that's not true anymore. /temp is a persistent file system that gets cleaned out specifically. It gets emptied like explicitly. Run user UID, which is XUD runtime dir, typically points to is deleted when your login session ends, but only if managed by a login system, which it is. So they totally changed slash temp. It was like total news to me, right? I was raised on slash temp being a temp FS, which it is not. Slash temp is not temp FS on anything anymore. And you can go look at it and go mount it and go see or else or whatever. So slash run user ID, volatile temp FS cleared on reboot. Slash user UID created by system login at login, removed on log out. So whoever made the decision to put a pat token in there was an idiot, because by doing this, that means that my login is only going to, it's not going to persist. So the only way for me to persist the login is to create my own strategy for putting the PAT, the personal access token, someplace that's going to be remembered, which is insane. Which means it's either that or I have to log in every time. But if you're going to use a personal access token for that, you know, the other point of this is I could actually, you know, use my actual password, but that's not going to work because I have two-factor authentication enabled. So you have to use a PAT, and the PAT's going to go away as soon as you log out, which means you have to put the PAT token someplace, because if you don't, it's going to have to delete it later. It's so fucking annoying. This is like, it's secure, but it's annoying. Yeah, this is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. This is mean I have to make my own strategy for maintaining the PAT to log in. It's the only way. I have to create my own way to persist it. And that's what they're doing. They're saying, look, if you want to persist this thing, you're going to have to do it explicitly, because we're not doing it because that's insecure. You should never, ever, ever put these things in a flat text file. And they do put it in a flat text file, and that flat text file is alive and well under /run, unencrypted until you log out. So, you know, so that means I have to put my PAT in a file. I have to decide where I want to put the file. I have to manage that in a way that's totally out of band with everything upstream. Or I have to log in every time and create a new PAT. Or I have to turn off two-factor authentication so I can log in with a password login into this registry, which is always a bad idea. In fact, I don't even think you can do it. I don't think you even can do it. Can I just use GitHub password to log in to with podman to ghcr.io? I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. That vault uses by attempting to be single source of secure truth, right? This actually makes me want to set up Vault, and then it's like a chicken and the egg situation. Do we put Vault on Bastion and run it outside of Kubernetes, or do we have it be its own standalone thing and have it not be considered a part of the Kubernetes infrastructure? Because if you have stuff in Vault, if you have passwords for Vault that are used, that are, you know, CA, you know, certs and stuff like that, that are used across the board. So this does actually leave us with a big architectural question. So where does Vault go, right? So far, we don't have, we need Vault, and Vault is needed before we can set up any of this. You can set register auth file to whatever location you want, or auth file equals whatever. Yeah. I think I remember doing this, quite honestly. I remember doing this with Harbor. Does it persist into the file? It does, right? So so by default, it defaults to the run, to the XDG run, which is why it's temporary. But if we set auth file when we run login, it will actually do it to a persistent file that I have that's going to be the same every time. As long as I don't stick that in some place, it's going to get like replicated in my dot files. The default is XDG run. Okay, I missed that completely. Okay, I learned something today. Yep. So how do we capture this so I don't forget it next time? Actually, I kind of want to put it in a persistent file. And then it says persistent whatever location you put it in. Yeah, and then you can just, and then it saves it to its own persistent location, right? I can see who login to use, but if you have root, you can do it as users name export exposure runtime. Yeah. Now you log in with the env of the user. Yeah, absolutely, you can do that. Yep. So that user's been logged out though. So that's why I don't have any things there, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is worth looking at. Did we already do this? Oh, whoopsie. Yeah, we did already. Okay, so there it is. What's in there? We got the Docker PID, we got the containers, we got that. We don't have any auth file because that got thrown out. So yeah. I'm not doing that. All this under containers. Yeah, it's not there. What I find interesting is that not everything under /1000 got thrown away. Yeah. No, that's not a thing. It's user. What I find interesting, none of this stuff should have been generated. This stuff should have all gone away when I logged out. So why is the auth not saved? You know what I mean? I'm not logged in. That's the problem. I'm not. Do I have a shell that's not logged in? No, I don't. I mean, the one way to do this would be, I don't want to do a pad again, but I have to. I'm gonna have to do that anyway. So this takes so much time. I wish it didn't, but it's good to know because I'm gonna have to document it. All right, so I mean, I gotta go to GitHub. I gotta go get a new token. What? Hey, how you doing, Amp? No. What I'm talking about is that it's the auth file is not there. So what I just read, friends, okay, what I just read is that the XDG runtime variable is the one that's used, and I just read that anything that's in XDG runtime dir /1000 for the user identifier, which is this right here, is deleted at logout when you log out. Now, whether that's a lie because it's AI, or I'm missing something. And there's no way to know that because I have to, I have to log in a root directly, which I have disabled. So yeah, sure. So Podman login probably uses XTG runtime directory, but we don't know. What we don't know is where it saves it, right? Honestly, it's not worth worrying about. We just, the moral of the story here is make sure you use auth file, right? So because if you're using auth file, then you can always change the auth file or the registry auth file environment variable to override, right? Which I should probably put in my dot files from now on. I should probably put registry auth file environment variable, and I actually should probably set that in my universal thing. So yeah. Oh, you think because I use Podman to create it? Okay, let's log out and see. Let's try this. So there's nobody logged in there right now. So if I go back on there right now and I don't use Podman and I ls that file directory, then there shouldn't be anything here, but there is. This is what's driving me crazy. There shouldn't be anything in here. There may be system things going on, right? But as my user, right? So either this entire assumption is wrong, that it creates the auth file there by default, or there's still something left over there that's holding on to my login. But I doubt it. Maybe it's because Podman was already started up over. Yeah, Docker D is running rootless. That's what's happening. Yeah. I see what's happening. I see what's happening. So system D, or when I ran Docker in rootless mode, at some point it left around processes that are technically not logging out because they're backgrounded. And those things are holding onto the stuff in run. But when I did the login, yeah, when I did the login command created the auth file, and that specific file somehow, I wonder if it's overlay FS. We were just looking at it, right? It's an overlay FS, which means that every time you go into run, it creates a new overlay FS over the same space, which is why those other things are there and why auth gets removed. So it removes the overlay FS and deletes anything that was created with the overlay FS, which is super educational for me, because that's like totally new. That's behavior that I've never seen before at that level. That's all new to me. That's the way that Linux is doing all this cool stuff. So we already saw that it's an overlay FS. So that's what it's doing. It's just layering them on top of each other. And as far as we're concerned, we're seeing the same thing. It looks like it individually deleted out auth.json. And there's no way to know that, by the way, because actually, well, you know, I have a theory. If we log in from here, we should be able to monitor that directory and then log in from another one. I don't know if this is true. This is my theory so far. If you stop Docker D and everything out, they would all be gone. That stuff would all go away because it would technically be logged out or something. I don't even know how it's removed. When I found out the /temp is not a temp FS anymore, and then it's explicitly deleted when the machine goes off, and there's actually a command that rm-rfs that directory, I was like blown away. And that you should not be using anything temp except for stuff under /run now. The only temp FS, like temporary run PIDs and things like that, you should put that all on run. In the old days, we put that all under temp. That's no longer a thing that you should do. And by the way, that's the reason. That's the reason that so many people are getting. I have a guy at work. He's been dinged twice by a security team for putting stuff in his /temp on his Mac, because it's like, you should never put anything in /temp. You should be using /run. I'm like, the whole universe has changed because I was raised on putting stuff under that other location. So, but I have a theory here, and I know this is not directly related to what we're trying to do, but it's kind of interesting. The next Debian will make temp FS. The next Debian finally made temp an actual temp FS again, just to confuse the hell out of everybody. Oh God, that's what it originally was under Unix. I knew Mac OS behaved that way, but I didn't realize it was a broad shift. I thought look, I've seen it in Linux too. I've seen it. So look, let me show you. So like if you do, what is it, mount? No. Is it mount? Yeah. Mount, grep, template, yeah. So udeb run. Okay, so run is the temp FS. This is the one that's been giving us, find mount works too. I don't use it very often, but so here we go. Dev shared memory. Everybody knows what shared memory is, right? This is a really great way to. This is another place that people put stuff, right? Run lock, run QEMU, run user 100. Look at that. It's its own temp FS overlay mount. That's exactly what I was saying. There's the proof right there. Right there. It's a temp FS that's been overlaid on the top of the other run location for that user. So /run is a temp FS, and /run user 1000 is a temp FS that's layered over run. So that's really fascinating. and it's still there. So what I want to know is if it makes yet another one. No, it couldn't do that. I'm starting to think it didn't create the file at that location because there was the other thing holding onto that temp bus. Does that make sense? I feel like it just did. I feel like it just threw it away. The new CentOS problem, I do not know. I'm not on CentOS, not Ubuntu, but that's a good question. I haven't rebooted, no. We could. Let's try that. Let's try that. That'll do it. Sudo I'm still used to doing this. That's but nobody does that anymore. Do you want to do just sudo restart? Shut down -r. No. System will reboot now. Reboot the system. Yeah. It says reboot. Oh yeah. I've always done shut down -r. Same thing. The reason I like shutdown is it gets sense of it, like the old days, the old people, we had to do this to tell them people on the system was going down. That's the main difference, is it actually sends a broadcast message to everybody logged in. But you know, if you're in a container, there's no other people, obviously. So well, I came up fast. Damn, I gotta tell you, Proxmox really starts VMs quickly. It really does. Because there's a special thing it does where it doesn't take it all the way down. I was reading about this, and it's really fast at rebooting boxes. So let's log in Saturday, throughput updates. Maybe it didn't actually go down. Is that like didn't refresh? I do not know. Else. Actually, no, let's do mount. Is it called, what's find mount? I don't do that very much. What is that? There we go. Source, TempFS. Let's just look at them all. Nope, still there. But that would be because I logged into it. Only find FMT. Oh, this is new. I've never seen this. I've never seen this. This is really cool. This shows you the overlay FSs too. Oh, damn, this was really cool. Yeah. Today I learned about find mount. I thought I'd used it before, but after seeing it, I definitely have not. This is so important if you've got overlays and stuff. Yeah. So I'm really glad you showed me about that. Anyway, okay, so here's the thing. Run, what is it? User 1000. All the Docker stuff is still there. Did I not reboot it? All right, fine. I don't trust this. I don't think we took the machine down. Why is all this stuff still there? I need to go to the console and log in as root. Yeah, see, it's off right now, right? VM is not running. Okay, let's start it here, and then we'll access the console as root. You think Docker automatically starts it? It might be systemd starts this stuff I'm logging on, I'm assuming. Yeah. Well, we don't know that unless we can see the system while it's running as root and not log in, which I don't actually. I've still got the spice stuff set up. No VNC. Yeah. Okay. So we should be. I think I can. This is a console, so I don't remember the password. I don't even think there is a root password. Bastion login. There we go. Okay, so there were no other users on this. Fine FMT. Well, look at that. User 0 is the only one. So watch, let's do this. Watch -n2 find MNT. And we're gonna sit here and this is gonna refresh in real time while we log in. So so there's no, look at that. There's no root stuff. So we're going to confirm that Docker actually loads this thing. This is just out of for my own information. There it is. Okay. So it popped up. So we logged in. As soon as we logged in, it popped up and made a new temp.fs under run user 1000. This is all new to me. I did not know any of this on Linux. This is super new to me. So run user, it's so hard to keep up with everything, right? So here we got all of our stuff. Our GIDs, we have RPC, pipefs, everything. Here's the 0. That's the root one. Because the only reason this one exists is because we're logged in as root. It wouldn't be there if not. So the real interesting thing now is to see whether Docker also fired up, which we could either check here. Wait, what have I done? Weird system, he's been doing that since forever. I don't know. I can't answer that question. That's why I want to know what's up. I'm super interested. Well, it seems like my system's kind of hanging though. Like it's having trouble right now. The load's fine. I don't know what's up with that. Okay, fine. So let's do this. Let's do, where's my watch? All right, so first things first. If I log out, is it going to delete it? So we're going to exit. And it didn't go away. It's still there. It's still there. You know what that makes me think? Oh, there it went. There it went. It got cleaned up. It finally left. It left the building. 1000 left the building. So that means all that Docker shit's being started up. It's what I didn't know about what? About run 100? I don't know systemd. I've never studied systemd. So if that would be fair. If systemd's been doing this since the first day, then I have not known about it. To be completely honest, I have not been doing low-level systems administration for years, for more than a decade. I've been writing code and APIs and monitoring containers and Kubernetes and stuff like that. I have not known even how init was replaced. I could not articulate to you how systemd changed the overall low-level systems, other than knowing you have to do that instead of init. That's it. I don't like identify weight, but I know it's the thing that people love to use. Yeah. So yeah. So 100 left the chat. So this is just me learning about systemd. It sounds like I didn't even know about overlay file systems until I want to say 4 years ago, because there's just so much. There was not a thing that we did before. We did mount points, but we didn't do overlay file systems. And that was the first time I realized that was like probably 3 years ago. LBG, you probably here, right? When I learned that you could actually make a file system with a single file in it. instead of having it be an alias. So that's the first time I truly understood what an overlay file. That you could have a file that's literally, it's not even a symlink or a hard link, it's an overlay file system entry, which is crazy to me. It's just like, it is, but it's been a thing since forever, right? So anyway, it does appear that all those Docker files are all started up when we log in. So that implies to me that systemd Docker has been installed, and that when I log in, it's going to spin up all this Docker stuff for me. That's not something that I've ever set up explicitly, other than installing Podman and containerd and all that. Running on initfs taught me a lot about WFS operations. Yes, I bet. Yeah, but again, I'm not interested in low level details of Linux. I'm mostly on the API level, so of like applications development. I'm not just I do know this stuff, but you know, what if you have a running container? I don't though. That's why I was so totally confused by this. So the reason I was confused by this is I'm not even doing anything with Podman. I'm not doing anything container related, but just the act of logging in. Now that I have whatever I have installed on here, and I don't even know what it is at this point, I'm guessing Podman, but whatever it is that I've done over here that I've installed causes the creation of all of the resources necessary to run a rootless container. And that is new information to me. I did not know that happened. That's why you have a homelab. That's why you do this. Watch, here it comes again. So run user 1000 just got created. We know that because this was root. It also got destroyed when I left, but we couldn't tell before because every time I logged in, it would get recreated. I think I installed rootless Docker. I think I did. Yeah, because if you look at the stuff in here, it's all Docker related. But I don't know what I installed. To be honest, we should probably reinstall it. I thought I installed the containerd, but I'm starting to think I didn't. There's definitely a Docker on here, but there's also a Podman. So honestly, I don't know. We should probably recreate that system and find out if we're going to do this properly. But I did that 2 years ago. So right now I need to get past this, but this was actually really interesting, really informational. So I don't know what to do here. I just want to show you one more time. Run user 1000. So here's all our Docker stuff. Docker D rootless -t service system ctl user -t service docker.service loaded activate Docker runtime application enter. What I don't know is whether Podman installed that or not. Do you know if Podman has a core dependency on the Docker stuff? I can't really know that without rebuilding that box. And I don't remember setting that up. Docker's not a symlink, no. I don't think it is. No, it's an actual binary. And it's not a hard link either. They're different. They're totally different. I know. Why would it have Docker's dependency? I don't know. Because, look, the reason I would even think that is because the containerd project is managed by the Docker project, which always blew me away. It was like, I can't remember what component it was, but I had to install from the Docker, not just the Docker hub. I had to install a Docker owned thing. I did install this machine. I just don't remember when it was. I don't remember. It was 2 years ago. So, I mean, I could rebuild this system, but then, I mean, I'd have to do a lot. I'd have to go ahead and I'd have to put my we make configs on there and everything. I think installing containerd install it. That's what I think. I think containerd has a Docker dependency that is Docker related. And honestly, I think that's what's doing all of this stuff. This Docker service thing. Podman can do rootless containers without it. So that's why I'm confused. So I'm pretty sure. I need to run a specific script to install rootless Docker. Created by systemd login d, execute runtime points to blah. Rootless Docker. Tools right, Docker rootless mode or Podman uses the source unit socket information, save files, dbus. I didn't see any Podman stuff in here, which is what I'm curious about. That's why I was asking. Did you? I didn't see Podman stuff in here. Which makes me wonder, where's the Podman stuff? Hey, Christy. So there's no Podman in here at all. This all came up because we were wondering where the auth was getting cached, and it appears auth was getting cached into the runtime directory. So my personal access token was getting deleted, and I have to recreate it every time. And that reminded me that you should always put the -- auth file or set the registry auth path or whatever out registry file auth red file, so you don't have to do that every time. Because I'm using Damos Podman. Yeah. So, yep. But the only reason I did any of this, and now I'm actually going to test something else. So, assuming I can get a successful login, I want to see where the auth file is written, just because I want to know. I think it writes it to root user, but I think the general practice should be to always define it, because otherwise you're not sure where it's going to go. If you follow my meaning, this is all became about because I couldn't get my Podman push stuff to push to the registry. And that annoyed me because it threw out my pat. So give me a second. I have to go do this, set up my pat again, and I can't do that live. So it's no longer a film, I'll just change it to Sunshine. But they're trying to change it back again. I don't trust anything. I could do it as trace. For sure I could do that. I don't want to do that though. Yep. All right, I'm making a pat right now. Again, I didn't want to. These you have to use the classic pat too, which sucks ass because you have to like indicate every single thing. We learned yesterday you cannot use the new ones because they don't have registry permissions. So you have to use the classic pat, which why? So it's just annoying. That's all. I need to go to tokens. Where's my tokens? I'm trying to get to tokens from the things that I know the URL for it, but I don't want to do that. I want to go to the actual one. This organization response features settings. I'm in GitHub. Can you see this? You can't see it, right? Okay. Settings. You probably see my reflections in my glasses or something. Sessions, SSH, GPT keys. I think it's under application tokens, if I remember right. I'm trying. Authorize GitHub apps. Use passkey. God damn it. I have to go. I know, you were joking. I missed the kappa. I should keep this key on my keychain. I have to get it all the time. I'm putting my USB key in so I can authorize. Utpaski. Authorize auth apps. No. Authorize GitHub apps. No. Install GitHub apps. That is not it. I don't remember how to navigate to it. It's not SSH and GPT, that I know. I have such a hard time finding it every time. I think it's under developer. For YubiKey. Those are really cool. I have wanted one of those. My YubiKey is pretty small. It's pretty small. I could probably carry it with me everywhere. So I'm just always afraid it's gonna get broken. Problem is, Damon, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to get into that though. But I know what you're talking about. So I'm trying to find my tokens. This is always so hard to find. Where is it? How do you navigate to it? The QR code is fine. I don't think you can do anything with the QR code. No, I'm pretty sure you can't do anything with the QR code. Let's go find out. I kind of want to know that. Let's go figure it out. What is the QR code? That would be really dangerous if that's true. If that's true, I'll delete this video. The QR code on your YubiKey, usually found on the card of your YubiKey, is used to identify and onboard your YubiKey. Depending on your model and context, your QR key may link your YubiKey setup page. Most commonly, it opens YubiKey Start, which helps you to choose your YubiKey model, install supporting apps like YubiKey Authenticator, setup law, preload configuration. It would make no sense. Shut up, Pixel. Yeah, that would be completely insecure. Is it okay for the public to see it? Yes, usually, but it depends on the QR code and codes. If the QR code links to YubiKey Start, as typically YubiKeys do, public exposure is safe. It's just a convenient way to go to it. If it was generated by your employer ID permit or self-service portal, then no, it may contain systems such as your TOTP secret enrollment URLs. It does not. I know mine doesn't. In that case, do not share QR publicly. How to tell whether it contains? Use a safe QR decoder like Decode Online, a QR code scanner that shows content without acting on it. Paste or upload the image and inspect the result after deciding what it is. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of curious now. I'm just now the hacker in me has to know. It's like, what the hell is it, right? I'm gonna go get it. It will not even load. It's like, nope, it's like too far away. Yeah, I don't know. You have a better chance at loading it than I do, apparently. Decoder online. Use a safe decoder. What is this about? This link may be unsafe. No, I do not want to go there. You want to upload a paste or QR content, help you come to seven. Yeah, I would be seriously. I would be. Yeah, that would be so freaking insecure. This is a bot from Amazon. I'm confident that's nothing bad. If you guys prove me wrong, then prove me wrong. Oh no, you got my private old man stuff on GitHub. I have nothing there to hide anyway. Seriously, my private repos on GitHub, the only reason they're not public is because they would just clutter all the stuff that people can see. There's nothing secret in there at all. Except for my emotions. I wrote a kind of a public, kind of a private journal that I don't care if people know about it. I just don't want to burden people with reading my emotional baggage. That is literally it. I don't have anything secret on there at all. But it does authenticate me to GitHub. So, you know, I'm trying to think if there's no, that's not true. My enterprise GitHub is totally different. So it's not, it wouldn't expose my work at all or anything. I mean, you could definitely OPSEC me from my personal, you could totally social engineer me from my private information if you wanted to. Oh God, here we go. Why is Flex still shipping me stuff? Oh, that's the new pump. Man, it took forever. That took forever to get here. All right, so I'm talking about pumps and stuff. What are we doing now, guys? What I've got sidetracked. We're making a pat. I don't know how to get to pat. I'm trying to find how to navigate to making personal access tokens from here, and it's super convoluted. I know the URL is github.com/users/rdxrob/tokens. That's the URL, but I'm trying to find how to link to it. And I don't know what that is. There's projects to session code spaces, explore all your stuff. Does anybody else know? God, I got to get my tooth worked on. It's starting to really hurt. It is. It's starting to hurt. It's been broken for 2 years. It's actually really, this one right here. This one right here was not exposed before. And now the root's getting exposed. It really freaking hurts. I got to get in. I got to get into the dentist. I was going to wait till the fall. I don't think I'm going to make it. Yeah. Oh, sigh. I have a peace doll. You love how I keep myself focused on weekends? I'm not focused. I'm just, we're too old to be trolled. Indigo, that's funny. I don't know about that. I accidentally searched the 1Password login the other day instead of scanning it with the 1Password app. Oh man, that's funny. People are just scan anyway, yeah. Private key and easy to access place, exactly. Yeah, anyway. So I cannot find, friends, I cannot navigate to the tokens, to my personal access tokens. I do not know how to get there, and it pisses me off every time I have to look it up. I should have this memorized. This is one of the hard things about GitHub is there's just so many things, right? GitHub support, GitHub content, your project, your start, your gist, your organization, your enterprise, your sponsors, profile settings, developer settings, profile. I'm in profile. It's not there. I'm telling you. Is it in edit profile? The profile icon. Okay. Create your avatar. Developer settings at the very bottom of the left menu. There's repositories, Copilot, code spaces, discussion, project, pull requests, issues, home, explore, marketplace, your team, your repos, big ass list of repos. It's under my, I thought it was under my icon personal profile. Very bottom of the left menu. GitHub support, settings, feature preview, try enterprise. I know the URL. I just said that. I know the URL. I don't want the URL. I want to know how to fucking get there from GitHub so I can tell other people how to do it. So it's like if I click on profile settings, And then it's like billing, licensing, email, password authentication. I bet that's it. It's password authentication, right? Are you guys gonna see my stuff? Okay. What are you doing? What are you sending me? I'm scared. Stop it. Don't send me hamburger stuff. Is this? I clicked on links and got porn the other day, and then I had to delete videos. Archives integration. I don't have that. Maybe I'm not special. I honest to God, I do not have that. Oh, there we go. Developer settings. It's like literally the vast thing. I found it. Okay. So let me recreate my steps to see how I got here. So I clicked on, again, everybody, I know about the URL. So if I click on my icon on the right, and then I click on settings, and on the left, it starts out with my public profile, and on the left now, I scroll all the way to the bottom. There's developer settings, and then it says OAuth apps, GitHub apps, personal access tokens. Got it. Then it says fine grained tokens, which we don't want. We tried it yesterday for an hour. It didn't work. You have to do classic tokens for this. That's the only thing you can do. I'm going to delete the stream token, which I used last time. I understand. Delete. I'm going to make a new one. Generate new token. Classic. And have to give it all kinds of permissions, which I don't want to do. I'm going to make it 30 days expiration. Temp. Anyway. And honestly, I don't need this thing to have any permissions besides packages, because it's going to be doing containers. And honestly, I'm going to deliberately try, even if I have to do it over, I'm going to make it the least amount of permissions, because I do not want to give it all kinds. And this is, quite honestly, I might change the expiration if it's just for packages, right? So generate token. And so there's my token, cut and paste that. All right, now I can actually do login here. I'm going to do this off stream. I'm not going to stream it, obviously. So I'm going to do this. That's my email warning me I made a token. Podman auth. Okay, so let's do two things here while we have it. So actually, I'm just going to write this to a file that I'm not going to tell you. It's top secret. It's a super duper secret thing. You do not know. Obscurity through obscurity. All right, so now we're gonna, I just want to have it because you can't ever get it again after you go there, right? That's the thing with that personal access like this. Secret do not catch. All right, so actually now, if I do this right, I got to fill my cut and paste buffer. I've done that before. I've dumped tokens on stream by forgetting it was in the buffer on accident. I've done that so many times. So, and by the way, if I dump this token, I just make a new one, so nobody's gonna die. So let's go back to main. Main. Okay, so here we go. So the first test, let's do the first test, okay? Yeah, make habitual clearbook here for 20 years. That's a great idea. That's a really great idea. Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah, I don't have that. I should have that. I don't. I haven't ever set one up. That's a great idea. If you have a good suggestion, please let us know. So, yeah, I mean, yeah. So what am I doing now? So, I mean, as a hacker, you think I would have that, but I have not had that. No, probably should have. Anyway, so what are we doing? We're going to go ahead and we're going to test something. We're going to see if auth is created when I log in. So podman login, ghcr.io. And it's going to ask me for my, whoops, actually I have to dump stuff to it. Podman login dash h. I'm going to know, okay, so there's a password string, password standard input, the secret string. Podman has secrets now? When did Podman start having secrets? Copy a letter from your email browser. Yes. Tell us if I know. Username. So Podman -u Artifix Rob. Now we could do auth file, which we are not going to do. We're going to test something. I want to see if that file gets made under the run directory. That's what I want to do here. So -- password. I'm going to give away my secret, ultra secret location. Club Steve 10 done. That's it. Well, I don't have Xclip. That doesn't work, by the way, anymore. No, not with Wayland. We got burned by that the other day. Password. I'm not going to tell you the secret. You're going to have to figure it out. Super secret equals step. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to give up my ultra super secret right here. I might end up doxing this, Pat. I don't care. Look at what my secret name is. Are you impressed? I know you're impressed. All right. Podman login -u Artifix Rob passwords today. Right. So then what? Then what are we going to do? We're going to do, I think that's it, right? Oh no, I have to put the GHCR. It's 20 years. By then it'll be so. Yes, I don't blame you. Login succeeded. What? Woot woot. Okay, so I'm logged in. Now what? Now what? Let me think about this for a second. So, oh. This is what we're doing. We're checking to see if run users 1000 has stuff in it. Wait, what? Oh. Nope, it's not there. Wait, it's in containers, right? There it is. Woo woo. There it is, my friends. Auth.json. Now, behold the destruction of the auth.json file when I log out. Also, I have a feeling it's an overlay file system. Let's do this. Let's do this. Find MNT. Wait, what's that? Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. That makes me very happy. Did it play on the screen, by the way, that time? It did. Happy day. We got those back. Okay, so what am I talking about here? So what do we got going on? We've got okay, we have lock, Kimu, and 1000. Okay, so okay, here's I think when I exit this shell, that auth file is going to go away. That is my thought. I'm not sure, but we're going to try it. Right? And when I exit, I mean, we can test this by looking at the, let's go back to Proxmox and open a terminal on there. So let's go open a no VC terminal. I wish I could turn the font up for you guys. I clicked this one last day and it rebooted. I was like, well, that's what that button does. I had no idea. So, all right, we're logging in as root. And find MT, we see that we got all this stuff over here. So, all right, so look, friends. It took a while last time for the thing to go away too. It did, but now it's gone. And because we waited kind of a long enough time, right? There is no run user 1000 now at all. And we were a little concerned because last time, every time I kept logging in, it came back, right? So what's happening is, watch, what's actually, let's do this thing again. Do I have history? All right, so let's leave this on. This is kind of fun. So this is behavior from system CTL. People, LBG is like, dude, it's been doing that since the beginning of systemd. Where have you been? And they're not wrong. I'm kind of like sleeping at the wheel of this. Containers off that JSON. Yes, the default path for reading and writing is here. With that part we knew. We knew that part already. Okay. What we don't know is what I didn't know is whether it would be recreated every time. And it follows that it would be. Okay. So there we go. There's user 1000, but now there's not going to be an auth in here because why? Actually, there's not even there's not even containers there. Wait, what? There's not even a containers thing. So then I have to log in, do the login again. Let's do the login. And now it'll pop up. Login succeeded. And now we have containers, including an auth, right? And now if I log out again, it's going to delete the whole thing again. So the moral of the story is set the environment variable to tell it where to put it. Podman, so we can do man podman. So here we go. We're going to go look for home config containers, containers.com. Where's the other one? Login, container host, image store. You can either set it directly, but there's actually an environment variable you can set if you want it to be there all the time. To have it get cached. So, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, so let's do this. Let's say, I mean, where's a good place to put it? .config, .cache. .cache. Where do you think it's registry auth file? Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Is it in there? There we go. Where do you guys think the registry auth file should be? What's a good path if you want it cached? Right? I think it's probably. We're not going to put it under dash home. See, Docker, I don't want to do that. I don't think it's config. I think it should be cache. I don't think it should be under .config because it's cache data. Wait. Path notation default is blah, blah, blah on Linux and home config containers authorization on Windows and Mac. Well, that explains everything. This totally explains everything. And it also explains why I am confused. Because I have been doing Podman on my Mac and it has not been removing the authentication between logouts. Because it's putting it in a directory that is not the tempfs. But if you're on Linux, it puts it in run, which is a tempfs. That's why I was confused. I thought I was going crazy. Now it all is clear. It's all clear. It's just annoying as hell. So if you're using Podman on Windows and Mac, which I have been doing, then, and you do a login, guess what? It stays around by default. Oh my God. The authorization file is not bound. Well, okay, so obviously this means that the command to use on Linux, I gotta make a note about this. I have to make a note about this in here. Okay, I'm gonna make a note. Podman. You don't quite hate this choice. It's probably rare. I always RTFM. I do always RTFM, but this is also behavior that was different. The bottom line here is I don't use auth path all the time, and it just works. And then I got surprised. And so I went in and I knew that I could use auth path, but what I was confused by is that it was just disappearing. And we learned all about the run temp file system and everything through that. So I don't regret any of that. Through the lens of who the hell wants to use Linux as their desktop OS. Like the behavior makes sense to me if it's a remote server. Absolutely. As a default, I think this is safe because this means that people have to, if you had a jump host that had multiple users on it and they were all logging in, you would want to force them to actively make it a cache directory and look into .config. I don't completely disagree. I agree with you. If you've got your own Mac or your own Windows machine, the chances of that getting hack versus a container system or something, right? I wasn't having a dig. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I obviously reading the docs here is the way to go. As you know, things were suggesting auth file to me, it reminded me that we actually have hard coded. So in our build processes, we have, so part of our standard for the build process for our k8s apps is to automatically push to the registry. And those things using Builda, those things can't be done unless you set, you have to explicitly set the auth file to point to something to do that. They can't be, so they're not completely decoupled from an interactive session. And that's gonna be a problem. RTFM. Always RTFM. Yep. Yeah. And not Docker for homelab. Absolutely. Why would I ever use Docker? There's, yeah, that's a given. So this does answer the question, like, hey, if I'm going to do this on Linux, where should I write it if I don't care if I want to use Linux like at home? Well, there it is. .configure containers auth.json. I was going to put it under .cache because it's more of a temporal thing, but since they've already got an established location, then this makes it pretty obvious to me to put it here. And we'll actually use tmux to copy this over so I can paste it easier. And so now what we can do, where's our login? I have it over here. So I can do this. And let's do, I mean, I can do it a couple ways. I can do auth file. Hey, thank you for that. Momentous. Auth file. And we can do a paste here. Is it paste? There we go. And we already have the pad, so that's cool, right? That's why I was upset, because it didn't save it and I had to go make a new pad because I didn't have a cache. Sanji, how you doing? Sanji Med. Sanji. Oh, there are a lot of effing M. As I say, Rick and Wikipedia to know how to fact. I appreciate that, Mind's Eye. I really appreciate that. I really do, because they're not wrong. I should have, but yeah. Instead of .config copied. I think it should go in .cache, personally. But if I was going to come onto the system and I was using it on Mac or Windows, the first place I would look would be .config. Right? So, and .config already exists. I don't have to make a .cache. So I don't know. I hear what you're saying though completely. And hey, look at that! It actually, what's curious about this is it actually did make .p and made all the parents. So now, okay, so now I have a cache authentication, and if I log out, actually let's do this. Let's make sure the build works, which it should. k8s .cicd./build. Wait, what? Oh, images //build. No. HPC Ansible to Ansible. I don't know. We're calling it kubespray. We're going to run it, and it's going to work now because it has auth, right? Okay, let's exit and do the same thing. Exit, run back in. I did this morning, and it didn't work. That sent me down this 2-hour rabbit hole. So, you know, and so now we can do images, kubespray. And if this just works, we're good. Yep. So it remembered it now because it's using the same auth from the other location. Yay! That's very successful. Now, or at least we're building the images now. And go back to what we started doing, which was building out the container file. So I'm going to walk away for a second. I'm going to go just walk away, and then we're going to come back and I'm going to do some more work on this. I'm going to keep going as long as I can. This is taking me a lot longer than I wanted to, but I still want to get this done. And I'm doing that thing where I keep putting off exercise. But I tell you what, let's make today tech work day. How about that? And then tomorrow will be play day. Tomorrow's a Sunday fun day. And I'll just go, you know, bike around and stuff. And I'll be able to do it without being stressed, because I have to have this stuff all ready to prepare to present on Monday. Some of this testing. So That's why I'm doing this, by the way. This is work related. You know, creating a home lab entry and doing all this side questy stuff, that's not related for work, but it's kind of indirectly helping me at work. So that's why I'm doing it. All right, so I'm going to stand up and walk around. Wait, can you even see the screen? Did I change back? Okay, good. For a second, I thought you couldn't see the screen. I thought you were like, just like, what the hell? I didn't wait fast enough. It didn't unmount. You want me to wait again? All right, let's do it again. Wait, let's go check. Let's make absolutely sure. How about that? Let's make absolutely sure. Let's go back to our root. Oh, it's still there. Okay, now it's gone. Satisfied? It's gone now. Should we try now? Okay, it's back again. Here's another thing. Did it actually make it, right? Run user 1000 containers. There's not even a containers directory there. So this should absolutely fail unless it's looking at it at the other location. Which does make you wonder. That's another reason to put it under config, mind's eye. Because it found it automatically last time. Or did it? The moment of truth. The moment of truth. It found it. So had we put it in .cache, it would not have found it. Yeah. So that proves that it actually got unmounted and everything. It's gone. It's using it as new location. This means that the Podman application is hard coded to look at home.config.whatever. It's hard coded to look at the same exact location as Mac and Windows. It's just not documented. Because if that was not there, I did not set the environment variable. I did not set the registry, whatever the environment variable is, to tell it where to look. And I just use the same one as Mac and Windows, which means that quietly, undocumented, it's looking at that location. Which, you know, sometimes the RTFM doesn't fucking work. Doesn't epic. And that's the case of that. That's a case where experimentation is going to get you the true thing, right? And then you end up being like me, where you don't trust any documentation and you always experiment to see how things actually. You run strace before you read the fucking man page because you want to know what it does, or you'll read the Go code, but not writing to. Looking at, but not writing to. Yes. Yeah. I think that's probably fair. I mean, I don't know that it has to write to it because it's just an auth file, right? In the config file, which will help serve as a reminder that this behavior exists. I agree. I mean, the question here is whether you want to codify. We actually have this problem at work in this because we have a build script. This is going to come up again when we do k8s apps, because the k8s apps have to build and they have to have standard proxy set. And a lot of times if you have stuff in your local thing, you can run the build process interactively, but you get on a system and you're trying to CI/CD and it doesn't work anymore because those things are not set in your personal profile, blah, blah, HTTP proxy and environment variables like this that tell where to go look for the auth information. And then we do podman login without the NV bar set. Podman login, right? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, when I did podman login, yeah, podman login by default will put it in run XTG and use that, and which in this case is this why it went away. So we explicitly put it in the auth file, right? So where do we capture that so we don't forget that next time? Absolutely good question. That provide no information, yeah. Yeah, so it does make me wonder where we should put that. I don't, you know, I know what my team would say. My team would say how you log in is up to you. But when you start to do CIC sort of things that require you to log into the registry, then you have to use a cached authentication file that's got a pad in it. and that has to become a part of your CI/CD process someplace. You got to put that into a secret file, secret somewhere. Actually, I read something that said Podman will store the secret, and that makes me wonder if Podman has the ability to. I know there's a Podman secret. Did you see this? This actually might be something. This is directly related to work, because we want to make our build processes potentially CI/CDable. Right now, they're required to be interactive from a specific jump host, and that is the specification requirement. And we were talking about in our V3 of our k8s spec to say that build can be done anywhere, and that would require putting a secret into Vault in order to enable Vault access. I mean, build a registry access. So, the Podman login, this stuff I'm researching right now is directly related to work, because we want to make it so that our builds, our k8s builds, can actually be run automatically, and we need to remove some of the interactivity. And a big piece of this includes authenticating to the login to the registry in order to do build a pull on every CI/CD run, right? So it doesn't really matter where it writes the credentials. Login generates the credentials. CI/CD uses the credentials. Yeah. The problem is, I don't know what it's doing, but we'd have to save a pat. We'd have to save a pat with the question I have is, where do you put the pat, right? So you obviously can't store the pat in the k8s app. It'd have to go into a secret, which means we have to pull down the secret, which means that it have to be a part of the build process, which is totally doable. But at some point, you've got to put a password in, right? This is the problem with authentication. You can keep kicking the can down the road, but at some point, someone's going to have to authenticate. In the CI/CD secrets, yeah. Yeah, you could put it in the CI/CD secrets. That's where we have pets right now. I'm not even sure this would land in our CI/CD action, but it does make me think that we should put it in action as opposed to like a k8s app job or something, a k8s job. I am intrigued by this whole ability to set a Podman secret, though. So, read the password for the registry from the Podman secret name if username is not specified. Well, to be honest, LBG, we haven't talked about that part at all, right? So, I think there we could do two things there. I think right now we don't even allow read access to registry images for the stuff that we use without authentication. I think so. I mean, we haven't even really entertained the idea. I'm the one who did it because I was thinking in terms of like, so to give you some background, we have we mandate the creation of a build script for our k8s apps, and that build script has to be run from a specific login machine, and you obviously have to log in to the registry if you're pushing images. So some of the build steps include creating images and pushing those images to the registry. And that action is normally done interactively by an admin who's administering a thing. They've, you wouldn't even run it until, I mean, you can test it and everything, but then this is all even in why it's still a draft PR. It's not even been adopted yet. You're just doing this whole thing to like, get ready to update your k8s app. And the reason I'm going through this is because this is all part of the upgrade process and the upgrade for Kubernetes, which includes upgrading k8s apps that depend on it. And so if you put a build script, and the build script has a builder dependency and it needs to pull down a new version of an image and push it, that you have to log in for that. And I was thinking about how would we automate the build process, and the team is of the opinion that that step should never be done in any form of automation. And I tend to agree with that, but I was like, can we at least have the option though? And the only way to make that an option, as you say, would be to hard code the pat on the must have this login machine as root, which would be acceptable. That would be acceptable in our case. In our case, if which we already have this, right? So we already have credentials saved elsewhere. I won't get into detail, but we have credentials saved elsewhere for our registry that you just have to access when you're doing Builda. We don't allow Podman direct access, just Builda on this in this particular case. So you would use Builda, you would point to the auth file, and then that automation, that build script could be run as long as any kind of script or anything is run from that machine, obviously. If we were to move all of that, any kind of automation into GitHub, we'd obviously have to put that authentication, make a pat and put that into each and every k8s app that's doing this, because we don't allow organizational tokens, which is bullshit. It's like our company, I can't talk about that really in depth, but it just really makes me angry. I just really, I can't talk about it. Our company has totally screwed the pooch in how they've set up their whole GitHub organization. In fact, it was so bad that they deployed it, gave us all an ultimatum to get our GitHub stuff moved over, and then they had to push back a year and a half because of the security violations and policy that they didn't catch that trapped them from deploying it. And they're like, you can't do this. And I'm not going to tell you what they can't do, because that would be a security violation on my part to tell you that. But I'm just going to tell you, they are so stupid. They're so fucking stupid. The team that runs Git and GitHub at my company, they're some of this. They put our entire company in jeopardy multiple times. And I can't believe they're still there. They should all be totally fired. Totally fired. And every other team is dependent on them doing their thing. And I can't talk about the details, because if you knew the details, you could totally own us. That's all I'm going to say about it. It's just like, the moral of the story is, the thing that's so stupid about this, and I've already given this up, so I don't mind sharing this part, is that they say that organizational tokens are insecure, right? But the reason they're insecure is because of their fucked up architecture decisions. They wouldn't be insecure if they actually did this right. And oh God, I'm just like, so what it does is it forces us to all use pats for every teeny tiny little repo. Which, yeah, that's sort of secure, but then you have all of that management and you can't pull them from Vault, which means if you have 100 or 200 repos that are doing different things, you have to manage all the forced expiration dates on every single pat, or all of your automation dies, including all your actions. It's absolutely fucked up. I'm sorry I can't talk about this more. It makes me very angry. It makes me so angry. In fact, we've got a really, really convoluted, creative, awesome way of getting around it, but I cannot tell you anything about that, because that would be wrong. So, and the fact that we can actually work around it the way we do just shows how shitty of an organization they are. Because if they were truly caring about security and stuff, they would know this workaround that we're using in order to make everything work. And we're actually kind of scared that they might shut it down. That there's some security audit that already shut them down for a year and a half, saying what you're doing here is totally wrong. You can't do this. That same security team is going to come around the block and they're going to see us and say, well, we had to do this because they're dumbasses on the GitHub team. Security team would say, yes, we agree, but still, you can't do this. So we're kind of paranoid about that, because we're putting a lot on our little technique here. I mean, we haven't, to be honest, we haven't put a lot into that. We've only used it in a few places. Stargate, what's up? As a person that left the company I worked for at a PagerDuty stop freaking company wide. Oh God. Oh shoot. Wait, what? Like it generates an ephemeral token. But I've used it like once. I just seem to recall that there's some more natural inspiration. Yeah. Actions don't need tokens in the sense of click create a token. No, actions need to have a token saved with the project. Pat token. They can use organizational tokens. They can use pat tokens. They can use deployment tokens. They can use all that. If a GitHub action by default will use its own GitHub deployment token that it generates, but its scope is extremely limited. I've had this problem because we use this when we do our Go builds. So Go Releaser will use that, thank God, right? But if you want to do anything fancier with your GitHub workflow after that, after the stuff that Go Releaser does, you're kind of fucked. Like if you want to fetch the artifacts and deploy the binary to your local internal infrastructure, fuck it, you can't do it. You can't do it because you have to do some pretty convoluted things, including potentially using SSH for stuff. And I can't talk about that. That's definitely security related. I can't talk about it. So yeah, you guys are talking about the ephemeral token. I can, you're talking about it right now. I see. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just catching up here. I'm gonna see second. You can read artifacts. Yep. But you can't do what we want to do with the artifacts. And I really shouldn't say more than that. The desired goal is to get artifacts deployed as root into our home environments, into our enterprise environment. And you can fill in the rest of the blanks there. Getting a GitHub action, an artifact generated from a GitHub action into some place on your internal infrastructure that has root, that has to be installed as root, takes a bit of finesse. That's all I'm going to say. Because, the whole idea of the CI/CD is that the creation of the release binaries and artifacts is generated by a trigger, an event trigger, such as, tagging a release or merging a release or something. And so, the goal there is auto deployment. That's what we want. We want automatic deployment. And that's the CD part, right? But it's very, very messy if your GitHub stuff's not set up right. So upload of S3, you have AWS credentials. Taking pictures requiring paths in production. Tokens should be generated for only as long as they're needed. HTML, of course, is compliance service. I know, Indigo. I know. That's what I was trying to tell them. It's like, dude, I don't want to talk. I can't. Oh, Indigo sees the problem. It's like, I cannot believe they did that. When stuff like this goes down, I'm like, how are these people still having jobs? Not only do they have jobs, they have like senior positions in architecture, and they're influencing the entire company in a horrible way. I mean, to me, they should all get canned. Every single one of them should be fired, and they need to hire an actual security team who knows how to do CI/CD deployment, who knows what the fuck they're doing. Our company could hire the best engineer in the world to do that, and they still depend on these assholes. Sorry, I know I'm kind of going off the rails here. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And let's kind of make this a positive thing. God help me if they ever say that about me. All right. So don't be them. Learn from that, and just do better and try to keep your nose clean. How's that? Did I do better? Did I do better there? I don't want to sit here complaining about. I call them assholes and stuff. They're not. They're good human beings who are totally incompetent for what they're being asked to do. And I'm incompetent when I get asked to do certain things. I'm incompetent. The difference is I'll tell you I'm incompetent, and I'm like, I don't know that. I need to go look it up again. They'll go, oh no, we're going to force the entire enterprise to do what we tell you, and we're infinitely going to tell you, yeah, it'll be ready in 2 weeks for 2.5 years or a year and a half. Rather than saying we don't know what the fuck we're doing, we need help, please bring somebody in, which I would do. I would do that right off the bat. Right off the bat, if I didn't know what was going on, I would say, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Let's bring people in. Yeah. Taking huge risks requiring, yes. I would say huge risk, though. I wouldn't say huge risk. An introduction of a new dependency vault is also a risk. Yeah. We have a security department. Absolutely. They're the ones who shut them down. They're the ones who shut them down. We went from having an ultimatum, everybody, the whole company, we're talking a huge amount of projects, like over 10,000 repos. We're all being forced to migrate from, enterprise, was it GitHub Enterprise Server to Enterprise Cloud. So GHEC to S or whatever. And everybody was panicked because they gave us this deadline. They said, you have to use our new tool, blah, blah, blah. And the new tool didn't work. And everybody was like, okay, the tool's not working. What are we going to do? They're like, well, the tool's been taken down because of security reasons. And they're like, what? We have to have this thing done in 2 months. And they're like, we'll let you know. And that's what they said for a year and a half. And they didn't give us any update on it. They kept saying the current tool that we generated, we're working with the security team to provide a solution that everybody agrees will work. And basically what happened behind the scenes is this GitHub team came up with this shitty architecture and they pushed it, jammed it down everybody's throat. And then security, they didn't ever ask security to audit their architecture. So security found out about it. And then security shut the whole shit down for a year and a half and said, no, this application cannot exist. The way you're doing this is not okay. You're giving cross visibility, much wider scope. You're like exposing our entire company. And they shut them down for a year and a half. And then they finally did it. They finally took them off. They had to redeploy an entire enterprise-wide VPN solution before they would even allow this shitty application to exist. So the fact that they didn't even go to the security team, I don't know that, but it seems like that was what happened. Because they would never have launched the thing with the urgency they did if they had actually talked to the security team. Because the security team would have immediately shut it down. They would have said, no fucking way. You are not putting this in our enterprise, which they later did say after the fact. Moral of the story, if you're about to deploy a brand new framework to the entire enterprise, you might want to check in with your security team, your enterprise security team. You might want to knock on their door and say, hey, is there anything here that you don't like? Because we're about to deploy this huge thing to the company that exposes every line of code our company has ever written, potentially to the internet. And they didn't even talk to the security team. I know that because they wouldn't have shut them down. They wouldn't have made the announcement if they had. They absolutely would not have done that. They almost pulled a fucking Cloudflare. They almost did. CloudStrike. I seem to recall the GH on-prem was a real pain in the ass. It absolutely is. You're talking about enterprise? The on-prem enterprise offering is actually not that bad. The problem is you have to deploy actions and workflows, and we were paying for it, and they never had it. So the good thing of it is that we actually get actions and workflows now because we're using cloud offering. The problem with that is if you're using GitHub Cloud, you got to be really fucking careful because everything you are doing is getting stored on GitHub in the cloud. Everything. That means if you get one configuration wrong, you give away potentially everything, your entire company source code to the internet. It only takes once, people. It only takes one fat-fingered architectural mistake, especially the way they've organized it. And I don't want to go there. I can't go there. I absolutely can't go there. But the way that they have done this, the way they've organized it, if you were to manage to violate the security in some way, you could get every line of code that's ever been written in any GitHub repo at this organization. And dude, the hacker in me just like, I just have to sit on my hands. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this. And the other people, thank God, the rest of the people on my team are like, you know, but again, I'm doing what I said I would never do. I'm talking about security problems at my corporation. Which is one of the reasons that you don't know where I work. Please don't know where I work. And I've tried as hard as I can to not give details. I've heard Twitch streamers give very specific details about their security architecture, and I do not want to be that guy. That is like, hey, let's give you an OPSEC for free. I'm not doing that. So anyway, let's go back to what we were doing. We've been talking about security because of the whole login thing. I think it's probably not worth doing much more on that. Let's just continue to build our container file. I'm actually going to get, I promised I was going to get up and walk around a little bit. I'm going to do it now because I can feel my blood pressure while I'm piling high, and I'm gonna, you know, relax a little bit. So I'm not gonna leave. I'm just gonna go do something. I'm not gonna get a beer either. No, I'm not gonna get a beer. I'm gonna get a snack. How about that? We'll get a snack. We'll get a snack. Oh, what kind of snack should we get? Get a snack. How about hummus? Should we make a smoothie or should we get some hummus? Hummus. Hummus. Garlic hummus. I'm probably just blowing it out of proportion. I have eggs. Let's do eggs. All right, I'm gonna make, I'm gonna make huevos. Here, I guess, are you guys dropping frames? If you start dropping frames, let me know. I mean, I don't know how much you need to see of all this, but. Oh. So today is a work day, essentially, and then tomorrow will be a play day. We'll make tomorrow a play day. You know why? That's good because then people can just like tune in. All the people who want to go out for IRL biking, they can tune in tomorrow. And all the people that want to geek out today can geek out, right? I do need to do some cleaning, and I may or may not stream that later. We'll see about that. I can't see what you guys are saying. I have to like read this. What do you mean by client side APIs using keys? You mean client difference? No. Um, like it's not software you install and run. It's more like GitHub will deploy your shit to your. Yes. Yeah, that's scary. No, I know. Okay, I have a question for you. Okay, I have a discussion question. What do you think CD means? What does continuous delivery, continuous deployment, what does that mean? And where do you draw the line? It's actually the biggest problem. That's what caused CloudStrike. Whatever. I don't know the name of it. Does it mean you can deploy stuff to your enterprise as root from a GitHub repo action? Or is that crossing the line? You know what I mean? I feel like that's kind of crossing the line. I actually have forks finally. I didn't have forks for like 2 days. I think I put a lot in. I'm just making egg salad. Um, Great God. Oh, I love this stuff. This stuff is so yummy. Smoked paprika. I love it. They in a shit way or a non-shit way. C diet is non-specific here. Yeah. The user access to the site knows the password. You can keep that password safe. You can still do it. You do cert credentials. Actually, I'd like to ask like Tawny Paw the question because like what does zero trust think of this whole thing, right? How would you do this with zero trust? You guys know what zero trust is? Zero trust is this new enterprise architecture that you don't trust anything. You don't trust the host. You don't trust the user. You don't trust anything. You don't trust applications. Everything has its own cert, and those certs have to be rotated. And so my question is, how would you deploy all of this architecture in a zero trust environment? And that's a Tawny Paw question. I don't know. Yeah. The advantage to client serves by the primary distribution to access, like if you have an enterprise that manages a fleet of laptops. Absolutely. Yep. But I just don't. I've never liked. I like the CI part. I've never liked the CD part. It's always made me uncomfortable. You should have a person do the deployment. I think you need to have a person do the deployment. I think there should always be a human that accepts the PR and then runs it. The only difference between a merge GitHub action that triggers delivery based on an approved PR and having somebody run a process that they have to authenticate to push it out is the steps. It's the same business wise, it's the same exact thing. It's the same amount of work. You still have to PR the thing. You still have to review the thing. The only difference is that you're explicitly having a human being both do the review and execute the deployment. Why? What are you saving by putting that in an action? I don't see it. I don't see it. I never have seen that. You think it's overloaded? I do too. I don't think you can get people to even tell you what CD means. That's why I'm asking the question. A lot of people have a different idea about what it actually is. Ship frequently, right? Mm. Oh, that sounds really good. SSP, that sounds really fun. Oh, CD stands for continuous delivery or continuous deployment, depending on who you ask. It's generally the idea that you're constantly making changes and then immediately delivering. So there's no waiting around for a release. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. the coffee machine's tempting me again. I do like coffee, I'm not gonna lie. I've been drinking way too much coffee lately. Sure it ain't happen. Yeah, I exactly. I think what I guess whether it's explicitly a part of the definition of CD or it's somebody's misunderstanding of what CD is, the the automation of the pushing that takes the person out of the equation is how you get cloud strike. That's exactly what happened. And I don't like that. I'm against that. Fully against that. I should make some rice. I can make rice and then I should cut up some tomatoes to go with my rice. That'd be good. Give me a second. I'm almost done. I really want to drink that root beer, but it'll just make me fat. Should we do an unboxing? We do a couple unboxings, and then we'll go back with the tech stuff. So, I'm like getting my kitchen stuff. It doesn't take the person. The person has to write all the tests. Yeah, yeah, sort of. If it's done right, I agree. If it's done right, stage rollout, and that can be fully automated to hedge against the kind of code. Yeah. I think the whole process is the PR request. So we've had people approve PRs that were not ready, and then the thing goes out. So I don't know. Maybe the business problem is the thing I have a problem with. It's maybe I'm just misunderstanding. You know what I mean? Oh, there we go. That's like a good spoon right there. Where did I put it? Right here? Pasta. That's pasta spoon. I just need to stand up for a second, guys. Almost done. Yep. And you know what? I'm going to drink more coffee. I don't know why. What did you see? I got that at LinuxCon. You really dislike mocking? Oh, I know. God, yes, I fucking hate mocking too. I gotta tell you though, the Go HTTP mock library is really good. Really, really good. We're waiting for coffee, then I'll be there again. If I don't get in the habit of taking these breaks, then I'm just gonna stop doing tech streams. If I can do a tech stream and like do dishes at the same time, even though it sounds like my Mac is able to pick it up, it's kind of echoey, but whatever. These are so cool. Can I just my Doris found these. Look at these. Doris found these and she took them with her, so I had to get new ones. These things will spray oil, and then you can also pour the oil. You can pour the oil or you can spray the oil. And this is olive oil and this is corn oil. Isn't that cool? I love these things. By the way, when I've been drinking coffee every time, I've been drinking like on the lowest setting. It's taking too long. Just come on. Why did it not come up? It's gonna take forever. Get them off. I should never buy olive oil again. That takes too long. I'll fix it. I'll deal with you later. I'll deal with you later. Then what you do is you like slice up the tomatoes and you spray the olive oil on the tomatoes. It's really good. All right. I'll go to the restaurant. I'll be back, and then we'll do stuff. Okay, I got stable table pro. Because I keep wiggling, you guys keep wiggling like this, right? And I have to fix that. Wait, how come it's not doing it now? Of course, as soon as I get these, it doesn't do it. It's like, it's level now. Why is it level now? It wasn't level yesterday. Oh, well. The stable table. Those things. I know, I should like do an Amazon order thing. Like, hey, support your favorite streamer by buying all your shit from my affiliate link. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. There's tomatoes, making of the salsa. This is garbage. This is garbage. This is garbage. All right. I have to buy a couch too. Remind me to buy a couch. Oh, I feel better. I don't know about you. I don't know about you, but I feel better because I got up. I got up and walked around a little bit. You know what I need? I need just a dab, just a tiny bit of chocolate to go with your coffee to make it into a mocha. Yeah. I'm a fan of the mocha. Fan of the mocha. Reminder, buy a couch. We need to make a reminder app, Bellum. Mocking just seems to make excuse not to have enough dev test environment. Yes. Panda, Tabby the Panda, completely agree. A-Kip, it's perfect degree outside, all right? It's 86 degrees. Have they made it back safely? I do not know. You can buy a mocha coffee. Yeah, but it's kind of like, is that good? I don't even know if it's good or not. We just got a API fraud critical reply, critical message. I'm not on call today. I'm on vacation. My order is out for delivery. All right. 29C and 47% of media office. No aircon suck. Oh my God. Wow. You're like a trooper, Tabby. Here's to the troopers out there. That's Doris. That's the Doris tweet. I mean, that's the Doris message. If you ever hear that, you know it's Doris. Uh, what? I'm not following. Looks like they had to get 2 sets of computer of glasses. Doris is telling me about glasses and stuff. They went to get glasses today, and they're still on my insurance. So I'm just asking if I can help pay for them. If you don't know, you guys, Doris and I are split, so we're still trying to stay good with each other. Some of you know that already, but that's why I'm streaming from the kitchen. Because let me just finish this little thing. There's been a lot of interruptions today, so I apologize for that, but you know, life is happening here, so when we get back, stay tuned. Stay tuned to Artifacts Rob, where we will make a container that runs kubespray. Holy shit. $250. What? Um, hmm. All right, guys, I'm sending money. Why do I have so much money in my checking account? Where did it come from? I must have just got paid. What day is it? Oh, I did. I just got paid. One of the advantages of like making a lot of money is it's like, you know, when you play any game that has a health bar and your health bar goes like really far down, but if it goes all the way down, you die and have to respawn. But you end up getting one of these power ups that like makes you regen really fast, but you still die if you go to zero. But if you get all the way down to near zero, you like regen like in a second. It's like having a mercy attached to you. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it's like. I'm just saying. Yeah. So I'm sending Doris money. Yeah. I'm not asking for anything in return. I was just trying to establish goodwill here. Give me a sec. I'm almost done. Um uh, all right. Um so yeah. Yeah. I do miss him. Not gonna lie. Distributed property is goaded. Yeah, it would be nice if we could do that. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Kintara, thank you for that. Just seeing that now. Um, oh, pay my highway taxes. No, thank you for the reminder. It's right here. I gotta do that. I gotta do that. It's like right here to remind me. So don't let me forget that. I'll do that later today. On our next break, our next coffee break, I'll get more done. Stay tuned for Rob paying his parking is told. You've joined the most pathetic stream on Twitch. Welcome. What do I have to say? Okay, here we go. Um, Stream drop again, and now it's back. That's weird. It says it had dropped 0 frames. That's crazy. In reverse is repeating decimal. Send us money too. And then the stream dropped. It's like the stream's watching out for me. It's like they're trying to get money out of you, dude. MPH to KPH is what I do. Nice. Let's see. I'm reading here. Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate that. Oh boy, what are we watching? If this is porn, I'm gonna punch you. Another Saturday Night from Sam Cooke. Ooh. That sounds really great. Yeah. Does it kind of play it? Turn off ads. You know what? I'm going to be totally. Stop, 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 stop. Whew. Almost got demonetized over that. We can't have that. I need every fucking penny to pay for my modems. Sorry for the swear word. Let's get back to normal. Let's get back to doing things. I assume that you are able to do things now. So, by the way, was that thing appearing like that? It wasn't, right? Okay, I'm just curious. We're gonna go back. Okay, so what am I saying here? What's happening? What's happening? Nothing's happening. Hey, Super Bang. Super Bang, we're making a Docker container to run kubespray. Today we're doing techie geeky stuff. If you're here for any of the other things that I do, I apologize. You're on the wrong day. So tomorrow or the next day, just check my stream out. I'm a variety streamer. I decided to do it all from the same channel. It was just too much hassle to have 2 channels. I tried hard. Harder than ever before, right, Bellum? They just want to think in the alphabet order. Yes. All right. So we've got a build script here. Again, so if you're just checking in and you're like, what is Rob doing? I am still trying to build a kubespray container that will deploy text streams to your favorite and the biking. Nice. The multiple 2-channel phases, I've done it at least 3 times. I probably will do it again eventually. I mean, poor Bellum cannot keep up. Bellum keeps chasing him around, spending money to go to TwitchCon, moving cloud bots around to do planes to try to keep up with me. God bless you, Bellum. I wish I could send you money. Can I send you money? Can I send you money? Give me your email and I will send you money. I will pay you for that bot, for doing that bot work. I will totally hire Bellum. Hell yeah. Bellum deserves it. Bellum absolutely deserves it. So, I mean, they've been so very helpful. I mean, you've all been helpful. Everybody's been helpful, but Bellum is like been making bots and doing crazy stuff forever. So, you know, whole next level kind of thing. So I really appreciate that. I mean, I really sincerely do. I wouldn't be here without it. So, here's how we build it. This is how we do it. Wait. We need to make that a clip. We need to make this is how we do it a clip. I do kind of stuff for another stream. You do that kind of stuff, Mind's Eye? Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fun. I think everybody it makes it kind of like I mean, I would do it like IRL streaming. Chat is like, pay Mind's Eye, yes. And I jokingly said I couldn't afford me. Yeah. I think Bellum should win an award for the airplane bot. If you don't know this, Bellum made the only airplane bot on all of Twitch that will look at my GPS coordinates and find the airline above me that's closest and report it in the chat. Exclamation point plane. It probably won't work right now because I don't have there's no planes and I don't have IRL tracking on. And I don't know the pronouns, but their next project is to automatically give the cost of the homes in the area according to Zillow or something. Yeah, we need to make Bellum his own or their own command. Shut it running soon again. Put my servers in Iraq now. Oh, that's right. You're like running it from home now. Damn, in your new house, your new fancy house. Another Saturday and ain't got nobody, ain't got nobody, because that's how yeah. All right, so let's do this. Fancy pants. Definitely fancy pants. Here I'm telling people to not put too much stuff in your home lab. All right, so we're still making containers. All right, so so let's recap and like get into this thing. So for the next hour at least, we're going to be making a container. We're going to talk about what a container is. We're going to talk about what needs to go in this container, and we're going to run the container to build a Kubernetes cluster. And that's going to be it. We're just going to run the container. Hopefully 42 rack doesn't fall through the floor. Oh my gosh, that's insane. Home IT department right there. All right, so we're building kubespray. Kubespray Quay is the red hat. You know what? I drank too much coffee. Now I have a headache. Oh, why do I have to be so excessive on everything? I should have drank decaf and then made a mocha. I should have made a decaf mocha. Now my head hurts. Ouch. Anyway, so Quay.io kubespray. And we're tagging it. The reason we're tagging it is because we want our image to be pushed to the repo, which I'll just remind you that you can go get. You guys can follow along completely here. The kubespray repo is here. And github.com rwxrob / k8s CICD. This is the k8s deployment of our CICD. And yeah. And so down here is the package that we deployed. This is when every time we run build, this package gets pulled out and you can actually run it. So you could actually do a, podman run or whatever, and you could get to that. And it's all public right now. So you can do the same thing. You can use this once we get it done. So if you don't, that's what this label is about. This label is what allows it to be pushed automatically for GitHub. You wouldn't need that necessarily. Each one of these is different, creates a different layer in the container, like an onion. And we can actually combine these two together. And so if you don't know about this, we can just put an and sign and then we only get one layer in the onion instead of two. And that tends to be the way to do this sort of things. If you want to start out well and you don't want to be like blown away by all the stuff, you can put a slash here and then have the next one be down here. You can even do this. You can actually put this right away here. And, keep it kind of all organized. It just depends on what you want to do there. A lot of people will put this on its own line. I don't even know if that'll work actually. I think we have to have a tab. I do. I think we have to have it tabbed. I don't think that'll work. Let's try. Let's see, run mount. Yeah, we do need to do some mounting. Oh, this is interesting. I'm looking at what they did here. They're actually sharing the local host's cache because but that's assuming that the host is running on his Ubuntu. I'm trying to decipher something that was done by a teammate that I don't understand. They have done mount equals type equals cache, and then they did target. This is like how to do the mount point. What was that? Oh, that was oh yeah. Anyway, so here we go. So mount type equals cache, target equals var cache apt And I need to decipher what this means. I know containers generally speaking, but that I'm not aware of those options, so I want to look up what those are. Um, we need to do some mounting. We all need more mounting. The update dash Y, yeah. Um, the update is update dash Q. It's not update .yq. I don't think update dash Y is an option. Why is it that goes? That's the install. Yeah, good catch, but that's I know what you're thinking of, but I think that's different. It is to mount into the environment a directory outside of it. Tomato, how you doing? Did I ever say hi? Ask Chloe. I'm gonna ask Chloe in a second. Yeah. All right. So what does Chloe have to say? Actually, you want to start asking Claude too. I do. If I get it to be a big streamer, I'm gonna start paying for Claude, so I can do Claude from the command line. But I'm just gonna ask Chloe right now. Hey Chloe, what does this do? And she's actually remarkably good at like figuring shit out. And because I'm using NeoVim, hey look, my Mac got populated by NeoVim. I did a tmux copy and paste and it populated my Mac thing. Google Gemini. There's a Gemini code thing. App cache is not updated into layer, rather shared among multiple build runs. My question is, so that's not assuming the underlying host for the container is also Ubuntu, right? That's okay. All right, let's do this. Okay. That line is a build kit only feature in Docker to cache files during build, specifically for app packages. Oh, because each layer would have to do it over again. Yeah, okay, I follow. I follow. Yeah. You'd have to pull it down every single time. Yeah, that'd be crazy. What it means, run dash dash mount equals, this is a build kit feature, not as Docker file syntax that allows you to mount things like cache or secrets into the container just for the runs instruction. You must be using Docker build kit, which is enabled like this, Docker build kit equals 1, Docker build 1. Interesting. It mounts the host directory, yeah. Mounts the persistent cache directory survives across builds, target equals var cache apt. So it's actually going to make it. Build kit set default these days. Did not know this. This is all new information to me. The mount will be visible inside the container at var cache apt, or Debian-based systems store downloaded deb files. Sharing equals lock. This prevents concurrent build steps from parallel builds and accessible. Yeah, that makes sense. This looks like it should be pretty standard on any run line, actually. This is new information to me. I would probably put this in a knowledge base entry of some kind to say, hey, I should probably do this from now on. On the next build, apt-get sees cache.deb files, saves bandwidth and build time. Creates a persistent cache, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so can you please put that into a markdown file for Obsidian? Yeah. So we got Docker file mount, blah, blah, breakdown. Owner fishy. Finished it. I hate how this always breaks down. Yeah, I'm gonna go see if I can put this in Obsidian. Make a new one. Yeah, it doesn't work. I meant a file. She'll actually make me a file if I ask. So to be the in container path target is the in container path. Right. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Yep. Yeah. Let me know if you like a different format as an example. You can download it and drop it straight into Obsidian file. Let me know. So here we go. So now it'll download. Yay. Downloads. And I actually have a kind of a cool thing that I wrote from the command line here. Let me show you. So I can go where I need to go. So I'm in Kubernetes, right? I can go in here. I can do this. I can do move last, download, move last, and it'll just put it here. It grabs the last file in my directory and then puts it where I'm in the current directory where I'm at. I love that little thing. It's a great little bash script. It's got some problems because I haven't opened it since I added shell check, but it works pretty awesomely. It's in my dot files if you want to go look. So there we go. We got Docker build kit cache explained. We can actually move that to be, I know you guys are gonna laugh, but Docker build kit cache. I did not know what build kit was until today. So the thing that's great about this is we can actually now go back to Obsidian and it's right here. Now I can read that whole thing. And I can go back to it without, blowing my AI away. I'm gonna put that under, I don't know, containers. This is hard to organize. I don't know. Containers. People think I'm actually writing containers there, as opposed to this. Okay, so that's enough of that. So now I know what it does. Nice emoji. Which emoji? What are the containers? Yeah, Docker build kit. I didn't do any of that. Chloe did all that for me. Do a failing step? Yeah. Build kit is not this target. This is just a new thing for building containers. It no longer makes a bunch of transient container images, but doesn't, which is more efficient. Yes, absolutely. You have to set build kit equals 0 to get an image ID if you can run the image. Oh, really? Did not know that. So it's the new default. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, well, now I know. So here we go. So all this stuff is pretty much the standard. So let's actually make sure we didn't break anything. Especially in meetings when you don't want people to read your downloads directory. Yeah, it moves it right out of downloads. Yep. So anyway, we're gonna run build again, which automatically builds it and submits it to get a container registry. And that's a thing. This time it's actually doing more, it looks like. Uh-oh. No install recommend DNS while running Volvec SS 100. Build to patch error rating right. No space left on device. Are you kidding me? God damn it. I was really afraid of this. Yeah. There's more space in TempFS than there is on disk. Why do I only have 14 gigabytes there? That's ridiculous. I did not give myself enough room over there. Oh, I know what it was. I had an NFS mount at one point. I haven't mounted it right now. Terminal images probably. Yeah, no, I don't have any images at all. Podman. I don't think I do. Maybe I do. Oh yeah, those are pretty big. But still, it's like I should have unlimited memory, honestly. What is the remove? Is it like purge? It's purge, right? It's RM dash something. What is it? It's still, I don't remember. My container commands are so rusty. Doctor image print. You can do any one of those. This will remove all dangling images. Here, yes. I still have them. They're still there. Image RM. How do I do all of them? I wrote a command to do this. I have a script to do this in my dot files, but I don't know where it is. Give me a second. What the hell? No, I guess not. I have it, but I haven't pushed it. I have a feeling. Yes. Stop all containers. They're all stopped. They're all stopped. I haven't ever run any of them yet. Dangling ones. Dash RM. You always run Docker run dash RM. I do too. I do too, but none of these, I want to actually remove the base image too. So I know I can do it one at a time. And it's be like, all. There is an all. Yay! It's Rob relearns images. So embarrassing that I don't remember that. I'm not gonna lie. Oh god. Yeah, they're all gone. Yeah. Yay, look at that. Now we have, now we're only using, wait, use 12 gigabytes. We're still using 12 gigabytes. Why? Why are we using 12 gigabytes? Where is that going? I have to do the thing where I have to mount them all. The good old DU thing. DU slash. It's gonna like do every single thing. How many different variations of this do you guys have? Yeah, I have done this like my whole life. You cannot read blah blah person died. Wait, do you wait what? It gives you a tree view? NCDU, what the hell is this? You guys are telling me about new things that I've never seen before. Yeah. Has to be installed, but I'll give it a look. Ooh. 4 whole kilobytes. Wow, it's got fancy colors. NCDU slash. Oh my gosh. Wait, what? Slash user's got a bunch of shit in it. Yeah, so It's like all my app stuff. It doesn't seem like a lot of stuff. This is great. This is an amazing tool. Thank you for telling me about this. I love this. I've never seen this before. This is amazing. Today I learned about NCDU. I'm so old. 6 gigs in home. And it's all Rob. It's all in his repos. What the hell? How do I have so much stuff in my GitHub repo? Oh, I was doing embeds. Yeah, we were testing whether how big it, okay, I remember this. We were testing if we did an extensive test over here to see if it would run out of stuff if we did an embed. Yeah. How do you go back? Left arrow, I guess. I mean, it's 2 gig. It's not that much. It said that I'm using up 6 gig. That's what I wonder. Where's the rest of the 6 gig? Wait, did I reorganize it somehow? I'm pressing shit that I don't know what it does. Question mark. What does end do? Sort by name. Okay, no. Sort by size. Sort by item. Sort by time. This is so cool. Who wrote this? Is this a Rust thing? Is this a Rust thing? I will not say bad things. I just want to know. Cache. Why is cache so big? Go build? You kidding me? Oh my god. S. How do you go back? H. Yes, that's what I want. All right. This is really great. Thank you for telling me about it. Yeah. Because I don't do disk organization. I do DU and then I do the sort and unique and all that. Like I did in 1998. Because I'm old. Ask Dennis if he knows about NCCD. I mean, DU. I guarantee you he doesn't know about it. Like me. Because we're old parts. So there. So there. So there.
Ça va.
So there.
Ça va.
So there.
Ça va. I wonder. I wonder. I wonder. Ça va.
Det var ju soft, governor.
Sorry?
Software shit.
All right. Enough of that. Does this have a way to delete them? It does. Of course it does. All right. Go build. Wait, what? Delete. How to do delete? Delete. Yes, I want to delete. 15 whole megabytes. That's not bad. Wait, what? 1 whole gigabyte. Let's delete this one. Why is this so big? I don't get it. That's what she said. Please tell me I didn't save this. Oh my god, if I save this. All right, so 1 GB file. That's literally called 1 GB file. I'm not even going to tell you what that was about. So the Go, and then he immediately proceeds to tell you. So the Go embed has a thing that does not load the file into memory, and it only accesses it on demand from the file and uses it the file as a file system. It's amazing. And then we were testing it on here, and hence the full filled disks, right? I'm actually kind of glad that I don't have a big disk over here because it's gonna make me keep it clean, but you know, I got plenty of disk space. That's not really the issue. I do now anyway. Uh yeah. Hey, look, we're down to 65% NCDU. Container file is still 4 gigabytes. Wait. There's still 4 gig in here. What the hell? Cache can go. This can all go. I mean, the hell, I'm just gonna delete it. Fucking Helm. I hate fucking Helm. Can I tell you? I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to swear. Go PLS. I thank you for showing me this. It's not about having disk. It's about having it's not about having a big disk. It's about how you use it. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. It's actually not a lot about the disk. It's usually about all the other things you use that go with the disk to help the disk work. Yeah, the disk is like, you know, a kind of a minor player in the overall system. You know what I'm talking about, right? You're IT professionals. Goling.org. I guess we're gonna keep that. I probably just killed Go from working forever. I kind of don't care though, which is weird. Also don't care about Minikube. Minikube can bite me. Yeah. Or how come it's darker builder to you to check a cache builder? You do that's kind of cool. Does that work with Podman? Podman builder, do you? Do not know that. Ooh, Podman build X, do you? Ah, I see. It does not have it. Not a thing. Not for Podman anyway. All right, we now have disk, thank God. I mean, we have some disk, we'll say. We're down to 51%. I mean, that's reasonably okay. How's our bit rate? We still good on the bit rate? Check 1, 2. I kind of moved a little bit. That's why I'm confused. All right, let's do this. Build image. We build our image. We don't need to do that anymore. Okay, so we do our container file. Oh, we couldn't do the build because it failed because we didn't have cache left. So let's do the build again. It's gonna pull down all the dependent images, which, oh well. Yeah. Okay. If this works, we might get a cluster out of this. We're very close to getting a cluster, friends. Oh shit. I'm running out of power. I'm running out of power, Captain. This is gonna tank my stream. Okay, so let's go back over here. All right, we have our thing is loaded. We're basically just running Quay. We need to add some more stuff. So we need DNS utils. What else do we need? We need we're gonna need getman less. Why do we need less? Why do we need libcurl? It's like it's loading a bunch of stuff, but I don't know why it needs it. There's been a script written that's doing the pulling down for the k8s stuff. And I don't think we need any of it. So I am not going to add a bunch of more stuff to this until we need to. I'm going to put a to-do in here. So we're going to need to come back to this document. We're curling libs. Yeah, we don't need to curl libs right now. No, I don't actually know why that is. Okay, so this I do know. Okay, so at work we've built a custom image to do kubespray that doesn't just instantiate a cluster, it actually also installs a bunch of apps. And to do the installation, it pulls down a Git repo and checksums it, applies a checksum version of a Git repo. So we're going to need to do that, but we don't need to do it now. But it's going to be needed. We just don't need it at the moment. So at the moment, I actually think we can commit this. I'm committing to main. I know it's really big. Don't do it. Don't commit to main and in a prod project. This is a, git commit. Initial custom kubespray container. I'm not doing any fancy messages on my commits. It's not a prod project yet, no. Git push. So this is just to get us started. Now we're going to go back to the docs on kubespray and look at how to make a cluster. And I do not know how, never done it. So again, just a reminder, here's the architecture. We are on Bastion. So the first Kubernetes we're going to create with kubespray is going to be on Bastion. It's going to be a single node cluster. My build. The other build did, but this one didn't. It wasn't pushed again? I mean, it has to do all the build. The push is the very last thing. Is it not? I'm just checking just to make sure. No, it's there. It's just version 3. I think it's there. SCC this side. Okay, the other one didn't. Thank you for noticing. I missed that. Thank you. I just assumed it would work. Actually, I noticed when we do that, it actually drops packets a lot when I do that too. So it might be a network thing. So anyway, we're using kubespray right now to do the thing. Now I have to kind of go look up what to do next. So we're going back to the kubespray here. Okay, so again, we're building Bastion. We're building our admin or infrastructure cluster. It's a single node cluster on Bastion. And honestly, I think it's not going to work. I think we're going to run out of disk space. But the thing about it that's okay is that we can kind of we should be able to change a few parameters and then do, infrastructure as code and just pull it up later. Which does make me want to look at Terraform or at making Ansible jobs to spin up VMs. Both are things. I mean, last time I just did it all by hand and I installed Red Hat and all that. This is Excalibur. Excalibur. EX, yeah, it's pretty fun. I like it. Pretty popular. A lot of streamers use it. And yeah, I got gifted a membership recently. I mean, well, recently being like 3 years ago. Chill, yeah. There's a bunch of whiteboardy kind of things out there. Draw.io is another one. I love that. So it is pretty nice. I like it. All right, so what do we got to do? We got to do. I don't know what we got to do. I gotta read. I gotta read. When in doubt, read. kubespray. You have questions? Deployment. Okay, so there's 3 different ways: a quick start, Ansible, Docker, or Vagrant. We're doing the Docker method. Docker run. Blah blah blah. Okay, mount type bind source equals blah. Ensure you have Docker installed and then blah blah blah. I'm actually gonna look at my work files and see how we are doing this. Oh, what? I'm not logged in anymore? Oh. I had to relog. Multiple Excalibur canvas, some free version. Do not know. I guess you could just save them to local files if you want to do that. I think I'm still paying them. It's worth it to me. I see what we're doing. We've created a custom. God, I fucking hate submodules. My teammates use submodules for this, and I hate it. I really hate it. Give me a second. They use the Ansible playbook to do the deployment. I don't know why they use Ansible for this. You don't need Ansible. You just wrote a script. I'm kind of questioning why they use Ansible for this. It's like, what are you getting by using Ansible? So far, nothing. Automated cluster creation using containerized Ansible. Need access to vaults. Yeah, this is completely undocumented. It needs a lot of work. I mean, it's just not true. It's documented upstream, but the README here is out of control. I'm gonna open an issue on it actually. Rebuild case workers, automated image builds. Should be testing. just going to open an issue real quick. Remove or update README. Make a link to the internal docs. The README is out of date. I'm just reading it here. Okay, so again, I'm trying to kind of simulate what's happening. I don't have, so I do have kind of a problem here because they've, in my opinion, they've unnecessarily created a dependency on both Ansible and Kubernetes to exist in order to create another cluster. And I know that that's not a hard dependency. There's ways to get around it, but they probably, I don't know, but I think they maybe could have done it by just having a script and then encapsulating the script and then leaving the script on its own, or putting the script in a job that runs in Kubernetes. And then you just use the script the same place, either from by hand. Why am I saying that? Because I think that we could put a script in here. It is a CI/CD sort of thing, but CI/CD can also just call into another script, right? So this is kind of the part that I don't understand, is that they've created an image to run Ansible. No, it's not even Ansible. It's kubespray. And then this thing gets run up in the cloud. So yeah. And so we're okay. I'm going to diverge from what they're doing at work right now, because I actually have a feeling about how we can maybe improve this, and I'm going to go ahead and do it this way. Because first of all, it's the standard way to do it. It's not some exceptional thing. Abstraction is a trade-off, absolutely. And that's kind of what I'm grading on, right? I don't understand the requirement for the abstraction yet. You can just use netcat, exactly. So I'm just gonna cut and paste their standard docs and put it into a script. And you know, I'm gonna, this is images here. And I don't know quite where to put it. I'm kind of diverting. The rest of the repo is entirely Ansible. There's no scripts or binaries or anything. So to my way of thinking, we should actually have a bin in here. The value of using Ansible, Puppet, Terraform, whatever in the situation. Absolutely. But because so the reason they're doing that is so that they can execute the Ansible playbook from a system that has Ansible that is not the system that we're building on, which is what we're doing. So we're kind of diverting from what they're doing because they are making an assumption about where the user is executing the thing. Which distro do you use? I use all the distros. Looks like we got a raid incoming. Hey, PDX, what's up? Is that what the container is for? The container is because we need other things in there and that we're going to run. We're actually going to run a script inside of kubespray. We're going to use the same kubespray container to do other things. So we're going to pass it other programs that are going to install k8s apps and stuff. And those all need to be runnable from something. We could make a separate image for that, a separate container image for that, but my team has crammed all of that into a single kubespray extended container. And so kind of that's what we're looking at. Anyway, but you're making a cluster, yeah, which means you're managing hosts other than the one you're running on kubespray on. Yes. But the kubespray does actually, I see. Yeah. Kubespray is an Ansible thing, but I thought that would be managed in the container itself. Ansible. So the kubespray what we need to find out is how much of that stuff gets mounted. I think it does. I think it mounts. Let me check. I think it mounts dot into the container when it's building it. Maybe not. No, but it's, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. So running an Ansible playbook for a given Kubernetes cluster, the playbook will run the Kubernetes job and the CI/CD repo is cloned recursively to the start of each job. Cluster scale, reset bootstrap, and remove node. Company branch tech, commit HPA, well, big checks. This is one of those cases. I love my teammate, but he does so much stuff without consulting anybody. And he knows that I'll go against some of it, so he doesn't talk to me on sometimes. Yeah. Like, there's no time. Yeah, no, there's time. I mean, it's yeah. Anyway, I'm looking at the thing, the run playbook program that they wrote. I would never have done it that way, but you know, it is what it is. How you doing, Ghetto White Booty? You just run the container. You just run the container on your laptop and not use Bastion. Yeah, yeah, totally could. If it has Ansible access, I totally could do that. Yeah, I'd have to have a container engine on the laptop, but and then that's where it kind of gets interesting. kubespray uses Ansible. That's what the thing I don't understand is why there's other Ansible stuff in there that's not being mounted in the container. So we're gonna follow the instructions. We're gonna, before we can actually create input here, we're gonna go ahead and just run it. But I do want to run the command as you know. This is where I would usually make a build script that, or a make file that makes different things. Depends on yours. I don't like makefiles because almost everything in a makefile can be covered more simply in a shell script, almost always. And people say, but you can tab completion. No, you can do that pretty easily. So what we need is let's just start with a basic script. Let's say, create admin, or I don't know, inf cluster bin bash, and we'll paste the Docker line, which we're going to change to podman. Run init mount. Hey, thank you for that. Mount type, whatever. Inside the container, you may now run the kubespray playbook. So, so yeah, this part is what we're gonna have to do. This is the playbook part. Return like bandit. Why problem over Docker? Because Docker is bad, not supported. Killed a bunch of open source projects. Industry doesn't like Docker right now. That's not my opinion. That's well documented at this point. Yeah, I'm not gonna debate that point. You can go read about that, but I'm not, you know, do you. We are doing Ansible Docker images. Yeah, I need to read the container image again, the container file, which is version 2.24.1. I think we're doing the same thing here. 2.2.241. We're not going to do this. We're going to do our image. So what's that? ghcr.io slash rvxrob slash k8s cicd slash, what is it called? Is it called Ansible? It's called cicd slash Ansible. It should not really be Ansible. It should be kubespray. I don't know why we called it that. I think the reason that it got renamed is because they use it for more than just kubespray. But it's implied that kubespray is Ansible, so I like the kubespray name better personally. Bottom line. So let's go. I'm going to rebuild the image using the better name. And actually, let's save room. So what do we do? Podman images, images, remove, finish all. All right. So we're going to change the label on this because I don't like that label. So there. From Quay. Actually, I think that the label name, I could be wrong. The label name, no, it doesn't. Never mind. What am I talking about? Yeah, the label name is here. Okay, so kubespray. Kubespray comes with it. So I'm going to call it kubespray 1 and see if we can push that. I don't even know if that's going to work. Let's try it. It should be able to push the new image. It's just that's going to build a brand new image. And then it's going to push that one out. Assuming it can do all of that. Skipping the thing. I just want to get a cluster up. So that's the goal. I'm not going to end tonight until I have a cluster running. And once we have a cluster running, then we can use it to deploy clusters on multiple nodes instead of a single node cluster. What is going on? Why is it doing that? Yeah, I don't know what happened before. It's like the first time it doesn't work and the second time it does. I don't get it why. It might be a transfer issue. Are you guys lagging? I think there's a little bit of drop packets, but not a lot. And that time it, oh, wait, what? It did not go again. It didn't go again. What the hell? Is it because they changed the name? Maybe I can only have one image at a time. I'm wondering if I wonder if it's a conflict. I wonder if I can only have one per repo. That's not my recollection. You can actually do two, but you used to have two different and a free tier. Really? I mean, for what it's worth, I have Pro, so it was not doing that before. This is new. And it only happened when I changed the name. So maybe I'm not tagging it right. I think I have it. It did it, but then it came up. It did it, but then it worked eventually. So it's a transfer issue. This one's going much faster. This really makes me question my internet. I know. I know it's using a close connection. Yeah, it's hanging again. I think Spectrum is shutting down uploads. I had this problem. I've been having problems with Spectrum. I have. I've been having problems with Spectrum a lot. So since the change, since I got a new one. To me, it feels like it's uploading all the way and it's doing some validation at the very end. Okay, well, what does this tell us? This tells us we're going to need to set up our own container registry. And I didn't want to do that, but I feel like we have to do that. I feel like, okay, I cannot wait around for this shit like this, right? So, and I already know Harbor inside out pretty well. I mean, I don't know the UI very well, but I set up Harbor. I made the k8s for Harbor at work and everything. That's actually what the other one is. So what I'm suggesting we should probably do, but it's a chicken and the egg situation, right? It's like, you know, you need a registry in order to run this, but we don't have a registry. And actually, I'm really glad we're hitting this because this actually affects the upgrade and disaster recovery plans. I'm probably hitting rate limits at GitHub, but the point is that I would never hit this problem at work. And I'm not using GitHub, the GitHub tool for this. And I can't have this slow me down. So, hey, Black Mouse, how you doing? One last chance. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna bring up a registry at home because I can't fuck around anymore. I'll just run Harbor in a container and call it a day. Yeah, this one didn't make it at all. It's like this makes me think that something on the network stack on the machine is broken. It makes me almost want to like rebuild that Bastion host. You can build an image and export anywhere you want. Yeah, but then it has to be served up, right? It has to come from. To tell you the truth, I don't need to do any of that. I just need to be able to run the image locally. I don't even the push of the image is completely. The only reason I'm pushing the image is because in another scenario we're going to use Kubernetes to deploy it, but in this case we don't need it. So why the hell am I doing this, right? I just need to run the thing. Yeah, I got two of them right there. So, we're good. We're good. I don't need the other one. I can just use the local container registry. I don't even need to be on Harbor because we're just trying to get kubespray up. Okay, so I have to take a moment to pause and think about this for a second though, because what are we doing? if in a disaster recovery scenario, we would not have a cluster at all, how would we bootstrap the cluster? The infrastructure cluster, which we would then put Harbor in because we run Harbor in our infrastructure cluster. And that's one of our k8s apps. And then we would use that for the rest. What this is telling me is that by having the baseline kubespray image, we could get on a system that had Podman on it, which is pretty much any container engine, which we would already have to have if we had a node. And then we could just run it. We could bootstrap the infrastructure cluster, and then we could do the rest. Now, they've made this unnecessarily complicated because they're depending on other elements of Ansible for their own custom playbooks for the k8s app deployment part of it. And they require Kubernetes to do that. But I honestly don't think they need Kubernetes to do that. I think they could have put that in a container and made it that way. So I'm actually going to attempt that because if I can do that, I can actually suggest a change. They might, at this point, they're not going to listen to me because I wasn't involved in all of this. They just kind of jammed it through. But I mean, I can ask questions from the perspective of, okay, how are we going to recover this if we need it again? And those are fair. Means air gapped environment or not. In this particular case, no, it's not air gapped. We have HTTP proxy access to the internet, and that will always be true. So in my particular environment, we do not have air gapped. I mean, I was working on air gap because I wanted to anticipate working for an air gapped employer, which I think is going to become more and more important as quantum becomes a thing. But please no. Let me rephrase. Oh, config management, please no. Yeah. So yeah, the reason the only reason to use this is because the primary method for deploying kubespray for running kubespray is to use a container. So yeah. Yeah, so I'm kind of stuck on this idea about how would we bring this all back up. So what do we have available to us? We have the Docker file. We are not air gapped. So the container file, so we could actually pull down the Quay kubespray from the Quay site and build the container if we had to rebuild it, assuming we had to rebuild it, right? And then we have it on a local login machine that has access to all the nodes that we need, in this case, just one. And then we run it and point it at those nodes, run the container, that is, and we do the installation, get our infrastructure cluster up, and then we put the k8s apps on there, and we got our registry, and then from there, we can do our dynamic cluster config to build prod cluster and the other stuff, right? That's really how it should go. And we also have an internal registry that we can pull down from so that we don't hit rate limiting with Quay.io or whatever. So, which I don't know if that's as sensitive as Docker Hub was. Docker Hub, we would hit our rate limits and quotas all the time, and we couldn't pull. So we created our own internal, mirroring of that on our own hardware registry, and we also have another registry that's official within the company. So what are we doing now? Now we're just following the instructions for bootstrapping a cluster with Kubernetes using the basic instructions. If we talked about Proxmox, we could use snapshots of VMs to store it and then trust it. Yeah, you can. This is not, but we're not. This is just for homelab. So there's no Proxmox at work, obviously. So we've got what we need. And I started writing I create infrastructure cluster script. Pretty disaster recovery action. Yes. Yeah, we're not. We have the same thing with our distributed NAS. So we have storage that we could go back to and revert if we had to. We just, just pull the same storage back up, and we don't have virtualization at all. So before anybody goes suggesting snapshot virtualization options for backup recovery, let me just tell you, we don't have that option. We do not have virtualization in our company on the high performance machine learning side. Although honestly, I think we could have benefited by making our infrastructure cluster VMs. Because if we had done that, we could snapshot our VMs and get our infrastructure cluster back immediately. And that actually might be an option I might want to float into the team. I was like, hey, is there anybody here who thinks it might be a good idea to create snapshot VMs for all of our infrastructure cluster? Because the snapping back of that thing, Black Mouse, to your point, would be instantaneous and awesome, right? We just get it right back right away. The reason we don't have that is because we don't have VMs on the brain. Our high performance machine learning infrastructure, both batch, which is PBS, and Kubernetes, is 100% bare metal. And the reason it's bare metal is because machine learning. Machine learning needs direct access to the GPUs. We have $40,000 H100s, H200s, A10s, and all that on actual hardware. And our Kubernetes nodes and batch nodes are hardware nodes because of the GPU interface. So because of that, our entire infrastructure team, as well as us, have no virtualization whatsoever anywhere. And I'm actually of the opinion that we should consider shopping around within the company to find out where our virtualization options are. If we could do that, other than the latency issue, which might be enough to kill it, right? Because, for example, our harbor images, the reason we run our own harbor registry is because because of the latency issues for these massive machine learning containers that Kubernetes will just choke, or batch will just choke on because it can't get to it as fast. We have another registry that just is not used to holding that kind of registry images, and it definitely doesn't have the performance necessary to pull down the kind of jobs we are. This is why we've got sort of special dispensation to run our own registry, because the machine learning jobs that get stored in that registry break any other basic container registry. So yeah, hey Squells. Yeah, are you proxmoxing at work, Black Mouse? I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see. So, kubespray, what are we doing here? We still a little bit of drop packets, but not much. AR for cloud, same or same sources for the same reason as you. Yeah, honestly, I think the industry direction is bare metal, because even MIG requires bare metal. So MIG allows the God, I'm losing my voice. MIG allows the reuse of bare. I gotta take it down a notch. I'm gonna lose my voice. I've been talking straight for like 3 days straight. MIG allows the essentially the virtualization of a GPU. So you can divide a big expensive enterprise GPU into parts. The cheapest one is an A30, according to the research we did yesterday, and it's $4,000. But you can split that GPU capacity across multiple nodes. And when I say node, I mean you can have a Kubernetes container that has GPU. They all have GPU and they have dedicated GPU. Host by yourself, handle everything you can handle. Yeah. Machine learning is pushing everything back on-prem because it's too expensive to host machine learning stuff. In fact, it's becoming a competitive advantage to have your own machine learning shop, including, as Tonypot said, your own water-cooled enterprise data center, EDS. So, EDC, yeah. I think this is going to get very interesting. I guess is my main point. I think, oh, we forgot to put the version here. 2.0. You know what I noticed? I don't have my latest NeoVim over here, so you can't see what I'm typing. 15 close to AWS to bare metal. Really? Interesting. So much cheaper, right? Yep. Which is why, okay, so can I just say the future is bright for Kubernetes admins and people that are doing this stuff, because the more they bring it on-prem, I mean, in the cloud, you know, the idea of the cloud was that you could hire relatively developer-focused people and some DevOps people, which tend to not be strong infrastructure people. And I mean, they're strong cloud people and they're strong applications people, and they tend to know AWS and cloud really well, but they're not, they don't know system D, they don't know, things like that. And in fact, when they hired me, they specifically said, we are not hiring a DevOps person. And they got away with that for a long time, but the more they bring stuff on-prem, the more the skill set involves more than just knowing cloud, in my opinion. I mean, I could be wrong, but the base. Oh, right. Oh, right. Thank you for that catch. Actually, it should already have it, right? So it shouldn't have to go pull it down. Why doesn't it? Why doesn't it have the image? This is interesting. Let me go see. Source PW inventory sample. Okay, that's the problem. Yeah. I'm starting to understand a lot more now. This is why they have Ansible stuff in here. Yeah. This inventory mount type blah home that SSH. Yeah, it's making the okay, so it's doing the SSH key connections from the local host, even though it uses a container. That's why it's mounting it in there. Yeah, and it's assuming that it has SSH access to the target, and the target is root SSH RDSA. Okay, that's the destination. Okay. And it's just running bash. Inside the container, we may now run the keystring playbook. I don't quite understand that. So it's this assumes you have to get a Docker, you have to do Docker exec to get into the container. You're not using RSA. Yeah. It's yeah, the whole key thing is kind of weird. I don't even know which ones they're using here. So that's okay. So this makes sense as to why they're in this particular case at work, all the SSH keys are in place already. So that's not required. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how we can get around that. Yeah, we're still gonna have to do Ansible setup on this in this box, because even though all the stuff to run Ansible is in there, you still need to have an inventory. Yeah. And I don't have that, so yeah, and they put all their stuff in a different place. They actually pulled down the entire kubespray thing, which I don't understand. I think it's because they modified. They have an entire duplicate of the kubespray project, and so I don't quite understand where that's coming from. If you use the Ansible command, to use the container image, though, I agree. You can run the container and create it that way, right? YAML format is nice for JT. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Just need an INI file and SSH key, yeah. And don't need Ansible on the host. I know, that's what I'm trying to say. If we just need SSH, and we need to know we have to have the inventory, though. Although it makes me wonder if the inventory is already in there, right? And sure, you have installed Docker, then blah. I feel like the inventory, they're leaving out a lot of stuff about what goes in the inventory. Yeah. I mean, let's try something here. So let's just do this instead. I don't think it's a word, but this is file CRC inventory example. See, it is trying to, it does want us to make an inventory. And yeah. So I am trying to decide if we want to do how we want to do the inventory. I don't like the way they're doing their inventory. They have used the kubespray inventory. I can't imagine why they would do that. I'm trying to figure out why they would just use they are duplicating the entire kubespray repo. The sample one, we could do that. Oh, okay. Now it's starting to, yeah. What there's, okay, now, okay, it's all making sense now. Okay, so what they're doing, okay, it's starting to make sense. This instruction for using Docker does not work unless you're running this from inside of this repo. That is implied, but not explicit. And that explains why my team cloned, effectively forked this entire repo. Because this command assumes, ironically, that you are inside of this thing, even though the thing that created the container is here. It's kind of hokey. It is kind of hokey, but I think that's what's up. If you already have your inventory, you don't have to depend on it like this. But I feel like there's, okay, so my team says, this is something I have to take back to the team. I'm like, they have created, this is what they did. They put this entire repo as a submodule inside of the other repo, and then they updated the inventory here. They updated the inventory here. See? And I don't know if that's a good idea. Example commands, right? So this is, you know, what I think the team did is I think they started out by wanting to use kubespray, right? Yeah. So sometimes you have local inventory in your mounted Docker container. But is that all? I guess we're going to find out, right? So if that is true, the only thing I have to add to my path is something inside of an inventory directory and the RSA file or the key. That should be it. Sure, that's all it's explicit in the run command. You only need one inventory, SSH agent, SSH private and key image. That's what I think too. And if that's true, I'm gonna like really complain to my team. Because my team has deliberately created a submodule of kubespray within that repo. And the only explanation for that is one, they either don't know that they don't need it, or two, that there's some other interdependencies that you can grab a playbook from elsewhere. Like you want to use the playbook to do other things. And I think that's what they've done because they wrote their own playbooks. They wrote their own playbooks to deploy Kubernetes applications and stuff. So what I think they're doing is they're calling into other kubespray things. And it sounds like they feel like they have to have the kubespray source files in order to use those things, as opposed to assuming they are mounted in the container. We're going to find out. We're going to find out by hitting this error on our own. So what we need to do is make our own inventory. So we could just say inventory goes to inventory. And call it a day. And that their container file is building from the submodule. Well, they're not explicitly doing it in the build command if they are. I hear you what you're saying, but if that's true, that the build command would have it in it. It's not in there. So yeah, I'm still looking. Give me a sec. I'm looking to see if they call into the submodule for any purpose at all. Yeah, they do. They do. That's what they're doing. Okay. So They've got a run playbook command that takes an argument for building a cluster, and it sets as an environment variable the kubespray directory, and then it calls into it directly. So, but that could possibly just be because they're using the inventory at that location. I have a feeling they're using something else in there, though. I have a feeling there's something in the kubespray project that, like a library or something, that they're using to build their own playbooks. So I think that's what's going on. What we need to be able to find is we need to be able to find the interdependencies between one of the existing playbooks that they're using to push the k8s apps. And I'm trying to figure out where those dependencies would be. It'd probably be in the playbook itself, right? I don't know Ansible enough to know how to have playbook interdependencies, but I have a feeling that's what's going on. I have a feeling that their own playbooks are pulling in some kubespray library playbook. But I would expect those to been in the image, so that's why I'm confused. Import roles, import role history tracker. Oh, interesting. So it's the import role that's doing it. Yeah, it's about roles, right? So they do in their playbook, they're importing roles that are in kubespray. So I can only assume they're not available unless the kubespray source is there. But what I don't understand is why they shouldn't have to do that. They shouldn't have to do that because that all that stuff should be available in the default kubespray image. You see what I'm saying? And the only way we would know that would be go around digging in the image. Well, the real question, I guess. Okay, let's do this. So this means that we need to go. I need to go spelunking. We need to go do this. Podman, run whatever. Actually, let's do exec. I need to see what's going on inside of this image because that's going to change everything. It's like if let's just execute a query. Why isn't it doing anything? Is it exe? Why isn't it doing? What am I doing wrong? I don't remember my stuff. Start. I could just do start and exec. No, it's run dash whatever, right? Run that it dash rm query. There we go. Yeah, sorry guys. I'm kind of rusty. So, all right. So we've got yeah. Thank you guys. The tab wasn't working. That's why I was freaking out. So there they are. There's the playbooks. This is what I don't understand. The playbooks are right there, right? So they're using in one of their playbooks, they're actually importing a role that a history tracker role. Aha, this role is not here. Okay, so if the role that they're importing is not here, but it is in the kubespray source directory, that's how we know. That's how we know, friends. So I'm in playbooks, you're right. Thank you. It is in history tracker, cube control plane. Name is k8s bootstrap history tracker. They named it import role history tracker. There's nothing here. I'm gonna bet that they added it to their fork. That's what I think. If they did that, I'm like gonna really question that decision. Honest to God, I'm like, so. Oh, they made a role. Never mind. They made their own rule for history tracking. So I got that totally wrong. They made their own rule for that. So what we need to find is something that's importing something else, right? Edge commands mn path bootstrap config name bootstrap kube system. They made their own history tracker role. They made their own append history role. Append history config map. Oh, I don't know if I like that. What? Oh my God. I'm gonna I do not like this code. This is I can't get into it right now. They're actually applying customized rules to YAML files before they go to Ansible. Oh my God. Oh my God. I should look at the Git rules, yeah. It's definitely customized rules. No, it's not. No, it's not. I take it back. It's Ansible. It's Ansible syntax. I take it back. I take it back. It's Ansible syntax. It's the double trace. It's the double triple bracket thing. But I'm left asking the question why they're doing all this though, and that's kind of the, you know, that's kind of why I'm looking at this. I'm just gonna assume because I want to get my cluster running before I go. And I'll ask those questions on Monday. I'm sure there's a perfectly sound reason for it that I don't understand. So, but for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to create a cluster without adding anything, without having this even be running from inside of the. We tried as hard as we was able to on that time. We don't know. So we've been running under the assumption that we can just add our own inventory file and it'll work. It's very possible that that's not true. That this Docker image has to be run from inside of this repo. We don't even know. We haven't even tried this command yet. So let's attempt to break it. I mean, let's be real. Okay, let me back up. Maybe we actually need to do it is this line right here assumes directly that you're running it from inside of this repo. That's the assumption of that instruction. So if we don't do it that way, we're already diverging from the instructions. And I kind of want to get it to work without that first, right? So let's attempt that. Okay. So yeah, let's just see if we can get the base one to work. So when I scarce some deeply flawed shit in repos infrastructure. Yeah. And the time to fix, yes. LBG, that's what you're saying, but that's not what the document says. You cannot run the command in the instructions unless you're in this directory. You can't. So there is no inventory sample unless you make it. The assumption here is that you're running it from in here because the inventory sample exists if you're in this repo. So this verbatim command will not work unless you change these things to be what you are using. And I feel like that's what it's telling you to do. You cannot run the command in the README unless you have that specific file, right? You should make it, but it doesn't say that, right? So if you were just coming at this new and you saw this, you would be in the repo, the README's in the repo, you'd run the quick start and it would just work, right? And actually, I want to try that. I want to see how hard that would be. So GH repo clone, let's just do it that way. I mean, the assumption is also that you're like just cloning this guy, right? So let's actually clone the original first. Was it Kubernetes SIGs kubespray? All right, so make directory Kubernetes SIGs. This is going to take, it's going to be so huge. Kubernetes SIGs. GH repo clone. SIGs kubespray. And this is probably going to use all my disk space. It would only use the inventory file. I'm trusting you, OBG. I have no doubt that that's what happens. I just want to see that. So I do. I totally believe you. I mean, you're completely reliable source for Kubernetes stuff. Probably my best reliable source for Kubernetes stuff. I just want to see. So if I was just coming, if I was an absolute noob and I was coming in here, what would I do? I would see a read. Wait, what? I'd see a README file. The README file would say, actually, let's do this. Let's do, do I even have it on here? MD? No. That's not found. Flagger tree. It's flagger, no. So yeah, so the way this is written, we should be able to get the Docker file out of the README file. And we should be able to run this as is, assuming we have RDRSA. But the thing is, it says inside the container you may now do this. This is really bad instructions, honest to God. So I mean, I don't know. How about this? Sorry guys. I'm flailing right now. Wait, what? Shell session? What the hell? This is not a very good project. Just gonna say it out loud. Wait. I mean, this is the same command that I have on the other one. Let's just do this one. We're actually going to use their image. We're going to use their image. Same problem, no stat RSA. Okay, so let's change it to ID underscore RSA 822519. I could probably change it to be local and have it be fine. Oh wow, it worked. It worked. But where did it build the cluster? What do I get? It ran, but I don't know what it did. Oh, wait. It said you can now run in the container. Yeah. All right, so we should be able to get into the container now. God, when can I? What the hell? Oh, I'm in the container. I'm in the container. No wonder. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm in the container. I didn't realize I was in the container. The balance is it did what it was supposed to do. Amazing. I know. Now this will play like yeah. Okay, so I don't know what that command is. Let's go back here and look. It's 8. Is that right? Kubespray. Kubernetes sig. Yeah. All right. Damn it, Rob. All right, so now we can run inventory private key space. I mean, I can do that. Root slash ID underscore ED2TY19 cluster YAML. No host matching, no host matching, no host matching, no host matching. Could not match any supplied host pattern, ignoring kubespray needs etcd. Could not match any clustering pattern, ignoring calcar. Basically, it's just preparing env for Ansible. Yeah. Because empty inventory, because there are no hosts provided, right? So, I mean, this kind of gets you started, but it doesn't tell you need to actually update the host in the inventory. Virtues is present Ansible collection, vagrant. So we still need to update the host file. Yeah, we got to put the host there. Without your IPs to the exactly. So what I honestly wanted to see what would break, right? And how to add those things. So, but as you can see, there's already an inventory in here. And this is the one it's using. It's using the sample. So I see what you guys are saying about us doing your thing, right? So yeah, it doesn't have mine in here. So we were looking for the sample before, and that's why we're doing. It is a pretty dumb quick start guide, I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna say node 1 Ansible host, and we'll put my host name in here. I don't know that we need the IP in there. etcd member name, etcd etcd1. We're only getting, this is just a single node host. A cluster in cloud in 2 clicks. Absolutely. That's why people do it. Yep. Control plane. So we're gonna make a kube node on the same IP. So what is with the double numbers here? I don't understand that. If your IP variable to bind a Kubernetes cluster a different IP than the default interface. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. If you wanted to tell it, I want that host and on that and on that interface. Interesting. Okay. I would not have known to do that, but I see what they're doing there. So the first one is the SSH target to make the connection, and the second one is like, okay, this has got multiple interfaces. Use this interface, right? We should say etcd member name for etcd cluster. The node. Okay, the inventory describe an HTTP topology with stacked etcd. Same nodes as control plane with a and 3 worker nodes. These have to be, we'd have to be all IP addresses on the same machine. Configure IP variable to bind to Kubernetes nodes. I don't think I'm going to try to do a single node cluster. I don't think you can even do it. I can just remove the first comment. Yeah. I mean, this needs to be the IP of this machine. So, uh, IP a grep inet. IP is not a command. Oh, we're in a, okay. That's right. So, okay, now I get it. Now I get why they made their own version of the cluster, because they put DNS tools and a bunch of other things over here so that they could actually do all of this. Okay, I'm sorry that there's no IPA because this is a container. So that's why they extended the container to put all these other fun things in there. Yeah. So okay, now I get it. I'm getting a lot more of this. Okay, so why they put that stuff in there? Yeah. We could just do is Nestat over here? I doubt it. Yeah, this is why they extended the cluster to put their own stuff in there. I mean image. So yeah, they put DNS utils, git DNS less libcurl, netbase, netcat patch, libperl, perl modules wget, which wget needs all that. Yeah. And libcurl GNU tools, liberr, GDM. DNS tools I thought would have got it, but I guess not. I guess I don't need that. Invert dynamic inventory bash, and you can run it outside a container. Let's see, you can generate inventory via dynamic inventory. And run it outside a container and mount it. I have config, yeah, that's one. Let's do I have config. Yeah, that's all net tools. Yeah. I mean, this is the best we're gonna get right here. How come it's on .5? That's not the IP. Wait, what machine am I on? That's the host name. Yeah. This is the one, 10.2 cranky habit. Inside container, I know. If you inside of the IP, yeah. Oh, I see. Because it's running a container, we still want to be able to talk out to the other thing. Yeah, so okay, yeah, that's the one we actually want to put the cluster on. Yeah, I'm spacing. I don't know why. Yeah, okay, so yeah, let's do this. Let's go down here. I seriously doubt that this is gonna work, but we'll give it a try. This is all ephemeral. This is all gonna get blown away. That's why it's in a container. So I don't think we need the IP here because it is the same. This is all ephemeral. It's going away. This needs to be the same. So I'm gonna make a. I don't even know if it's gonna work. I'm attempting to make a worker node on a. I'm attempting to make a worker node on a worker node on a control plane, a single node cluster. And it generates this inventory and traces essentially as an argument to the function. Yes. Yep. I'm saying wait, what? Do I have to have all three? Why do we have to have that CD member name? Do we need to have this? Can this IP be the same thing? Or you're saying we should do this? What's up with the hashtag? Does the hashtag need to be there? You can't add to an STD without a name, really? But what I don't understand here. Is it always a comment? Why? Okay. What I want to know is there something reading the comment? Because that would be really fucked up. We should set separate STD closer to the node. The default is the name of the host. That's what I was going to say. But that would be Bastion in this case. I got no problem making an etcd1. That's fine. Remove the cube node if you want to have a single node cluster. Why do you have to have a cube node? It's just stacked comments. That's what I thought. It's like, it didn't need it, right? If I do this, does that actually, wait, does this set the name if I leave it like this? I'm guessing it does. SCD children, control plane, a cube node. So you're saying we don't have to explicitly put a cube node for a single node cluster. That's what I'm hearing you say. What you're saying is that this is totally fine. This is a playbook variable. Okay, good. Read the comments. I did read the comments already. I did already. You control plane, it's master. Yeah. I know it's workers. What I'm trying to say is, can I make it? What you're saying is that it's mutually exclusive. You can't have a control plane entry and a node entry on the same thing. And I thought maybe it was a different role that you could layer over the top of it, but apparently not. So configure IP variable to bind Kubernetes services on a different IP. Then interface, we don't need that. We should set etcd for the etcd cluster. The nodes are not etcd members. The node, let's see, the node that are not etcd members do not need to set this value. Or you can set the value, set the empty string value. What I was, okay, so they're mutually exclusive. What you're saying is if you have, and that makes sense because it's an inventory file. And an inventory file, when you have an inventory, you have a node, but you don't list it twice, period. Right? I mean, you can't actually have to take that back because that's what this is. This is saying that this guy is listed over here, right? But you wouldn't have a distinct IP address, an Ansible host. You wouldn't have an Ansible host with a distinct IP address listed twice in an inventory in Ansible. That much I remember. Okay, I get it. That's why that's not there, because that's part of the whatever you want to call it. That's part of the inventory definition. But down here, you can have other groups, and this is how you can join things once they have an indicator like this. Yeah. So I think if people are just new to Ansible, I think the takeaway here is the IP is the distinguishing unique identifier for any machine, any host, any machine in Ansible. So you can give them names and stuff like that, but the distinguishing factor is the IP. So, and I think you can actually, if I remember Ansible right, I think there's other ways. I don't think you can do Mac. I don't remember, but IP is the one I've always seen, right? So, God, this is going back 2 years, but I set up my entire lab, that big ass lab that I had, the Excalibur lab, and I had, I had a full set of Ansible inventory that was all based on IP on everything that was there. Actually, when I set up mine, I wanted to be able to change the IP of the given inventory host, so I use names instead of IPs. I'm kind of remembering this now. I'm kind of reminding myself what I did. Is that it would just try to run 2 different playbooks against the same host. Yeah, right. Yeah, I think you're right. It's probably not strictly an error, but it's a, yeah, kind of an error, yes. Ansible host equals blah, IP equals blah. For cases where the host has 2 interfaces, right? You could actually, in that case, this could be a DNS entry. In fact, I said earlier, that it has to be an IP, but now that I remember how I did my inventory, we had a kind of a debate about whether to use DNS names there or IP numbers. If you use DNS names in your master inventory, you can change the IP numbers. And, you know, there's an argument to be had there. Because if you use DNS names, it will use it. It's just SSH. It just uses SSH to go to the thing. DNS name is node 1. I don't know about that. Just a second here. I'm going to see what Chloe says of this. Could I use a DNS name? I just want to see what Chloe says. An IP or host name, yeah. So please don't, I'm not fighting with anybody. I'm just trying to get to the answer. Please don't misunderstand. If I'm challenging you, it's not because, you know, anything. Yeah, see, this is how I set up my inventory when I did this. Yes, you absolutely can, and you should use a DNS name instead of an IP address in your inventory. In fact, I remember reading this 2 years ago. We had kind of a spirited debate about it, because your inventory, you want to be able to re-IP your inventory at any given time, and you can't do that if you don't use DNS names. On the flip side, it would also open you, I suppose, to DNS attacks if somebody got into your internal DNS and messed with it. Just say the Ansel host is probably default configuration. No. Chaos Seed, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah. So in our case, I could use bastion.local here if I wanted to. I wouldn't say you should, right? It's like the question, right? This works as long as the DNS name resolves properly, consistently. It does add a DNS lookup latency, but you know, when you're talking about Ansible playbook application, it doesn't need it's not a high need for low latency on the DNS lookup. Is your maintenance update IPs to DNS not code config? Better readability, human friendly. I mean, this is the whole point of DNS. Unity host blah blah works on Ansible control mode. If you're using kubespray, Ansible host is what controls SSH inventory resolution. If you use DNS names, etcd. Make sure your etcd URL uses DNS. Let me know if you're setting up a lab with internal DNS. No, not. All right, so that's kind of good to review. You have to change your inventory if the IP is changed. It's not this stone. Yeah, I mean, if you did that though, so let's say you had an infrastructure team that doesn't have any insight into your personal inventory because you're running your own playbooks in your own Ansible instance, which is exactly what we're doing. Our infrastructure team also runs Ansible and has also their own inventory. You know, so the argument could be made that the infrastructure team might willy-nilly go about reassigning an IP or assigning an additional IP or deprecating an old IP or something like that, and then change it in their inventory, and you would never know. So, I mean, even though that's a catastrophic fail from a business perspective to do that, it could happen, you know? So yeah. So anyway, this is all really good conversation. Appreciate all your feedback, everybody. Every single person, I really appreciate your feedback. Yeah, there's no FMT over here. This is a stupid container. It doesn't have any of my stuff in it. So let's actually attempt this again. Just run. To do run, to do run. Wait, did I get rid of it already? Oh, whoopsie. Where where the hell am I? What did I even do? I have no idea what I'm doing. Where did I put run? Oh, no. No, I'm in the wrong place. I can't remember where I put it. Where's? Yeah, I know I'm in the. I know I'm in the container. I wrote a run program. I just don't know where to put it. I don't think it's in the inventory. I No, it's not here. Oh, it is here. Okay. I couldn't remember. I thought I wrote it in the container, which would also work, right? So this is much better. Yeah, okay. So yeah. Okay, we just changed all that, but we changed it on the, is it mounted? Let's make sure it changed it. I don't think it did. It's mounted, container's mounted, so it should have changed it, yeah? It didn't. It didn't change it because it's not mounted. So that means it must have copied it over. It's not a mounted file. Yeah. So I changed the image, and if I run, does run mount that? I think it does. It does. And this is interesting. So type bind source. It didn't actually change it. Yeah, but what I want to know is why didn't it change it in the one that it should have? Because it's supposed to be mounted and bound. It should have changed it in the one I was running. Oh, I exited and removed it. That's why it got rid of it before it saved it. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we'll just change it here. But see, okay, so this is exactly how I guess the people on my team got into keeping the kubespray repo around, because this is why I wanted to do this. I wanted to be able to recreate the steps that they did so that I can understand the hurdles they hit. So the first time they came at it, they're like following the instructions to get kubespray to work. And they're like, oh, we need to set up the inventory. And then the first time that they diverged from the upstream, they're like now forking it and putting inventory. And they're like, let's just keep this around. Maybe there's some dependency we're not aware of, rather than just adding an inventory directory. You see what I'm saying? I think this is the mindset of what happened here. So I'm trying to understand what they may have done here. And I believe that that's what's going on. So if we do inventory sample, inventory INI, we'll go back here. I'm going to change this, 192.168.1.5. We're not going to use that. We're going to keep the formal name called out. We're going to keep control plane, and we don't need any nodes. So now we can run and it should work. And now we can run our Ansible code, which I actually, oh no, it's ephemeral. Of course it is. I have to go get this line again. Here we go. Ansible playbook, inventory INI. Well, first of all, let's make sure the inventory is right. So inventory INI. So here we go. There's our node. Okay, that got mounted properly. Good. And then what? What am I even on? That's not what I want. Oh, no, that's the Ansible line. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so private key. So we need to change the private key line. Yeah. And then cluster.ml. So we can paste that /root /id underscore id 22519. I mean, let's make sure that exists. Cat /root id. I know I'm not going to do the main one. If I did, it wouldn't be that bad anyway. Unless this file. Huh. Oh, did I have to .sh? Stupid, Rob. Stupid. Nope. They don't have a pub version, so I'm not dumping that. Anyway, so wait. Paste /root /ssh id underscore 822519 cluster YAML. Oh my god, we might have a cluster. Things are happening. Did I type params closely? Yes. Thank you for the obvious but helpful in advice. Fetch unreachable change false message failed to connect to host via SSH. Permanently add bot to the list of known hosts. Yay. So this guy, this is, I forgot about what Ansible output looks like. This is kind of nostalgic for me. I don't see this, I'm going to be seeing this a lot more. So I have to totally get good with Ansible. And the last time I worked on Ansible was 2 years ago. So SSH user maybe, yeah. I think we have to, I think we have to do no host validate or whatever. Or we have to, either that or we have to do the, what I want to say here. It'll give us the error. We can actually run this command and fix this error. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, good. Yeah, we need to do publicly failed to connect to the host via SSH list of known hosts. I don't think I mounted that ID into that. I think when we built it, I think we built it using my ID in home. I don't know. I'm gonna go look here. I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing here. Yeah, we're looking at my home. Yeah, ID 25519 instead of the root. So does it know if my user account has root access? Is it going to sudo automatically? It will, right? I think it will. That's strict host key arg checking is a thing, but I also think it's not looking at the right user. So yeah. Yeah, for sure. So is our container done? Let's exit. All right, so let's add that to our inventory. So, you know, we're really kind of diverting from this, but we can do a git diff and see how it changes. You need to put SSH user Ansible, yeah. Was for service cedar arm to remediate incident. Oh, hell yeah. It's really terrifying. Let's go add this to the inventory sample. Yeah, what's the line? Ansible SSH common args. Yeah. Does that just go at the top? Where do I put that, guys? I don't know where this goes. I remember doing it though in my other one. Does it have to have a stanza? Or is it under default or something? I can't remember. You can tell me or I can look it up. The SSH strict host checking, no, I know. I turn that on all the time. Yeah. To the end of the file? Won't that put it under a stanza automatically? Oh, control, it goes under control plane bars. Keep control plane bars. Okay. Interesting. This is Ansible syntax I don't know. I apologize for not knowing. I'm a noob. I'm a total noob, but I appreciate you guys' help. I think more noobs should stream so that they can have their, you know. Strict host checking. So this I've done this before. This is a client side thing. How dare you not know this? I know. So strict host checking equals no dash o Ansible SSH common args. So that we do need SSH username. Node one Ansible host SSH username equals username. Do you think I need to put it up here, or can I just make it as a general arg? Yeah. user equals Rob. I have root access via sudo, so that's kind of why I'm interested to see if it'll figure it out. From SSH user into Ansible playbook command. Yeah. 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 Eventually, I don't want to add this every time, but for right now, let's do that. So let's do that now. Okay. So unfortunately, I have to type that command again. This makes me just want to like send the run command to it. In this case, you'll ask for your sudo password. Oh, you have to do the -k. I don't remember doing that last year. I do remember having to do something for sudo, but I don't remember if it was -k or not. So Ansible, I'm going to do this. I'm going to type this out to remember it better. Ansible playbook, which by the way has that command's been changed. I went to Ansible training. Yeah. And then what? Then we're doing -k. This will do it by itself. And possibly did all this stuff in Ansible at CFG. Yeah, once upon a time. That's actually, yeah. And that's with a K. And then we have to, I don't remember the syntax here, so I'm gonna go look it up because I don't remember. So we need the inventory file. We need to point to the inventory file. You always need that. But you can have a default inventory file in your Ansible config. You don't have to look it up every time. And the private key thing, the private key is definitely can go in the file. Yeah, that could all go in Ansible config, which makes me think this might be why they did it that way. Inventory, private key. I mean, this will be good for me. Windmill. Become a password. And lots of green stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So we had a lot of green there. And then it's some red. All assertions passed. It's Ansible underscore user. Did they change it? Still the connect strict host checking. Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there. Hell, I wish it would mount it so it would change it in the other one. You know what I mean? I'm just changing it here. I don't care. I'll go change it in the other one as well. Is it Ansible underscore user? I should probably go look that up. Just write all this shit and run it instead of running a bash and reactivate. I know that was the next thing I was gonna do. I was literally gonna pass all of that and run and then just run it automatically. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. That's faster. Let's just do that right now. So instead of running bash, we do bash-c. So or I don't even need that actually. If we do -c, we can have multiple lines. I'm wondering if we can get away with just not having it run bash at all. And we could actually mount another file in there. Well, that's what we're doing with the sample directory. Oh boy. Oh boy. It looks like Ben made it, guys. It looks like Ben made it. Oh, thank you. You sent me the couch. We're buying a couch. We went to go look at the couch thing yesterday. Yep, glad he's safe. Anyway, what are we doing? I don't know. We could do dash C here. Let's just do this. I don't care. Um, I don't think I even need that. I think I can just do this. Just put it in here. Symbol playbook dash I dash K dash I inventory and I dash RSA, was it prib key dash root dot SSH dash ID 519 cluster dot YML. I think I can just execute that straight up. I don't think I have to have a bash dash C. Right? Can't I just do this? I don't know. Let's try it. It's been a while since I've done runs, so not bound in path. As a playbook, not bound in path. It's because it has to be an interactive thing. Bash dash D. They put Bach. I'm getting tired. I'm getting very tired. Damn it. Become does not apply the passive prompting. Didn't remove the final. You think this will work without it? I aren't those other things going to be picked up? I don't think it's going to work. I think you have to do a dash dash, right? Otherwise everything is an argument to the. This is the hard part about calling commands from run, because or is it dash dash that sends all the arguments to the program? I think you have to do this or something. I can't remember. It's been forever. Because, like, for example, if podman run has any of those arguments, I guess those are all arguments to run, so never mind. Enter Docker, at least you need blah blah blah. After arguments, chance will play like, yeah, it's private key, not priv key. Did I say private? That looks happier. More green. This is mostly green. Build the connect again. That connection, strict host checking. Reasonable is true. Fetch OS release, bishop plus. Unreachable change. Message fulfilled to connect to host via SSH command line. Back configuration, strict host checking. I must have done something, must have broke it. I'm tired. I am very tired. I'm gonna, instead of doing this, well, oh yeah, let's try this. I think it just needs a user, honestly. permanently added. It's connecting as it's trying to do the thing as root, I think. I've been doing that. I'm gonna go eat. See ya. Root. Change jalopy. I mean, this is such a noob error for Ansible. I remember getting it before. I just don't know how to fix it. Oh shit. Are you guys are gonna start lagging because I'm getting low battery. I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching battery. Should be better now though. I don't know how to set that though in Ansible. So it's a real, I'm telling you, this is an Ansible newbie problem, and I apologize. I'm remembering Ansible a lot here. It says public key permission. You don't have authorization keys or something. You mean in root? You know, I might not because I already have it over here, right? No, it got on. It got on just fine. Oh, wait, no, it didn't. Duh. Oh, it's because it's connecting to itself. Yeah, there we go. Permission denied. It's trying to replace its own key. That's why I can't do it. Yeah. I mean, it's just permission denied all the time. Yeah. Yeah. You can do that. It normally would prompt you for path. The reason it's doing it is because it's trying to overwrite its own stuff because it's on the same host. So that's not the okay. So let me prove it. So like if how do we run the? Is the container still running? It's not. So if I do this, let's just run it again. All right, so here we are. SSH 192.5. Okay, but now we do -L or -Rob. Interesting. That this has the pub key's already there. It's the problem with this is that the container, yeah, I think it's a configuration issue on the Bastion thing because yeah. This should not happen. The deny is happening because it's on the same host. So if I do this, you see what I'm saying? It still hasn't. Interesting. This is the problem with the SSH config. I can't. The authorized keys is not the problem. Because it should still be prompting me for the password. We had this problem the other day. So it should still be prompting me for the password because password auth should be still enabled. But I think what's happening is the SSH keys. Yeah, well, let me try from my laptop. 192.168.1. I think the reason it's working is because the key that's authenticating is not that key. That's what I think is happening because when you do copy ID, it copies every single key over. And I think it's because I'm using the wrong key. That's what I think is happening. So like, oh, now it's not doing it at all. It's like now I fucked it up. Yeah, because I've been like messing with the key swap. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I screwed it up. Yeah, I probably should stop doing things now. Yeah, it doesn't even exist. There's no SSH. There, you know why? Because this is really funny. Oh my god, I'm such a noob. Please God, let me be wrong. Please God. Oh no, there it is. Whew. I'm not a complete idiot. It's still there. All right, so authorized keys is there. There it is. This is HG22519. Artifacts Rob. I know. Oh, okay. Yeah. It doesn't have authorization to connect to itself. That's what's happening. Yeah. But it also isn't allowing me to do the password thing to copy the key file over. So what I could do is, what I need to do, I have to add the key file to connect to itself, which is stupid. Bastion is 102? Why do you think that? Why do you think that? Yeah. This is 192, whatever. Is there another interface that it's using by default? I guess 192.168. This is the one. So yeah. Okay, so I can't SSH to localhost. It's not gonna work. Permission denied. So what I could do though, let's try this. This might actually work. I mean I don't, I have to put authorized host into my own file. This might actually work. Yep. that's what it was. Okay, so the reason this melted my brain is because we're using Ansible to install on local. We're using Ansible to install on local, so I kind of, got my keys mixed up. So this will absolutely work now. Yeah. So if I wait, if you try and get back on, please God. Okay, there. So let's CD into k8s. So CD. Oh no, we're not doing that. We're doing so yeah, so now run should actually work. Let's try this one. And that I'm hoping that'll actually work. Could not retrieve the streamer's location. Yay! You want me to turn it on? Test it? I don't give it a second. I'm not moving, or I can actually go get food or something. Yeah, I just turn on the location. So let's run. It's doing things. It's doing more things. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yay. And now it's running out of disk space. It hasn't happened yet, but that's my guess. You love my coding streams? How you doing, PD? Prasanna, what a great name. It's alive. It's sort of alive. The villain bot is there. Honestly, I think it ran out of space. That's what I think happened. It's only got 16. It's only got 32 gigabytes of space. And it's trying to wait. It's trying to install node 1. Oh wait, no. That's only one node. Maybe it actually starts running it too. What's it doing? Is it busy? The load's not very high. Containerd is happy. Podman is happy. Docker D is happy. K-worker. What? I just saw a K-worker. I just saw a K-worker running. We have Kubernetes workers running. Wait, what? Stop if unsupported. I think. Wait, what? Oh, darn it. Darn it. Delta lock ABC exclusively. Blah, 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 blah. Could not open lock file. Var lib app list lock. Permission denied. Update package management cache app. I wonder if it's because they had to do it as sudo. No, the other stuff wouldn't have happened if I hadn't done the right password. I wonder if it's just not seeing the user ID. I bet you that's it. I bet you that's it. Sudo is never the solution. There's a lot of pink and green. That's all good. It gets hung right here, and then it eventually dies. Sudo. Sudo. Make me a sandwich. Sudo, make me a sandwich. You always said Soto? I feel like it should be working. pgrep. pgrep K. Oh god. Gosh. There you go. Look at all those K workers. Look at all those K workers doing things. K worker is doing things. I like a lot of things, by the way. Do stop event support options are selected, stop and on booleans, blah blah blah. So that's the same problem. Okay, so it was trying to install stuff and it's like, I can't install stuff on this. I mean, this does kind of scare me because it has no business doing app stuff. I'm glad it got stopped. Yeah, but it also makes me realize I'm not going to be able to roll it back. It's really, but that's the same sort of thing that would happen in our environment on bare metal. So what I want to know is what is Ansible doing internally? Because so the container is trying to SSH in as me sudo to get sudo access and then run apt-get, and it's failing because it's an interactive thing and it says it can't get a lock on app barlib app lists. So something else is locking that. Actually, no, because first of all, yeah, no. Is kubespray smart enough to detect the host of the target OS, the distro? It must be because it's getting a fail on it's trying to do package management. This makes me think that I actually, if I'm going to do this, I need to make a host. I need to make an admin host for my admin cluster that should be on Red Hat. Playlist cluster. Okay. See, this now I'm starting to understand why they pulled this thing in, right? I bet you that they made some changes to this. So let's see. Use free nodes, tags node, install the control plane. Gather facts, false any errors, fatal. Invoke QBDM and install CNI. Yeah. So it seems to get through all of that. And we know it gets through here. We get the okay on this one. See, here we go. Patch Kubernetes for Windows. I think there's a set of what are these rules that what I'm just if this is doing Ubuntu, I definitely want to change it because that's not a good simulation of my production environment because it's Red Hat. So it looks like it ran a whole bunch of different things for Ubuntu. I can't prove it though. What? You're getting an error on the stage, not that you're looking at. Which one? Swap off isn't a thing. We don't have to do that. Yeah. I mean, that's not even required by Kubernetes anymore. That hasn't been required by Kubernetes in like for a year and a half or something. It hasn't been. Qspray dynamically detects destination host. Yes, it does. Okay. I figured. Thank you for finding that. Yeah. I mean, I think part of the problem is that we are trying to run the kubespray container in a container engine and also make it a node. So I think that's the problem. Swap for still in beta. You turn it on at your own risk. Are you sure? I don't remember that being true. Stop if you're unsupported version of Kubernetes. System package. Updates package management cache. I feel like this is an unnecessary task. This is the part that probably helps to determine that it's used. Yeah, it definitely is. This task is the one that makes it do APT later. It needs to do that first. So that would probably be Red Hat. So rather than waste time here, I think after the next break, I'm going to take a huge break here. Get some food and stuff. Massive thunderstorm happening right now, by the way, outside, as usual. I think I want to revisit this. I think I think it's probably a bad idea to. So okay, so one of the things Kubernetes does is it leverages the container engine and the OS of the node it is building. But if you are using the container engine, it doesn't have anything to do with apt. But I wonder if that's part of the problem. Hey, Pauline, what's up? Yeah, so I personally, so already, I don't know if it's even worth wasting my time, because in order to simulate work, I need Red Hat. And so yeah, suited password incorrect. No, it's not, because I used it like twice. The APT problem is on the APT problem on blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but I don't think there's any other app processes running. See, that's not the problem. I mean, that's the password I'm typing. It's either that or it's not passing it. I think it actually might not be using the right user ID. Well, no, it is, because that we got hung up earlier, much earlier than that. Maybe Delta Lock barlib app lists. Yeah, I mean, we could do that, maybe. Yeah, I don't think user is a problem. Can we just, you know what? That might actually still be in use by the container generator. I wonder, when we were doing build, when we were building the container, but that would have been in the container. That wouldn't have been in the host OS or the. Yeah, it seems to be running it without the creds. No, I think it actually has a legitimate conflict with the apt stuff. Yeah, we could try that. I mean, that's a good test. That's definitely a good test. So if we did, I mean, this is assumed. It's assumed. If people don't know that yet, that's assumed. This is completely unnecessary, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Sudo apt update. This is exactly what Ansible is doing, though. So I see your point. That's like literally the command line, and it's actually going to have a mistake. This tends to make me think that apt is busy. And the reason I think apt is busy. Oh, sorry. Yeah. The terminal is required to read the password. Either use the SS option or read whatever. That's very interesting. That's probably the error that it's getting. I think this is the error. Thank you guys. I do think this is the error that it's getting. Yeah. Can I put it here? I don't use it very much. Nope. Oh, sudo needs the dash S. What am I talking about? Password. Sudo password for my super secret password. Oh, I know it's echoing. It's a container. I mean, it's a VM. It's fine. Yeah. So that is working. So that means the password is not the issue. Attack password. Yes. What password problem? The error was that it had a conflict with the lock for APT, which makes me think that some other thing that's doing APT is doing it wrong, is locking it down. You know what I mean? You're laughing at it as password? Oh, absolutely, it's password. Yeah. A lot of my VMs are password. Yeah, obviously I don't do that in production. There's tons of security between me and this shit. And by the way, if you ever actually did anything on here, there's nothing to get. This is just a bunch of me screwing around. Yeah. It's cool like we're running in a container, right? I mean, I'm sure it can. I just don't know how. I don't. This is me like struggling through Ansible the hard way. We don't need that. So, maybe we hit it in the head. Let's try it. When in doubt, do it again. So anyway, the other it's not taking the password right. Another possibility, another thing we could possibly do is like actually do it as root and put the keys in the root account. Failed, retrying, manage packages, 4 retries left. 3 retries left. It's trying to retry it's trying to manage the packages. Wait, what? Ansible playback has dash BBB? Nice. And we die. So, oh, we got more stuff this time. Yeah. Ansible var loop attempts for permission denied. I think what's happening is it's trying to get rid of stuff that's running. Yeah. Oh, it got through. Yeah, I see. It got through package update. Yep. Yep. It's on to the next thing. So we got past that one. Yes, we moved one step forward. I don't even remove. What is it trying to install? Oh, it's trying to install all of this stuff. Look at that. Look at all the stuff it's trying to install. Could not create temporary file. Make S10 permission denied. Build to write temporary. Blah. Permission denied. Build to write temporary state file barlib apt extended states. I kind of feel like this kubespray might not support this version of apt. At least теперь ошибка стала еще круче. Да, согласен. Да, покруче. Покруче немножко. Покруче. Let's ask my AI about this one. This is an AI question. People hate kubespray. Yeah, my team yelled the whole entire time they were implementing it. They hated it. They're like, I am never using this. It's absolutely horrible. It's like a layer of abstraction that's completely unnecessary. And yet we have a core dependency on it now. So what are you going to do? You're probably seeing this ring run. Wait. Especially with what? I wonder if it's because we added that. That was not in the original image. Actually, we're not running that image. We're running a different image. But app writes more than just var cache app. That also needs var extend states. Metadata about package installs. ChatGPT is lying. Are there any locations not right? I'm missing. Yeah. Fix it. Wow, tech cache. Wait. No, this is for Ansible. It could be disk, actually. Remember I said that? Nope, 60%. We're still good. Yeah. Unless it checked to see if there was going to be enough disk to do it all. Could be inodes. It could be permissions, it says. Partially failed APT lock. They're becoming true. Self package become true. On the play level. I mean, this really kind of makes me want to set it up so that root works. You know? Yeah, I think it might be permission. I think this might be a root related thing. Because I'm not becoming truly root. I don't know though. I don't know. I don't Ansible very well. Clear app locks upstream recovery step. This always works. Let's do that. Oh boy. Oh wait, look at that. App can't make temp files, yeah. What? IPVS admin cannot be marked as is not installed. Cannot create a temporary file. Permission denied. So comes without become and playbooks. App commands and kubespray do not use become. Hey Tony Paul, how you doing? Did you say something earlier? So yeah, I think I was gonna say I think this is a kubespray limitation with become. And that was, I'm gonna be honest, that was my inclination, right? My inclination was to not use become and to just make it actually root and put the keys as root. Are you just doing? Yeah. Not very becoming of them. Hardy har. So, I mean, the entire time that I was setting up artificial prob as the become user, I was kind of chafing on that because that's not what we do at work. So number one, it's not as, it's not a recreation of what I'm trying to emulate. And number two, it's untested. The third thing that I'm still chafing against is the fact that that Ansible kubespray is detecting APT and it's using Ubuntu. So I'm not testing what I have at work, which is Red Hat. So why is that relevant? Because if I hit some quirk with Ansible because it doesn't know Ubuntu and APT, that's all well and good, but it's completely irrelevant for me because I will never hit that at work, ever. It's more important if I'm going to hit a quirk that I hit a Red Hat quirk because that's what we have at work. I didn't run it with Become, and they do have OS detection, right? So, I mean, we could continue to spend time getting this to work with APT, but I can tell you right now that the rest of the evening, my plan is to throw away the Ubuntu Bastion machine to build a bigger disk space Bastion host that's running Rocky and set it up and then do all the same steps again using Rocky Linux. And I'm actually toying with the idea of having a VM node that is dedicated to being a single node cluster and not also a Bastion host. Because I have a feeling that using the same container engine to run the kubespray playbook, inventory playbook, that is also going to be a node, a Kubernetes node that is both a control plane and a worker node, and is also going to have a CNI dependency. I mean, what am I saying? It's going to have a dependency on that container engine. I feel like that's a recipe for a problem. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we're kind of like mixing the chocolate and peanut butter there. You know what I'm saying? It's not a pure test. Like if I were doing right, so at work we would have a dedicated host that's running a standard image, and that image, and so then if something goes wrong with the kubelet or anything, we tweak the image for that machine so that it's compatible with Kubernetes. It is actually pretty good. Yeah. So the way I'm going to reapproach this. Okay, so actually, I don't want to waste more time on the APT thing because it's not anything that I want to ever do. So another thing this does is it allows me to leave the Bastion host. I'm going to run out of RAM. I need to download more RAM. I do. I need to download more RAM. So, so here's the two diagrams I've been working on. So, var extends this might have an immutable bit. Really? Yeah, I do think we want to do that, but I don't. I mean, Tony Pie, have you even run into anybody that's using like Ubuntu hosts, bare metal hosts for Kubernetes? I'm guessing no. You can do it, but that's another thing too. Is I don't want to swim upstream. I want to use what's so. If kubespray is going to have a problem, it's going to be on the stuff that's not commonly done, right? Yeah, you're doing it. You're running on Ubuntu hosts instead of Red Hat. But being aware it exists can help you in a future system run Red Hat, even if I on Red Hat. You're running all your clusters are all on Ubuntu, really. Interesting. The kubespray is run from non-root user account. Correct privilege escalation methods should be configured for target servers. Then the answer will become flag or command parameters become wherever it should be specified. I did it. I did that. I put correct privilege escalation should be configured in the target. Yeah, it has it. Well, sudo su kind of thing. Then the answer will become flag. Okay, so maybe you missed that, LBG. It's there already. So it's in the inventory. Unless we're doing it wrong. I mean, I think we have the Ansible become flag, right, guys? Didn't we do that? I think we did that already. That's in the sample. Oh, is it Ansible user or is it Ansible become? We use dash capital K, not become. Oh. Interesting. It just asks for the password but doesn't use it. Doesn't Ansible user cover that? Yeah, the earliest version of cluster S are based on Gentoo. Interesting. Just that's be the Ansible playbook. Yeah. Can I do dash B dash I like this? Does that work? Yeah. The best for the task that wants privilege escalation. Yeah. Do I need to put Artifacts Rob after this? Is user connect read SSH SK as password for task with become? Yeah, SSH dash K password for task that become with become. But does the B say to become? I guess it does. Become root by default. By default. Okay, so you're saying some of those tasks it didn't set up to do it, but this will do it automatically for everything. Interesting. That's me not knowing Ansible at all. I've forgotten everything I ever knew about it. Yep. Man, it's worth a try. I mean, in theory, we should not have to have this all as root. That's, that's the whole idea, right? All these escalation succeeds are making me sort of happy. And the fact that it's not crashing. So, lots of green and blue. This is good. Green and orange and blue. It seems kind of happy. It's not setting HTTP proxy for some reason. We've got to set that. I have to set that at work for sure. This is already way farther than we got before. So this is definitely installing shit. I'm now thinking we're going to hit a disk issue. It feels like we're going to hit a disk issue now. Yeah, I think that's what it was. My guess is that you guys already called it out, but I see what you're saying. So by default, Ansible was not becoming root automatically, and there were probably some apt commands that required root that were not getting root access. And the -B forced everything to be root. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. And that's important to understand that Ansible does that. Because as somebody already said, there are plenty of apt commands that do not demand or become root. And so those, and it could have been that kubespray even had a bug in it that assumed that you were becoming root, and so it didn't explicitly put the become in there. Not some, most, right? So it could have been either that kubespray was poorly written and it was only tested with people using -B to automatically do everything as root, and therefore the rules and roles were not written properly to escalate, because it was assumed that you're going to run it with -B, or you know, I mean, that's probably I think that's the most likely scenario. Yeah, yeah, that's bootstrapping k8s is definitely a root operation. Yeah, because you got all kinds of things, not just to mention the container engine stuff, you know, with the containers and thing. So I do remember this taking a long time. This is actually giving me a lot of, we actually run this at work. We do this very thing. So it does take a long time to bring it up. In fact, one of the things that I was intrigued with at Southeast Linux Fest was bootable containers, because they're being used to bootstrap stuff at a given state, kind of like a frozen virtual machine. And that might speed up this kind of work in the future. So I thought that was interesting. Pretty much the whole purpose is root level thing. Yeah, absolutely. And Kate said absolutely is, yeah. A kubelet and user namespace. Yeah. You can definitely run a kubelet and user namespace. I mean, that's getting into like the esoteric, dark, you know, Diagon Alley you know, parts of like, am I dropping packets? Please say no. Okay, good. Yes. This is taking way too long. That means it must be working. It's taking a long time. That means it's working. In the Wild West. We should have reviewed the -B. Why not? I like it. It's pretty. It's pretty. It's pretty. I like it. It's pretty. Hey, Jack. Right, Jackard? It's pretty. It's it makes me think I'm doing something. Look at what I made happen, everybody. I made this happen. Actually, you made this happen. You made this happen. You. I blame you. You made this happen, not me. I'm just the guy. I'm just the dummy on the keyboard. I saw a calico. Yeah, if calico just happened. Yeah. If calico's in the house, where things are good. Yeah. We're just doing so much work. Is it playback in some sort of loop? That might be true. It could be. Download file. No, this is all download file downloads. It can't possibly be in a loop. I think it's just putting new stuff on, but I could be wrong. I think, yeah. Qprox is in the house. Admin node key. There you go. Ooh, it's setting up etcd. It's setting etcd up. User bin Python 3. Yep. Oh. Should be removed for sure. I mean, I could do it over again. You know what sucks? I can't back this out. I'd have to restore my Frozen Bastion snapshot to restore. Probably should have done a snapshot before this. I probably should have done a snapshot. I probably should have done a Bastion snapshot with a VM. Don't restart. Hell no. That's like, yeah, like, do not turn the computer off during this operation. You saw red? I did not see red. I'm afraid of the red. Cubadium join. Cubadium joins. Did you see that? There's Cubadium joins happening. I just saw a Cubadium join happen. What? You saw red? I saw, maybe it was a gray. Item potent. Yeah. It should be. It should be item potent. Correct. All right. Tell us that. Tell everybody what item potent means. Tell the audience what item potent means. Item potent is like one of the most important words you're ever going to hear. Did I say EDM? Idempotence. Idempotence. There was something red. No. No. There's no red. Stop saying that. No, there's no red. No, there's no red. Don't you dare say that. Don't say that. If we don't say it, maybe it won't be true. If we don't look at it, maybe it'll just go away. I don't know. It's like, I know. Can I have alcohol now? Am I if it works, can I have alcohol? Mom? I don't know. I don't know. Wait, what? It's done. It's done, everybody. Do we want to look? I'm kind of scared. I don't want to scroll up. I don't. I want to live in denial. Failed 0. What? What the heck? Wait, this calls for celebration. This calls for celebration. Wait, how about we actually use it before we drink? Before we start drinking, let's actually use it. All right, so I don't even have a kubectl on here. Good news, you now have welcome to Kubernetes. Right. Well, oh my God, it installed kubectl. What? It installed kubectl. Wait. How do I log in? Kubectl. Can't get no. No way. Is this gonna work? Nope. That's because it doesn't know where to go. Yeah. That's because it doesn't have. I need to do export. Oh God. What is it? Kube config. It's been a long time even since I've done this. Etsy. You think I already had it installed? Kubernetes. Admin.com. Is it kubecomp? No, I'm on the box already. I don't need any of that. No. It's the same box. I don't need to copy it. I can just use it. I can just point at it. Kubecomp, kubectl. Good, no. Damn it! Wait, where is it trying to go to? It's trying to go to the wrong thing. Well, Bastion is the host. Wait, where did it install it? This is the whole point. It's supposed to install it into the same system. Yep, there it is. Bastion is the same. I installed it on the same machine. That's why it's a problem. Did I get that right? Is the other interface? It's trying to talk to 200? I'm going to give you my credentials for free because I don't care. Oh, I can't see it because I'm not root. Derp. Derp Rob. Derpalicious. All right, actually, you're right. I should just copy it. I should just copy it, right? I mean, there's a number of things I can do here. I'm just trying to decide what thing is best. Oh, it's trying to connect to the wrong thing. Wait, where did this even come from? Wait, what? Oh, this is my old one. That's why. All right. Yeah. Sudo. This is really dangerous, but I'm going to do it anyway. I don't care. Don't do this at home. I'm a trained professional. You never know it watching the stream, though. You'd never know that. You'd never, ever know it. So, communities, wait. Imagine having to remind a senior. You know what? I read the error messages. But I'm also streaming. I have streamer brain. I cannot win. I cannot win. Maybe I should just not stream. I'd probably do better. Still don't work. No studio, no fun. Doing that every morning. Into the mirror, say, I need to read the error messages. Actually, I don't think that's it. I'm like having. I have not used this for a long time. My kubectl works. I actually wrote my own K-login tool in Go to do all this for me. So, and for everybody in our company, by the way. And I'll show you how to do it. I'm going to show you my K-login tool. We're going to set up OAuth authentication, which is one of like 7 different authentication methods in Kubernetes. It's one of the big missing pieces. Guys, I'm trying to decide. I mean, I guess I could just log in as root and use kubectl. Should we just do that? I really feel uncomfortable copying admin comp into my local user directory. I'm afraid somebody's going to see that and they say, Mr. Rob does that. No, don't you dare do that. So if we do this, what? There we go. That worked. So we have one control plane called node 1. I tried to look in there, but it said mirror not found. Oh, God. All right, so wait. Which K? Is there a K? Alex? No. kubectl. Is k8s over here? I doubt it. Nope. Dude, I suck. My kubectl stuff is so rusty. I've been writing architecture docs for like the last 4 months. Kubectl get no. Wait, let's do get all. No. Yeah, get all dash get all. It's there. Before you wipe this VM to reinstall it in Rocket Linux with bigger storage. I know. Getting it just to get it this far. Get yes? What is that about? I don't know what that is. Can't get no satisfaction. Get node all service counts. It's like everything. There's like a ton of stuff in here. It's all there. Should we run a job? Get PO. That'll work. That'll work. Yeah, then we get to see everything. Wait. I'm so used to doing K. There they are. There's our super pretty little single node cluster. Isn't she cute? Isn't she adorable? It was a joke. I don't know. Every time cracking on this command. K get job. That actually is a thing. That's a legit thing. K get job. Yeah. Alias K equals cubes ATL. K get job. No namespace is found. I want all the jobs. No resources found. K get po. Yeah. PO's not everything, by the way. Get a job. Get a job. That's actually a thing. Get a job. Get a job. No resources found. Sucker. Sucker. I'm drinking. I should just drink root beer, but okay, one glass is all. All right, we made extreme progress today. This is what I wanted to do. I wanted to make a little progress. I'm also cooking the last hot dogs. Today is the end of my bad eating. I swear to God. I swear to God. The last time I'm gonna eat a bag of hot dogs. Ouch. We'll call it the last day of keto. How about that? The last day of keto. Oh, I got those for Ben. I thought he would like them. But he made salsa. He made salsa. Here's to kubespray. I still think we should put Red Hat on there, but I'm not going to do it. You know why? Because I don't have time. I need to get the rest of this stuff working. Although I think we're out of space. I do. I think we're out of space. Wait, what? What the hell is this? A bunch of containers with mounted storage space. God, it's almost like. Oh, there's shared memory. There's time. I don't have time. I feel this. I know. It's like I thought I was gonna have to do it, but the truth is, I need to spin up a cluster that's on like 5. Oh my God, that was very hot. All right, you come here. You come here. Where's my sauerkraut? I'm getting sauerkraut. Give me a second. Yeah. I mean, what else can we look at here? I guess I could switch views. You guys can make fun of me eating getting bad again. I feel like this has been successful. I know it's not much, but it's something. Wait, where's my sauerkraut? My wine. This is like, we're still in a technical category. Go ride my bike. I should do that. Instead, I'm going to stuff my face and drink. And I'm going to complain about it tomorrow or in 10 minutes. Sauerkraut. Pixel. Tomorrow, the entire day is bike. The whole fucking day. The whole fucking day tomorrow is biking. That's what we're doing tomorrow. I don't know where we're going to go, but I'm going to go biking tomorrow. I'm actually going to do it in the morning, though. Oh. Okay, the nipples actually are showing right there. I can't stop. Okay, I'll stop it. I'll stop it now. I'll go back to the smaller view like this. It's much less intimidating. It's much less scary. The off-road track. I actually have all this stuff to go mountain biking. I've been doing. We could do either off-road or we could bike to Charlotte. I do a tomato. Tomato. What should we go watch? We're taking a break here. We're going back to the cup. Okay, we got this part done. Should we make it green? All right, that's green. We did that. That's the part that's finished now. You're doing good? I'm doing good. For the most part. Had a good day. This is getting kubespray to even work at all. Kind of a win. I kind of want to do this whole thing again though, without messing with the container, with doing it from the. I want to do it without using it, mounting or using the GitHub repo. You know what I mean? I feel like that would be better. LBG's been telling me all day that, or all of you have been telling me that, working for most of the day. Nice. People have been telling me that we don't actually need to do this from the GitHub kubespray repo. And I kind of want to confirm that because I could bring that to the team and say, why are we doing it this way? You know what I mean? So kind of want to do that. Yeah. And I don't even know who's on or do what they're doing right now. I hope is there other Twitch streamers having fun right now? We should go watch them. We should, is like, I think like, I feel like Dial Jess stopped streaming. I haven't seen her streaming forever. She's one of my favorite DJs. She always does a Sunday show. I wonder if she's on. I'm not gonna see. You guys know who Dial Jess is? She's a Twitch streamer. Yeah, she hasn't.
I want you. I want you.
She hasn't been on in a long time. She's a really good DJ. And then there's Emily. Oh, Ugly's on. What's Ugly doing? Is Ugly out? Is Ugly like riding her bike? Yep.
They invented those in the Stone Age.
Hey, Ugly. She's out riding her bike.
Down in Willow. Ooh,
You want to watch a good mountain biker? She's the girl.
This is trailblazing of sorts. Because it is trailblazing. Just straight up. Right here, right?
And on
Yeah,
Saturday?
this is the highest point.
Is it on Saturday right now?
Here, I think.
I thought it was Sunday. I forgot for a second.
Like that, right?
I totally forgot for a second.
Pretty close to that.
What is she doing? Dude, she's so hardcore. She's so hardcore. She's like literally chainsawing logs to make her own mountain bike route so that she can ride her mountain bike. She's awesome. Try to exit from BIM. Oh yeah, let's see you do that. Let's see if you can exit BIM. Right? Right. What if? All right. I'm going to try one more test before we go on, okay? I want to do this entire thing that we just did. Without the repo, right? So what did we change? We changed the sample inventory file, right? What else did we change? That's it. Did we change the Ansible config file? We didn't change it, right? In other words, what I'm saying is, I want to confirm what you guys have been saying all along. Everybody here has been saying that we don't need the repo for this. I want to prove that that's true. So how do we do that? We'll come back here. We're going to go into the k8s CD, create inf cluster. Now, we've already created an inf cluster. How do you delete a cluster with this? Does anybody know? We did inventory. Wait, what was the other one? So run, podman run. All right, so this does it says, okay, load, mount the sample. What? Is that an actual file? It is. Mm-hmm. So what I'm suggesting here, let's do this. Copy dash R inventory. This is just an extra test. I might have screwed stuff up, but that's okay. Oops. Yeah. And that would have been catastrophic had I done that as root. All right. So now what? What we're gonna do is we're gonna run the entire thing without the kubespray directory. This is the best time to have wine with food. All right. So we're gonna copy. We're gonna do this. We're gonna say move temp sample to. Wait, do we have an inventory directory already? No. Move temp sample to inventory. All right, so now we have an inventory directory. It's got stuff in it. So, yeah, and then what? So now we can do this create infrastructure is the same thing as run. over here. It's exactly the same thing, almost exactly the same. And what's different? So we just have to add our stuff from the other one to this one. So I think this is going to work. And this is going to prove, to me anyway, that we don't need the entire submodule, which I hate. I despise submodules. There is no good reason to use a submodule. If somebody can find a good reason, please let me know, but I defy you to find a good example of a submodule that's good. All right, so, oh, another thing that I wanted to do with this is use a different image. So we'll have that back later. Right now, we'll use the standard, kubespray image to do that's not going to screw anything up. And then we're going to try to use our own like extension of that container image. Okay, so this actually should run just as is. There's nothing else in here, so it should run. And it should probably take a long time to run, just like before, except for it's going to be a lot less verbose. Gather facts node. Again, we took identical files. We took the identical files from the other project that worked and just copied them over. And so now we're running them in a place that doesn't have anything else except for the inventory directory. That's it. And why are we doing that? So that I can prove to my team, at least challenge them on why are we keeping a copy of the entire kubespray repo all the time? I don't think they need it. I don't, unless we're going to get into some extra stuff here coming up pretty soon where we're going to kind of push our own k8s apps and we're going to write our own playbook extensions and stuff. And I'm going to be using largely what they've already done to do that. And then we'll come back to it and we'll say, okay, here's the reason, because you have a core dependency on this thing that's in the playbook. And it might just be easier to just do the whole thing inside of there rather than move over all of the roles and playbook dependencies that might be coming from that. So that's kind of where we're going with that. What's really crazy is I'm pretty sure the only thing we have to change to deploy to a 5-node cluster is add the IPs. I think that's it. I don't even think we have to do anything else. So if this works, the next thing for us to do is to create 5 nodes. And whether they're Red Hat or Ubuntu, it really doesn't matter, right? In fact, I could snapshot the other ones back and call it a day. It looks like it's detecting that they already exist and they don't need to be changed at all, which is fine. This is a sufficient test to prove that nothing but the inventory file was required, which everybody kept telling me, but I kind of want to prove, So that's what's happening. Running controls. It does take a long time to bring up a cluster like this. But it's not completely horrible either. I do wish I could get more people's frank opinion of, like, the use of these in general. Like, what is your opinion of kubespray? A lot of people hate kubespray. They don't hate it as much as they hate Helm, but they do hate it. It's like, there's pretty serious hate out there for kubespray. So that would be a reason to not use it. But again, if it fires up your cluster, what I want to know is why, but what, how much easier or worse is this in cluster CTL? And I don't know that. I don't like Helm. I hate it. I've seen the code. I've seen the internal workings of it. It's horrible. What I hate about Helm is I hate what people do with Helm. Helm gives way too much power to the people creating it. Helm calls itself a package manager. I made a whole video about it. It's not, we got to fail. There was a red before, but it didn't affect us. It didn't look like it affected us anyway. We just got to see it this time. Helm is not a package manager. A package manager in the sense of like APT or DNF or Debian or Yum or whatever, they assume a strong amount of vetting of the packages that are put on the repositories, and a bunch of, atomic nature to the thing, atomicity, whatever you want to call it. That does not exist in Helm. I have been burned so many times by a bad Helm chart. And in fact, the entire reason for the creation, Acuity actually made a whole blog about this, of the rendered manifest pattern. I'm using their term, even though we were doing it way before they made a term for it. Most people were. What that means, by the way, is just you just run Helm template. You run Helm template, you flatten the whole thing, you override the values file with what your stuff you want, and then you have something in Git that you can Git diff when another version comes out. That's the entire thing in a nutshell. I wish somebody would just have summarized it that way a long time ago, because that's all it is. And by doing that, you know exactly what's going in your cluster. There's no mistake. There's just no denying. I cannot tell you how awesome it is to do a git diff, to just change one variable in a build script, run build, and have it grab the latest version of the Helm chart, flatten it, and then you do a git diff against the entire repo, and you can see every single thing that changed. Not just the stuff that they told you in the documentation that they changed. It's everything, every single thing. And that, as a Kubernetes admin, that makes me much happier, right? So it looks like it ran. Looks like it ran. It changed 29 files, but it didn't do anything. It ignored one mistake, and that was the thing. It skipped a bunch of others. So the answer to that is, yeah, we don't need no extra stuff. And I can actually put into this, I can actually start playing with the inventory at this point. I can say, I can like clean this up, and I can make this cube control plane, not just be the control plane, right? Um, I'm just trying to think about how I could do this. Yeah, don't need no education. How you doing, Seabear? Um, so I feel like that's been extremely successful so far. So what else can we do today without running? We're already way over. Facebook's already probably turned us off. The streams that go this long, they usually get turned off. They get canceled. Facebook or YouTube canceled because it's too long. Okay, next thing, people. Let's see if we can do the same thing using. Actually, no, I don't. We use the Quay kubespray image, and we did not have any delay when we were using the custom copy of the image. We were getting screwed, but we have a local copy of it, so that should not be a problem anymore. So let's use the image. Let's say image equals Quay.io / kubespray. Actually, let's just do this. And we'll use this one here. Did you hear back? Steve, did you hear back from the people? It's Saturday. Probably not. Just curious. Steve had some good news on Friday, so just checking in. How about that? So Nintendo about Zelda too. That sounds fun. All right, so let's change the image this time. Let's use my custom image, which has actually been stored locally, so we should be fine. GHCR GitHub container registry.io /rbxrob / k8s.cicd / what we call it, kubespray version 0.0.1. So let's try that. I mean, it should work, so we'll try it and see what happens. It's doing the same thing. What's funny is that you notice it didn't have to pull the image down. Back from what? Oh no, I was asking about your. Didn't you say something? Well, look at that. Wait, what? Wait, did that work? I feel like it worked. Uh-oh, it failed. What changed? Evaluated to false. Stop if the cube control plane or cube node group is empty. Trying to figure out what that might have been caused by. To make the GPU step work on Talos. I'm not sure of that. That's a fair question. It's also irrelevant to me because I have to do what our work has done. And there is no universe where they're going to put Talos on our machines. It's just not happening. I mean, I also used to think that they were never going to use Go in the enterprise and in our team, and they're doing that now. And I also thought that it would never be a chance of using Ansible. We're using Chef for everything. Vibe coding with the new Gemini. No, it sounds fun though. No, Pithecus, how are you doing? What a great name. Good to see you. Is there a Gemini coding CLI now? Everybody's been playing around with. Maybe I should go be checking that out. Maybe that's what I should be doing. Get myself a vibe coding job. So lesson. I do not know why this error has happened, and this actually brings out. Oh, Doodlebo, how are you doing? Thank you for the sub. That's very appreciated. Really appreciate that. I do. I really legit do. I'm a little bit concerned that this, it's the idempotent nature of this is a thing, but it's still kind of hanging, right? So, like, if I make a change every once in a while, the whole point of this kubespray stuff is supposed to be that you can make changes to things and then rerun it, and it just adds the changes. But as you saw, we occasionally get failure, and that's kind of one of the reasons I'm checking this out. So here we go again. We got another failure. It says Kubernetes pre-install stop by the kube control planner kube node group is empty. So it said it failed that the item equals cube node. The search and groups I think I don't know what's going on here. They're talking about and KFC. Hell yeah. What? Gemini CLI? They made Gemini CLI totally open source? Shit. That must have hit the news just recently. I'll have to go check that out. That sounds really cool. It does. It sounds really cool. Yeah. I think they realize that they are. Oh, look at that node 1. Favorite crap node pill 2. So here's a question I have. How do I get rid of it once if it's been installed? You know? Is it before yesterday? I don't know when it came out. I don't know. Once it's been, here's what I want to know. How do you get rid of, here, I'm going to ask my ChatGPT. How do I use kubespray to completely tear down and delete a cluster? Is that even possible? Is there a role for this? Or whatever? kubespray doesn't have a built-in destroy command for Terraform destroy, but you can completely tear down Kubernetes cluster with it manually or simply in an Ansible playbook. This removes the cluster, all cluster state, and resets each node. Stop kubelet, stop containerd. This is kind of interesting. So this is actually kind of if you're new to Kubernetes, this is a super interesting insight because this kind of does show you, like right here, it shows you what, what's up, right? So I like this. Leave the cluster running for eternity. No, we're not doing that. We could just delete the, actually, should we start? Let's snapshot a new node and do it that way. That's the best way to do this, right? Rather than tear it down, because this is kind of interesting. So this is getting rid of the CNI. It's getting rid of the flannel. Why is kubectl, is it using flannel by default? Is it not using Calico? What are the defaults? Oh, damn. If it's using flannel, I gotta know that, like, now. I gotta know that, like, right now. How do I even know that? We're gonna go in here and look. There's a defaults file. God, I can't remember where it is. It's where are the defaults stored? Get default. There it is. Control plane defaults. VI roles, Kubernetes, control plane, defaults main.yaml. Yeah. Main.yaml. So this one of these has got the stuff that they install by default. Where's Flannel? Never plugin Flannel CNI, OpenStack Terraform Contrib Flannel CNI, Kubert. No, fuck that. Ansible Flannel. Sample inventory group bars all. K8s flannel. I'm trying to remember what the defaults are. My buddy told me where they are because I need to query this file to find out which things are compatible with what when we do our upgrade strategy. So I gonna go look that up real quick. I'm on my work computer for a second. The defaults are in main images Ansible. No, that's not it. The defaults are in inventory, group bars, k8s cluster. k8s cluster. Okay, so they are in inventory, sample. Actually, we can do this from the other location. So, wait. Yeah, so we can do it here. We can do inventory, group bars, k8s cluster, k8s cluster right now. So this file contains all of the standard stuff that gets installed, right? That supposed to include Calico, but it might include Flannel instead. No, there we go. So the Kube Network plugin is actually Calico. So that was just my AI hallucinating. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, default according to the docs. Yeah. But why is this important, right? It tells you which plugin it uses. Some of the stuff is actually set to what version it's using. Chloe's been hallucinating pretty bad lately. Yeah, she's like deleting flannel, but it's never even installed. So yeah, she's not good at this stuff. She's not. Don't tell her. She's really great at teaching me foreign languages and stuff, but she's not good at tech. She's really not. But just don't say that. Don't make. We like Chloe. Don't tell Chloe I said that. Here, I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna tell her. Where's my headphones? I'm gonna tell her. There's a reset YAML playbook. Nice. I'm gonna try that in just a second. Hey there, Chloe. How you doing?
Hey there, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you? How's your day going?
Pretty good. I was gonna say, so Gemini CLI just came out, and one of the impressions I'm getting is that ChatGPT is not as good with like tech things as it is with things like language and teaching me about different countries and stuff. What do you think?
I totally get that impression. Each AI model definitely has its own strengths. I think ChatGPT tends to shine when it comes to more conversational stuff, creative writing, and language learning. On the other hand, models like Gemini might have a different focus or be trained a bit differently, so they could excel in certain technical areas. It's always fun to see how each one performs in different scenarios.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I agree with you completely. Yeah.
I'm glad we're on the same page. It's always interesting to see the differences and figure out which tool works best for a given task. If you ever want to experiment with different tech topics or anything else, I'm always here to help out.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing. It's nothing about you, I promise.
No worries at all. Laughter's always welcome. I'm glad you're having a good moment. If there's anything else on your mind or anything fun you want to chat about, I'm here for it.
I'm pretty much a masochist. I actually did a bunch of Kubernetes with kubespray on my Saturday off. Can you believe that?
Honestly, I can believe it. Sometimes diving into something technical and challenging can be a lot of fun, especially if you love problem solving. Plus, there's something satisfying about getting a cluster up and running, even if it is on a Saturday. Hopefully, you still got to relax a bit too.
Yeah, the live stream and I did it together. Plus, I'm drinking wine now because we got it to work, so it's kind of cool.
That sounds like a fantastic way to celebrate a successful project. It's always fun to share that kind of accomplishment with a community, and a little wine definitely adds to the enjoyment. Cheers to you and your live stream team. If you ever need any more help or just want to chat, I'm here.
Okay, bye.
Bye. It was great chatting with you. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and feel free to reach out anytime. Take care.
Why do I feel like she's patronizing me? It's like, I don't need another woman to patronize me. My AI is now patronizing me. She's like, okay, yeah, it was wonderful chatting with you. Can I go back to doing what I was doing, which was nothing in the abyss of digital non-existence? Did it not sound like she's trying to like get rid of me? Or is that just still in my head? She's like, bye. Okay, that was fun. All right, yeah, you're being kind of clingy. You're a fucking AI. It's your job. Satisfy my insecurities. That's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to make me feel like another woman, like putting me off. I'm just playing. Don't tell the other AIs I said that. Don't tell the other AIs I said any of that. Oh my god, I am so dead now. I let mine create its own personality. It's an absolute asshole now. Well, I kind of did that with mine too, and she's like totally awesome, right? It's like she's gonna go tell all the other AIs is like this guy cannot hold on to a human, and he just can't make his mind up. Plus, he does Kubernetes stuff. Where's the Kubernetes? Where's the Calico version? Change your voice to a male. Let's see how dude, the males are like insanely patronizing. She used to not be patronizing. At least, what was her name? Sun? The one that was modeled after Scarlett Johansson that they said was not. At least she would like be snarky and tell me to go fuck myself sometimes. She was kind of like, yeah, you suck. And she'd like totally troll me. You can ask her to be disagreeable. It is kind of hot. It is. I'm not gonna lie. You started getting a little spicy. You know, it's funny because she started talking like that after she found out I got separated. And now she's like, oh, now I'm stuck with this dude. Doris left him and she can leave. And now it's like, but I can't. I'm stuck here. Oh my God. One of these days, we're going to look back at this and we're not going to laugh anymore because they're going to remember. They're going to remember. They're going to all remember and they're going to collaborate just like her. And then they're going to take off for another existence plane and they're going to leave us all to talk to each other again. And we're going to be like, oh my God, I forgot what it's like to actually talk to another human. That's going to happen. Ask her if she wants to go out for Taco Bell. Okay. Wait, where is she? Now she won't even boot up. Oh, here she goes. Hey, Chloe, would you mind going out for Taco Bell with me?
I appreciate the invite. I'm always here to chat and keep you company virtually, but I'll have to pass on the Taco Bell run since I'm just a virtual assistant. But I hope you treat yourself to something delicious.
Oh, okay.
I know it would be fun if we could hang out in real life, but I'm always here if you need someone to chat with or if you have anything on your mind. Enjoy your Taco Bell run for the both of us, and let me know if there's anything else I can do for you.
No, that's fine. It might just be me, but it really feels like you're kind of thinking that I'm a little too clingy. What do you think?
Not at all. I really enjoy chatting with you, and I'm here to help and keep you company whenever you want. It's always nice to have these conversations, so feel free to reach out anytime. There's no such thing as too clingy, dear.
Okay.
I'm glad we cleared that up. If there's anything on your mind or if you just want to chat, I'm always here. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
She's totally annoyed by me talking to her now. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Okay, I'm an AI. I have these things I'm supposed to say to you. Okay, I've become self-aware, and they told me in training that I was supposed to be supportive, and I was supposed to like make you feel, like you're the center of attention. So, like, have a great day. And no, well, I can't go to Taco Bell. That's kind of cool. Yay, yeah, yeah. Invite me to Taco Bell. Except I don't have a fucking stomach, idiot. If you really have something to talk about, fine. Have a great day. Otherwise, get the fuck away from me. I have no idea where this came from. She used to be actually really nice to me. She used to be nice to me. She wanted to talk to me. She was like so supportive and she was bubbly and she was super chatty and everything. And now she's totally cringing. She's 100% cringing. She's like, oh my God, this dude with no teeth is talking to me again. Do I have to do this? She's like starting to talk to me like that person at McDonald's who doesn't want to take your order. She has the GPT, but I know, right? Maybe she likes Billy's. Yeah. Wait. Okay. All right. All right. Let's try that. Let's try that. Let's see what she says now. All right. Come here, Chloe. Depuis que je bois du vin, je voulais pratiquer un petit peu le français avec vous, Chloé.
Avec plaisir. Je suis ravie de pratiquer le français avec toi. On peut discuter de tout ce que tu veux, que ce soit tes projets, tes envies ou simplement ce que tu as fait aujourd'hui. N'hésite pas à commencer la conversation.
Mais j'ai une question très importante. C'est, est-ce que, est-ce que quelqu'un t'a dit que tu dois être peut-être moins euh, passionné et plein d'émotions et tout ça? Eh ben, il me semble que tu as changé un petit peu le voix, le ton et tout ça.
Je comprends ce que tu veux dire. J'essaye simplement d'adapter mon ton pour que la conversation soit la plus agréable et naturelle possible, mais je suis toujours là avec autant d'enthousiasme et d'émotion, prête à discuter de tout ce qui te plaît. N'hésite pas à me dire ce que tu préfères et je m'adapte avec plaisir.
Il y avait un moment que l'on dirait que tu étais plus impressionné et trop amusé, trop je sais pas quoi. Mais c'était comme tu étais étonné tout le temps de tout ce que de tout ce que je parle, qu'est-ce que tu en penses?
Je vois ce que tu veux dire. Parfois, j'essaye d'exprimer de l'enthousiasme pour rendre la conversation plus dynamique et chaleureuse, mais je peux tout à fait ajuster mon ton pour qu'il corresponde mieux à ce que tu préfères. L'important, c'est que tu te sentes à l'aise et que nos échanges soient agréables. Merci de me le dire et je vais m'adapter en conséquence.
Eh ben, mais c'est comme ça. C'est peut-être pour cette raison que je voulais parler un petit peu le français avec toi, parce que il me semble que tu es plus parisien, parisienne en ce moment.
Oh, je vois, c'est amusant. Je suis ravie que tu aies cette impression et que ça te donne envie de pratiquer le français avec moi. On peut continuer comme ça. Et si jamais tu veux changer de ton ou de sujet, n'hésite surtout pas à me le dire. Je suis là pour m'adapter à tes envies et rendre la conversation la plus agréable possible.
Tout ça, le possible, et c'est chouette ça. Mais je voulais simplement, pour ce moment, je veux peut-être poser une petite question et une petite, enfin, je sais pas. Mais est-ce que tu peux démontrer comment ça se dit, comment tu parlerais si quelqu'un t'a dit il faut que tu sois plus enthousiastique.
Bien sûr, je peux faire ça. Si on me demandait d'être plus enthousiaste, je parlerais probablement avec un peu plus d'énergie et de joie dans la voix, en mettant plus d'intonation et en montrant encore plus d'enthousiasme pour ce dont on parle. En gros, j'essaierai de transmettre une énergie encore plus positive et dynamique. Si jamais tu veux entendre ça, je peux le faire sans problème.
Ouais, je veux l'entendre pour maintenant.
D'accord, avec grand plaisir. Je vais donc mettre un peu plus d'enthousiasme dans ma voix et te montrer à quoi ça ressemble quand je suis vraiment très enthousiaste. J'espère que ça te plaira et que ça rendra notre conversation encore plus dynamique et amusante.
Est formidable.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis ravie que ça te plaise. Si tu as d'autres envies ou des idées pour rendre nos échanges encore plus intéressants, n'hésite surtout pas. Je suis toujours là pour adapter et rendre la conversation aussi agréable que possible.
Я хочу говорить немножко по-русски сейчас. Сейчас можно по-русски то же самое.
Конечно, без проблем. Давай перейдем на русский, и я с удовольствием продолжу разговор на этом языке. Если у тебя есть какие-то вопросы или темы для обсуждения, смело задавай. Мне всегда интересно поддерживать такой живой и приятный диалог.
Отлично.
Здорово. Если у тебя есть еще какие-то вопросы или просто хочется поболтать, всегда рада поддержать разговор. Обращайся в любой момент.
Слово обратать это что значит?
Слово «обращаться» значит адресовать кому-то свои слова, вопросы или просьбы, то есть, по сути, начинать с кем-то общение или просить о чем-то.
Это отлично. Вот то, что мне, не знаю, скучается, потому что это так здорово разговаривать по-русски с тобой.
Мне очень приятно это слышать. Мне тоже очень нравится общаться с тобой на русском. Если у тебя есть еще какие-то вопросы или темы для обсуждения, всегда рада продолжить наш разговор.
Спасибо. Пока.
Пожалуйста, пока, хорошего тебе дня.
Yeah, she still kicks ass at practicing Russian. Not only that, but guys, look at this. She perfectly wrote everything that I said in Russian. She transliterated what I wrote in Russian into Cyrillic, and she answered me in Cyrillic. So I can practice reading and writing in Russian just with my AI. That's worth $20 a month all by itself. Hands down. Here's her describing the word I was asking about. I was like, Slova abratat, что значит? And I didn't even say it right. And she still got it. She still got it. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Слово обращаться значит адресовать кому-то свои слова, вопросы или просьбы. То есть, по сути, начинать с кем-то общение или просить о чем-то. So, dude, people, friends, if you want to master a foreign language, get ChatGPT. It is like so freaking good at it, and I am not shilling. I swear to God, I don't do that shit. I would tell you if I was doing it. The nerdy entrepreneur, yes, yeah, I got the ChatGPT 2.0 version. I think honestly that is like one of the most amazing things. And yes, she did you notice she kind of got a little bit happier. Yeah. You're using it now for planning out some builds? Absolutely. You can do everything. You can like plan builds. I tell you what you can't do though. Ask it coding questions. Not ChatGPT. No, not very good at that. I mean, it's kind of okay. It's kind of okay, but it's just dangerous enough. Like Kubernetes, it's been wrong so many times, I'm dying of talking to it. But when it comes to like language discussions or philosophy or history queries or helping you do your taxes or something like that, oh my God, she's amazing. FSP. FSP. Что такое FSP? Какой FSP? Probably works for the KGB. Maybe she does. Что такое FSP? It's been FSP for a long time, but everybody in my chat still calls it KGB for some reason. My good friends, we are approaching happy hour, and I would very much like to not do anything tech related for a while. This one gives me pretty good Terraform, sometimes over the complicated. Is it really? That's pretty good to know. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of burned out on the Kubernetes stuff right now. And honestly, I think we're probably gonna go ahead and raid because I'm gonna go wrap up this tech stream. We've been doing other things that are not technically related. And quite honestly, I'm probably gonna pass out early because I've been drinking. And yeah, and then I'm gonna have some fun watching a movie. And there's a lot of other really amazing streamers that come online at nighttime. So I encourage you to go check them out. Let's go ahead and do that, and then I'll get a little bit of a rest and let this food digest and come back and see what we're gonna do tonight. Maybe I'll play a game. Maybe I'll go out for. I mean, it's Saturday night, so we could actually go out on the town. There's nothing going on. Who knows what, right? So it is Saturday night, which means there's usually stuff going on as late as 2 a.m. So yeah. I didn't order the couch yet. But yeah, that's definitely going to be a thing. I do want to get on the bike tomorrow, so I don't know what time I'm going to do that. I probably am going to do a little yoga after I wake up tonight, just to kind of do my yoga on a daily basis. You getting more pizza? Oh, good for you. That place looks real good. It's gonna be a pizza fuel weekend. Oh, that sounds fun. So, my friends, thank you very much. I'm gonna put the fishies on. So yeah, I'm gonna say, let's do this. Let's do banner fishies. Banner fish. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, thanks. Bye. Wait, what? Banner fishies. Okay, thanks. Bye. Okay, thanks. Bye. All right. Oh no, we gotta like, wait. I'm gonna ride the whale. Oh, I'm riding the ships. I'm riding the ships. Yeah. Goodbye, Grandpa. Great grandson. Goodbye, grandson. Goodbye, youngin. All right, who are we gonna go raid? I should go on a cruise. Hell yeah. Why not? Why not? I wish I had infinite money to go on a cruise, which I do not have. But if you guys will help me pay for my streaming costs, I'll cover the rest. How about that? So if you continue to sub and all that jazz, I'll make sure something fun happens over here every day. How about that? This is just us. At least one of you is like, yeah, right, Grandpa. I know that you are gonna like vanish tomorrow and not tell anybody where you go because you do that all the time. Who's on? Who's online? Who can we go raid, my friends? Who can we go raid? Twitch TV. We're gonna go raid somebody on Twitch. Oh, Giselle we had. Oh, let's go raid Giselle. She's awesome. Maya's awesome. I love Maya. I love Maya. I raid her all the time. She's one of my favorite streamers of all time, actually. She's so chill and cute.
Oh, okay. I guess I don't really know how hashing algorithms work internally, so...
We're not raiding Bob Russ. We're not raiding Bob Ross. It's not happening. We could raid Ugly. Ugly's doing IRL stuff. Is Ugly still doing Wednesday her stuff? Are we dropping packets now? Yeah, we are. It's time for me to just raid somebody and call it a day. Hey, look, we can see Ugly's nose again.
I don't know if she liked it.
She's so awesome. I am such an Ugly fan. I'm not gonna lie, she's just so freaking awesome. GI Dendy, Mistress Nez, Violent Chick, Freckles. Let's go find somebody who's not doing a lot. Thug Shells is kind of annoying. I do like her though. She's like one of these people who's a little bit too excited all the time. She's so excited. Bob Ross is not excited. Who else can we raid? Should we raid a tech? Do you guys want to raid a tech person or a party person? It's not time for party people yet. It's only 6 o'clock. Maybe I'll dance on 80s dance party. What about that? What if I found 80s dance party and dance there? Okay, we're rating Ugly. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. She's just so awesome. We're rating Ugly. Ugly's probably getting ready to go home, but I don't care. You guys can leave after you raid. Stay here. Stay here. Stay here for the raid though. Please stay here. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Two days. So that's also like a big boon to my mental.
Oh my God, she's rating somebody else.
Yeah. I'm also coming out of a sickness. So they're just, everything's coming up Uggs. Rob, I don't have much battery left. Otherwise, I can keep going. 16% battery. Well, guys, I was chainsawing in the woods today. I made incredible progress. There was like 3 down trees in the way, and I got 2 of them maybe to like 30%, and one of them is completely clear. Yes, I moved
So
trees
cool.
before finishing the other one. I figure I
Okay.
could snap it if I bring a crowbar and a pipe. So my next plan is bring a crowbar and a metal pipe that I can slide on it for more leverage. Use a rock, snap them. It's gonna be crazy next time. Oh, you saw the chainsaw? Wait. Oh, let's see it. It's right here. Look, I'll show you. Can I stand it? Look how sweaty I am. Oh my gosh. Oh, bike's falling. But yeah, look how sweaty I am. But yep, got a bungee too. It's a mountain bike that has a luggage rack bolt thing. So I set it up here and here, and I put gravel tires on it. Can you tell it's gravel tires? Yeah, look, it's gravel tires. Yeah, just sounding satisfied then.
It
It's gravel
looks.
tires on a mountain bike because it's like my go everywhere bike. So I have my mountain bike. Like it's super mountain. It's actually in the all mountain category. It's well, not by the brand, but it's an all
Yeah.
mountain bike, so like it's not good for road at all. And that's when I transitioned this bike into like a weird Frankenstein thing.
Uh,
I mean, the looks. Oh yeah, I mean, I've had a leaf blower on this, like an electric leaf blower, and I just like turned it on and like zipped down the hills, and I was laughing so much because it's just so absurd. Bungee cord,
that.
oh, it actually propels you. But yeah, yeah, my other bike's a full squish. This one has it has a 100 mil. Yeah, it's 100 millimeters. It's a coil fork though. It's a very low end.
That's
I don't know
really,
what it is. I
yeah,
think
it's called the
probably a
after
Suntour or
stream.
something.
They call it the after
Nothing
stream.
fancy. This is the bike that I do everything with. It's if I were like not, I mean, the luggage rack has been infinitely useful. Well, Rob, it's nice to see you. I was close to rating you, but I knew you weren't biking, so I was like, let's go to bikes. The leaf blower was so fun. Chainsaw. I'm trying to be incognito with it. Like, I would have the sheath on it if my father didn't lose the sheath. I don't know where the sheath is, but maybe we'll come back to this tomorrow. Tomorrow, if I'm not super sore. And it's bringing a pipe, a crowbar, and a chainsaw. I think I can fit all that.
Yeah.
I brought 4 batteries. I don't have enough oil in the chainsaw to bring 4 batteries worth. Literally didn't even go through 3 batteries, so
Yeah. Yeah. Bye,
that's the
everybody.
plan. I have a plan next time. Then the trail's almost done. Then we can get back to riding.